lost a game yet. I mean, here we are. We're almost at the end of June.
Is it? It's what we set out to do. We've just been fortunate enough that things have gone our way. Every county sets out to do that, surely.
Of course, but very few achieve it this far into the season without losing a single game. It's punched off the back foot, attempted punch anyway by Max O'Dowd. Didn't play it with very much conviction, particularly with all that T20 cricket. I mean, it's tough to be unbeaten after that many T20 games.
Yeah, and you need a lot of things to go your way, which have gone our way, of course. But that's why we play sport. It's to try and win as much as you possibly can. We've been lucky enough that so far so good with a few injuries. We're just starting to pick a few injuries up now, so we're not stupid as well. We're going to lose at some point, but why not enjoy it while we can?
Here's Willie once again, and Max O'Dowd pushes firmly out into the covers, to the offside, straight to the fielder. And there's no run. Phil Salt does the tidying up. So you don't think it's possible to become the Invincibles and actually go through a whole season without losing?
No, of course it is, 100%, and that's always everybody's challenge, to do that, to win as many games as humanly possible. That's our job, that's what we're paid to do, but there's also an amount of realism because of all the things that we've been speaking about. We've got sort of 5-6 blokes off with England. That's a pretty big dent in your squad.
Here's David Willey. Oh, that's actually played with soft hands rather nicely by Max O'Dowd. There's a bit of extra bounce from David Willey, and it just seemed that Max O'Dowd was surprised by it, but he just softened the grip and rode the bounce and steered it down to third man for a single. Nicely played.
It's the first one that's had a little bit behind it. It looked a very sedate start for a fresh pitch. That one just rises slightly and, like you say, corrects with the hands and gets it down to third man for a single. Decent start, get through the first over. It'll be the first objective for the batters.
2 slips in place for the left-handed Vikram Singh. That's full. It's drivable and just firmly pushed by Vikram Singh up towards mid-on. And there's no run. Netherlands 2 without loss. England won the toss, chose to bat first. Chose to bowl first. And there was groans amongst the travelling England supporters when that happened, because Gareth, after the 498 world record score in the first ODI, there's a few people were hoping they'd have another dip at 500.
Yeah, I think England have taken the crowd out of it and gone with what they wanted to do. They wanted to have a ball first. They wanted to chase. It is the preferred option now for majority of sides in white ball cricket, whether it be ODI cricket or T20 cricket, to chase, to know what you've got to score. That first over from David Willett, the man that's on the move again back to his home county, not a lot of swing, and that's the one thing you would say, that is the thing that he searches for. He does swing the ball. He's a very clever bowler and uses that swing to his advantage to challenge both the inside edge and the outside edge. So from a Holland perspective, that's a pretty nice place to be.
David Payne on debut, first delivery, bang on target, just outside the off stump and pushed out towards David Milan at extra cover, and there's no run. 31 years old, David Payne. Always reluctant to use the term late developer, because there's many a sportsman who's developed perfectly well in the age of 20. It just takes a long time to get recognised. Here is David Payne, another left arm seamer. Oh, that's a super delivery. Did that just shape in a little bit and then straighten? Maybe I'm imagining it, but it's beaten the outside edge into the gloves of keeper Joss Butler. Did that just shape in a little bit initially?
Yeah, well, certainly the first one swung a lot, and I think that's a great follow-up ball. You know, when you see the first one swing like that, you got to play for your stumps, and he pushed that one just across him. I'm delighted to see David Payne get his debut as his third tour without a game, but he's just one of those guys on the county grind.
Oh, lovely in swing here from David Payne, left arm over the wicket. Max O'Dowd pushes it up to mid-on, where Willie fields.
Consistent performer. He's been a good white ball cricketer for Gloucester for at least close to 10 years, and he's someone who really, really deserves his go here.
Why has it taken him so long to get recognised, do you think? I mean, he's obviously recognised by his peers, by his teammates and opponents. That's back of a length and pushed defensively by O'Dowd out towards extra cover. Liam Livingston tidies up.
Yeah, I've just got his numbers up. He's played 66 List A games, 110 wickets at 24. Great numbers. He's played 116 T20s, 150 wickets, 21. That tells me that I think he's had a few injuries in there, because the number of games that he could have played could be substantially more.
Here's Payne once again, and that's again swinging in, driven up towards mid-on by the right-handed Max O'Dowd, straight to David Willey. He has had injury problems. He missed a whole season with a back injury a couple of years ago, 5 years ago.
You did mention late development as well, and I think he's become a finer bowler in the last 3 or 4 years. Early on you felt you could get him. He was quite erratic, and it's taken him a while to get to this level of skill and control.
That one swings in, it's wide of the off stump, it's full, drivable. Max O'Dowd launches into a cover drive, but it swung past the inside edge as he reached for it, and the Netherlands asked to bat first by England. 2 without loss. David Payne, first over in international cricket after a long wait for the 31-year-old, is a maiden.
Yeah, and I think that just goes to the old adage of what people talk about, particularly with spinners. They say you don't reach a peak till you sort of late 20s, 30. I think that's almost all cricketers, because you need a volume of experience. And modern day, a few more injuries kicking about for people, because players are expected to do more physically, not just in games. They've got to be better in the gym, they've got to be physically more adaptable, quicker, stronger, the whole shebang, which generally means you're going to be a finely tuned athlete and pick up a few more niggles than possibly what used to happen.
Here's David Willey, and full, little bit of swing there, very little swing. David Payne's got more swing than anybody in the 3 games that we've seen so far, and the 1 over that he's bowled, 2 without loss, and it's good morning to Jared Kimber.
Incredible in-swingers at the start of the series, but yeah, certainly he's getting more swing than David Willey at the moment. David Payne's last List A game was in 2019.
Pre-COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Here's David Willey once again, and forward comes Vikramjit Singh, pushing defensively out on the offside, and there's no run.
So in 2015, Manners, he played 11 games. 2016 he played 3. 2018 he played 1. 2019 he played 7, and this is his first one. So he basically hasn't played at all over the last few years. So I think he started to get good around 2015, 2016, and then injuries have just and probably COVID have just had a huge impact on him.
Here's David Willey once again, and back of the length, pushed firmly up towards mid-off again, where Phil Salt does the fielding. Luke Wood is in this squad. He didn't make it. He's not going to earn his first international cap. His last List A game was 3 years ago. His last 50-over game was over just 3 seasons ago, and he's being selected for England.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to point directly to that. I think 2 of the things that come into mind there are the COVID year, obviously, and now that the 100 is played at the same time as the domestic 50-over comp.
Past the outside edge here from David Willey, and Vikramjit Singh just a little tentative, I think, and through it goes to Jos Butler. 2 without loss, Netherlands.
Also, there's no doubt that England are going through all their left-arm stocks to see who their best options are. We saw it in the West Indies, and we're seeing it again here. You know, they're trying to work out if there's someone that they haven't yet seen a lot of who might be of international quality.
Tell you what, that ball nipped away on replay. It's some prodigious movement away from the left-handed Vikramjit Singh. No wonder he missed it. 2 slips in place, waiting for that. He now drives and beats backward point down towards third man, fielded by David Payne. They go through for a single. Do you think there was a conscious effort? I mean, a selection policy, right, let's go through all our left-armers. Or actually, are they just happen to be the form bowlers? I mean,
no, it's a conscious effort.
What? Let's pick 5 left-arm seamers for the Netherlands.
Well, they did a similar thing against the West Indies. So they're trying as many left-arm options as they can, trying to work out who their best ones are for T20 and one day.
Played defensively now by the right-handed Max O'Dowd. No run, 3 without loss.
Probably a combination of both, isn't it?
I was going to say, I mean, yeah, Luke Wood might be a little bit of a, excuse the pun, left field selection, left arm selection, but the others they're all sort of top of the pile.
And they've all been on the radar of England over a period of time. It's just been injuries that has possibly, with Reece Topley, he's had his injuries over the years. He's always been on radar from a youngish man. Sammy Curran's had his injuries. He's obviously centrally contracted. David Willey's been around that England setup for a long time. They're not surprise picks. These guys have been in and around that setup for a period of time. It's just been circumstance as to why maybe they haven't played as much or been around as much. You would say that Payne is, and also others are more the surprise, shall we say, or the add-on.
Here's David Payne for his second over, and the thick outside edge flies away past second slip down to the third man boundary for 4. Well, it's first boundary. It's a false shot, no question, and David Payne almost for the wicket with his first delivery of his second over. Former Surrey, Essex and England fast bowler Alex Tudor, who's a regular part of our commentary team, was chatting during the second ODI on Sunday about Surrey and your, I won't say unprecedented success, but certainly very rare success this season, having remained unbeaten. And that's driven by Vikramjit Singh up towards mid-on and only as far as Sam Curran. And Tudes was just saying that keeping all the players happy, those who aren't playing. You can only play 11, and you certainly have used. Do you know how many players you have actually used in the Championship and in the Blast? It must got to be over. It must be 22, isn't it?
You've just got me the sack now. I don't have a clue.
David Payne in once again, down the leg side. And that's worked nicely off his hips down towards fine leg. Adil Rashid feels to go through for a single. But every time I look at the team sheet, I think, oh yeah, of course, him. It's a new name every day.
Yeah, make no mistake, it's very pleasant having some of the ammunition that we do. There are some young players who missed out early season when all our international players were around, but now they're getting their go. They're seeing what it is like to be playing these back-to-back games.
David Payne in again, and Max O'Dowd steers it away behind square on the offside. No run. 8 without loss. Ryan Tenduskarta, you were just talking about the loan market. I'm interested from both perspectives. You said you've been at Kent, you've been dipping into the loan market, and I'm just curious what Bat's feeling is. I mean, you've got such a turnover of cricket now, but I mean, sometimes does the thought occur to you to send somebody out for a couple of weeks?
100%.
A month?
We're open to it. We think it should be a thing that's used more.
Full, driven by Max O'Dowd, but Sam Curran intercepts it at mid-off and keeps him down to a single. 9 without loss.
I thought you were going to ask Bats if he's looking at dipping into the loan market. And
no.
Another guy
contributing to the loan market.
Yeah, that's about right. I just want to go back to a point you made about, are these the best bowlers? And I think they might be, Manners, because if you look at the last World Cup, obviously no Plunkett, Archer's injured, Jordan's probably going to be moved on. Obviously Wood's injured as well, Mark Wood's injured at the moment. So I can't think of many domestic bowlers who spring to mind when I think of the performers in the last couple of years.
Here is David Payne on debut. That's down the leg side. You have to bowl that one again. Sarfraz Akram, the umpire, has his arms out, and Vikramjit Singh on 6, Max O'Dowd on 2.
People have been talking about why so many injuries and so on and so forth. I think the very obvious thing that is staring us in the face and nobody dare talk about, COVID for 2 years. People haven't trained, they haven't had the work, they haven't been able to perform and do things like they would do pre-COVID.
Punched off the back foot out towards extra cover, and go through for a quick single. 4 overs gone, 10 without loss. I guess the consequences of not having that workload take a year or so to manifest themselves with broken bodies.
I've been very fortunate to speak to a few different people in different sports, and football had a huge spike in soft tissue injuries as soon as COVID was around, absolutely through the roof, because of the restrictions, because of how you were told to operate, you couldn't get the work done that you would normally do. We're still trying to catch that up, and that is why I believe there'll be other medical people who can put a bit more meat on the bone in certain instances, but the overall picture is very much that for me.
Here's David Willey again up to the crease now, bowls, and outside the off stump, Max O'Dowd pushes and misses. And the Netherlands, who asked about first, remain 10 without loss. And is it true that you can ask a bowler, you can tell a bowler to go and bowl 6-8 overs a day in the nets, but it's just not the same. It's different workload. I mean, is that true? Is there any truth in that? Here's David Willey once again. None for 3 into his third over. Vikramjit Singh has 6, Max O'Dowd has 2. England won the first 2 games by 266 runs and 6 wickets, and that one's down the leg side from David Willey. Even this time Paul Rifle has his arms out. So there's no, you just can't replicate match intensity.
I don't know, I'm pretty sure Tender will be in the same boat. There ain't many bowlers bowling 8 overs in a net now and again. It's pretty tough to get them bowling the overs there. There's somebody somewhere saying they can't. So there's a crossover between the skill side of life, which we're on, and then the medical side of life. It's the game is evolving, and we're still finding what the sweet spot is in the game, and I think that is the challenge for everybody concerned, because we have to have duty of care for players.
Here's David Willey once again. Up to the crease now, bowls. Max O'Dowd uses his feet. He's on the charge, and he slapped it through extra cover. But you know, that's a beautiful shot for 4. He's known as a nudger and a nurdler and an accumulator and an anchor and all of those sorts of things, but he's actually not short of shots.
No, and I think he's read the play well there. The wicket's very slow. It looks like if he stands still and allow guys to bowl length at you, it's going to be quite difficult to score. So he's come down the wicket, made the pace in it, and a beautiful shot, a little bit uppish through extra cover. That gets the boundary count up and running.
Into the 5th over, and here's David Willey. Bounces back of a length, hits him on the thigh pad, Max O'Dowd, and fielded at backward point by Livingston. The sweet spot's interesting, Gareth, because you get you still get the old schoolers say, you know, well, we used to bowl 800 overs a season in my day, and you're bowling fit, that's all you need to do, bowl, which is obviously outdated. But then you sometimes get workload management from the medical side, which also seems to go over the top.
The thing those old schoolers are not looking at now is these lads are diving on the boundary. They're not just letting it go for 4 or putting a boot down.
Willie and Max O'Dowd pushes up towards mid-off, scamper through for a single, 16 without loss.
I would pay good money to watch the T20 Blast at the minute. I think all the teams that we've played against, it's a fantastic spectacle because you've got 22 guys running around on a field that are now athletes. There are very few lads who can't do the big dives, the speed to get to the ball, so on and so forth. The game is evolving, but unfortunately our understanding of the way the game is evolving is not quite up to speed. So how we manage these things is still is not an exact science at the moment, and that's what we're trying to find everywhere. That's worldwide. That's not just in England.
Vikramjit Singh on strike on 6. That's short. Oh, and he's spliced a pull shot and he's caught by Livingston. Dear me, he's David Malan, I think, has taken the catch. But again, David Willey for the second game in a row surprises Vikramjit Singh with a back of length delivery, and for the second consecutive game, Vikramjit Singh just didn't seem to be fully committed to the shot in many ways. Perhaps I'm doing an injustice to David Willey. Maybe it was a bit sharper than Vikramjit Singh. Did seem to be rather slow through the pull shot. It literally hit the splice of the bat and popped up to David Malan at short mid-wicket. First wicket for England.
Yeah, I can't make my mind up whether this ball has rushed him or whether it's done him for lack of pace, because it's got him high on the bat, but he certainly didn't look, if you looked at his body position, he's sort of got that little bit of a shuffle back, a movement back to open up that leg side, and it's hit high on the bat. It's got in a bit tighter to him maybe, so he couldn't fully get his arms free. But I don't know, I'd be interested to see what Ryan thinks, whether it's actually pace that's done him or lack of pace.
I think it's pace. It was 139 kilometres, not express, but the wicket has looked really slow and coming out the wicket slowly, and I think that one Willie's just put his back into it, and he hasn't read it coming out the wicket that quickly. Like you said, it almost hit the handle if the bat was that high on the bat, and it just leaps up. So for me, he's been done full pace on that one.
16 for 1. Tom Cooper comes to the crease now, a 35-year-old Australian, alongside Max O'Dowd, and David Willey as big as a 1 for 9 after 3 overs. Netherlands 16 for 1. This is the final of 3 World Cup Super League fixtures. England won the first 2 games by 266 runs and 6 wickets after a world record score of 498 for 4 in the first game at the VRA Sports Ground in Amstelveen, about 10 kilometres from Amsterdam and even less from Schiphol Airport. Traffic does seem to be much quieter today. Maybe there's an aeroplane strike as well as a train strike in the UK.
It wasn't quieter coming from Balham to here, I tell you. Absolutely bonkers. Took me an hour 15.
Yeah, 16 for 1. Here is David Willey again, full wide outside the off stump. It was so crowded on the train
cleared pretty well from O'Dowd, to be fair. He's gone across the stumps and run it down, and Adil Rashid, he'll want to forget that one. That's the old football nutmeg. Gone through his legs for 4.
24 for 1 then, halfway through the 8th. Here comes David Payne, number 78 on his back, comes in and bowls a ball that O'Dowd looks to drive. Milan is the man at short extra cover, and it's straight to him, and there is no run. Trying to think who David Payne reminds me of. He's sort of a slim guy, long-limbed. There's a bit of Harry Gurney about him in some respects, in terms of its physicality, but there's someone else. I can't put my name on it just at the moment. Oh, O'Dowd's had a little nibble at this one, and immediately pulls his head back, going, no, don't do that. It's gone through to the keeper, Joss Butler, and there is no run. But O'Dowd just had a little feather at that, and fortunately for him, didn't get anything on it.
Yeah, nice piece of bowling again from Payne. He's swung the ball back a few times, and on this occasion he's just gone a fraction wider of the stumps just to push it across, bowling it into Joss Butler, the keeper's gloves, and O'Dowd lucky not to feather that one through.
Payne in. O'Dowd playing it into the offside. No run to finish the 8th over as Jason Roy fields. So 24 for 1 at the Netherlands after 8 overs here on talkSPORT 2. They are 2-0 down in this series, but of course in some respects that's only part of the equation, because we are playing for World Cup Super League points, so there were 10 points available for each game. There's still 10 points available for this, so that is what they're trying to play for. They don't want to be clean swept. They want to get something on the board out of this. They were put into bat by England, and they're 24 for 1 after 8. The man to go, Vikramjit Singh, caught by Milan off the bowling of Willie, 6 from 13. That was 16 for 1. They probably should have had another one with the ball spooned up in the air by Cooper, but Liam Livingston losing it in the sunlight. And we will start the 9th over. Oh, David Willey has just been on-driven for 4. Shot of a high-class player. Cooper goes to 6. Netherlands 28 for 1. The boys have moved out. Harmy's moved in, but before we hear from him, we'll hear from Jared Kimber.
Yeah, just want to talk about Tom Cooper. He has a phenomenal one-day average when you look at international cricket. But if you look right across the board in domestic cricket in Australia, where he's mostly made his name, he's always been a very good player. He's played 88 games for South Australia, and he averages 40.
Willie is in. Cooper on the back foot, hits back to Willie in his follow-through, no run.
He's played a couple of games for Australia A, where again he smashed it. Netherlands right across his whole career, not just including one-day internationals, again averaging around 40. So a very consistent run scorer. He also played for Somerset in 2015, played 8 games, made 100, averaged 60. Unlucky not to get a call back, I would have thought. But a very, very good career. Just been unlucky. He'd never been in form at the right time to get a call up for Australia. But that's probably been Netherlands' gain, because they've been able to use him so much over the years.
David Willey is on his way. It's a slower ball pushed up there. Oh, Cooper's timed the cover off of that one. Through extra cover for 4 all along the ground. That's a beautiful shot. 32 for 1. Cooper's into double figures with 10 from 11.
Yeah, half volley from David Willey. He's just tried the knuckleball, I think it was. Tom Cooper has gone, held the pose, and then gone again. Yep, knuckleball. See him coming bolt upright. Cooper's just waited on it. It's a beautiful shot. David Willey's been full. Try and get the ball to swing. He's been very full so far in these 4.5 overs.
And he goes again. That is shorter. Round about middle and leg stump. Whipped around the corner by Cooper. They will take 1. They will not take on the arm of Bryden Carse. And so it is a single. So David Willey's gone for 9 in 4 balls so far this over. 33 for 1.
He's bowled nicely. David Willey. Probably down a little bit on pace. Whether that's a surface or not, I look at David Payne, surprising. David Payne, he's been up there around 86, 87 mile an hour. I thought he's conducted himself very well on his debut so far. Lucky not to get that catch from Liam Livingston, but so far so good.
Willie is in again. O'Dowd turns on the leg side to short, fine leg, and they will take a single. I gather that as David Payne walked back down to fine leg, which is just in front of the press box, someone leant out the window and asked him about the catch, and apparently the comment was, "You couldn't make it up, could you?"
Yeah, he'll get a chance. I'm sure he will get a chance of his first international wicket. He started very, very well so far.
Final ball of David Willey's 5th over, 1 for 21 so far. Short ball. Cooper pulls that. That's a fabulous shot. Backward of square leg, away for 4. Cooper's brought his A game today, all right. 9 overs gone. Netherlands 38 for 1 here on talkSPORT 2. Cooper is now the leading scorer in the innings. He's got 15 from 13 balls. O'Dowd 14 from 28.
14 off the over from David Willey. I can understand him bowling short to the Netherlands batsman, but possibly not to Tom Cooper, born in Australia, brought up in Australia. Back foot players, excellent sort of square of the wicket players, and he's not going to miss out on that. Even on being brought up in Adelaide on the sort of slower wickets, still bounce, and he's not going to miss out on that.
Well, here we go then. Payne still looking for his first wicket, and he's on the way. Left arm over, across the right-handed O'Dowd. O'Dowd has a big drive at that one into the covers, gets nothing on it, throws the keeper, no run. It's
good bowling from David Payne. He's following O'Dowd. O'Dowd is going across his stumps, trying to open up that offside, and David Payne is just going that little bit wider and following him across, bringing his length back. Just Butler waiting for that catch. Captain today, encouraging his team.
He had a quiet day, of course, the other day, Jos Butler. Oh, O'Dowd has just chipped this one back over Payne's head and wide enough from Sam Curran at mid-off, who will scamper back towards the boundary and they'll take a couple. But that one just looked like it was just going to loop into the air, but O'Dowd got it near enough to the middle of the bat, although there wasn't much timing, that it's safe, and they take 2, 40 for 1.
Yeah, it's a couple of times now O'Dowd's done this, just plinked it, not sort of quite hitting through the line of the ball. That big backlift, ball sitting in the pitch, I'm not so sure. There's a few times now the Netherlands batsmen have had a struggle on the drive.
Payne in, O'Dowd on the pull, bottom hand comes off the bat. He's got enough on that one through mid-wicket. Willie's going after it, but he won't get there, and it's a 4. 2 and 4 from the 3 balls so far sent down this over. The Netherlands 44 for 1 as we are halfway through the 10th.
Yeah, good start from the Netherlands. Anything short, they're having a go at it. A bit agricultural from O'Dowd. See that big bat lift. David Payne just bringing that length back a touch, and no fielders outside the circle on the leg side. Just have to get it over the 30-yard circle, and it's 4 runs.
I was just saying, Jos Butler's 150th one-day international for England on Sunday. Didn't bat and didn't do a great deal. So he's captain today for number 151. He'll be looking for a little bit more maybe. Payne in. Oh, O'Dowd has gone a decent way across his stumps there. Takes him on the thigh pad. They'll take a leg by, but it pitched outside of leg stump, so nothing in terms of...
It's one you don't want to rub. It's one you don't want to rub. It's missed everything. You see O'Dowd, he's not wanting to show anything. He's just pushing his thigh pad down. No, we've clocked you. We've seen it. You've got a little bruise in the morning, pal.
Yeah, we've all suffered that. Payne in. Oh, that bounces. Cooper is looking to play that into the offside, and that's probably gone over the top of his bat by 10 centimetres. It's just gripped in the surface.
It has. It's holding in this surface. Cross seam. Cross seam stood up. David Payne, 85 mile an hour.
Yeah. All of a sudden, Cooper was like, what happened there? Final ball of the first 10 next. Payne goes in, and Cooper plays it back past the bowler. Not a huge amount of timing. Although, having said that, Sam Curran will pull it back in 4 metres inside the rope, but long off. And so that is the first 10 done and dusted. 47 for 1, the Netherlands. After that opening 10 overs, Cooper's 17 not out, O'Dowd 20. The man to go, Vikramjit Singh, caught by Milan off the bowling of Willie for 6. That was 16 for 1. Bit of a disappointment, actually. Vikramjit didn't fully get going, having now seen him for... This is the 6th match that I've seen him. If you're listening and you've not seen pictures of him, if you imagine an IPL opening batsman, a left-handed opening, he's looking to play shots. He looks like a guy brought up in the T20 era.
Reminds me a little bit of Ridley Jacobs, somebody I played against a long time ago. Got blocked off, sort of on the hip area. Looked to hit everything as sort of like a 3/4 bat. Left-hander, big strong boy. It would have been nice if he could get going, but the Netherlands will be happy so far. You see that I don't think this surface is a great surface. I don't think it's there to really trust the time and the bounce. I think the way England have bowled straight. Not really sort of the Netherlands batsmen, really trusting this pitch. You see a lot of plinked shots just over extra cover and mid on and mid off.
Sam Curran, first bowling change. Left arm over. Oh, that's worked very fine. Down to fine leg by O'Dowd. Fielder can't get round. Opens the over with a boundary, and the 50 is up. 51 for 1. The Netherlands, 10 overs and 1 ball. And it looks like it's going to be a double change with Seam, because I've just seen Bryden Carse doing some warm-ups as well. Interesting, because the other day, Adil Rashid came in, first over he could after the power play had finished, but it looks like it's going to be Seam both ends for Jos Butler to start with. O'Dowd's got 24. In goes Curran, left arm over, inside half of the bat, through square leg. Milan will go after that. They'll take one. They won't come back for a second. 52 for 1. Jared?
Yeah, I just want to talk about Tom Cooper. Hammy was talking about the short balls. Because he's played mostly domestic cricket, we don't have as much data on him as we do for some other players. But if you look at in T20 cricket, he scores at 14 runs and over against a short ball. He really, in the Big Bash, teams very rarely go short against him for that reason. He's actually a far better player of spin than he is quick bowling.
Curran in. Oh, that's a short ball, and Jos Butler's only just got the fingertips of the glove on it, and they're going to run a bye to what I'm pretty sure is going to be called a wide by Paul Rifle, and indeed it is. So it's a wide with a bye as well.
So Cooper averages 90 against spinners in one-day internationals and 35 against seam. So it tells you he much prefers the spinners. But he does like the short ball specifically, and I think because he mishit that pull shot early on, England's got a bit excited here. The best way to attack Tom Curran generally is bowling very straight at the stumps, and they seem to have gone a little bit towards the short ball here.
Curran in, down the leg side-ish, turned around the corner by O'Dowd, down to Rhys Topley, who's doing some 12-man duties at the moment down at long leg. He and Owen Morgan rotated out of the side today, but he's on doing some 12-man duties, presumably, for either David Willey or David Payne, who've just finished their 5-over spells. 1 for 25 for Willey. Payne 0 for 20. Although he should have had a 1 for in the column. Curran in. Work by Cooper through square leg. Timed really well. Out to the sweeper. There's Carse. And back in. So 9 off the over already. And they've only had 4 legitimate deliveries of it.
Yeah, it's been a poor start from Sam Curran. The first ball down leg side, then the wide, seeing Tom Cooper coming. I think England have realised what this pitch is. There's something in it for the seamers, so I'd imagine the seam option, while the ball's new, will be what Jos Butler is looking for.
Curran in. O'Dowd just pushing into the offside. No run. It is David Willey who nips off, because I can see him having a natter with Owen Morgan at the moment, so he's just nipped off to do whatever he needs to, and he'll be back shortly. Third one-day international, Plenty of cricket coming your way on talkSPORT 2, of course. We're bringing you Ireland's white ball games this summer, as O'Dowd plays into the offside. Can't beat Jason Roy, and that's 11 overs gone. 56 for 1 here on talkSPORT 2. By the way, just obviously building up to a test match as well. Ben Stokes apparently has been seen at Headingley as England start to prepare for nets. Missed yesterday, but apparently he has been seen and expecting to train today. So I don't think there's any great issue there.
No, I was watching obviously on the news a bit earlier when we were on breakfast upstairs, and you could see he was taking full part. He was running around. He was getting balls at the ball bag to go and bowl in the middle. So I'm assuming that everything regarding Ben Stokes' fitness is all good, which is a great thing for England. And it might also be a great thing for Jamie Overton. Because I think if you're fully fit, Ben Stokes being able to bowl, then they might go with the sort of faster Overton rather than the more conservative Overton.
It is the double change, and it is Bryden Carse coming in for his first bowl of the day. Right arm over, and it is whipped off stump by Cooper down to long leg for a single. Bryden Carse, of course, 1 for 36 from 7 in Sunday's second game. Didn't play in the first game. Of course, the man from Durham, by way of Port Elizabeth in South Africa.
Yeah, he's talented. There's a talent here. There's something here for England to work with. I think if he had been fit from the start of the season.
In he goes, high arms. O'Dowd has pulled his head back away from that one and has left the bat round about waist high, and he's actually guided it to backward point completely by mistake.
Yeah, there's no trust in this pitch whatsoever. I think this is a poor pitch. England bowling a lot of cross-seam balls into it. It's not coming off as true as what the batsman expected. That's a little bit quicker as well, Bryden Carse. 88 mile an hour. I think if he had been fit from the start of the season, he might have played Test cricket by now. And when you look at it, it just adds another string to the bow of England's.
Carse goes inside half of O'Dowd's bats, dribbles up to Phil Salt at mid-on, and there's no run.
I think when you looked at the England cricket team that was so successful from 2015 to 2019, there was a player, a little bit unsung hero, another one from Durham, was Liam Plunkett, and I think Bryden Carse can play that role in the middle areas, bowl it into the surface. He can bat a bit as well. He's a very, very good athlete. So we might have just found somebody that did the job like Liam Plunkett did.
I think, Army, that I know he's busy in, where is he, Philly at the moment?
Yeah, Philadelphia, yeah.
And working with Major League Cricket.
Carse in, right arm over. Oh, O'Dowd's going on the pull, but with not a great deal of timing or confidence. Straight to mid-wicket, no run.
But I've seen a lot of people try and do the Liam Plunkett job. I don't think anyone's actually quite worked out exactly what he did, and I think
he run and bowl fast into the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, but
with protection.
I think one of the other things that he did was he basically took away. So someone like Bryden Carse is still trying to bowl pretty balls. If you look at Plunkett almost didn't take a pretty wicket for the last 4 or 5 years of his career, and I think that is where the real strength of that kind of bowling is.
Carse in. Oh, that was a quick delivery. O'Dowd, again, has just sort of helped it around the corner down to fine leg and taken a single. I'm not entirely sure he fancied it that much, but he takes one that goes him to 27. 58 for 1 is the total.
One of the reasons he didn't get respected is because almost every wicket was a mishit to deep mid-wicket or deep backward square or a drag onto the stumps, and everyone went, another lucky wicket for Plunkett. A lot of guys like Carse try and do this job. We've seen it, a couple of Australians and Lockie Ferguson try and do it. They just try and bowl, good seam up fast stuff. It's like, that's not what you do. You bowl cross seam and you just bang the middle.
Carse in, beats Cooper for pace. Through to Joss Butler, no run. 12 overs gone here on talkSPORT 2. Cooper has 19, O'Dowd 27.
Yeah, Cooper's missed out there, hasn't he? He's missed out. He's thinking, that's a 4 ball, short, wide, outside, off stump. Be disappointed. He hasn't put that one away.
Well, I know a colleague of ours, Rory Dollard from the Press Association, huge fan of Liam Plunkett, almost a one-man campaign to get Plunkett into the England squad at times from Rory. So, Rory, if you're listening, we're carrying on your work for you, talking about Liam Plunkett.
Yeah, he was a valuable member of that England cricket team, that white ball team that went on to so successful in the 50 over format of the game.
First ball of the over, played out on the offside, no run. Mark Nicholas will take over the comms.
This is good stuff. Feisty stuff, I'd call it. Mind you, it's a flat deck. What do you say, Harmy? This is a fucking batsman's paradise, isn't it? What is it with this put people in on flat decks?
Yeah, I think I think the ball's sitting in the pitch. I don't think they really trust, hitting through the line of the ball. They've done well so far, have the Netherlands. I'll be interested to know what the thought process in Joss was why he decided to bowl first. Did they want to sort of steamroller them and put pressure on?
Well, it's so dry, I reckon it's a hard chasing pitch. Not hard, sorry, because I think it's so slow. But I just think, as you say, the ball may sit in the pitch and it may spin a bit later too. If I'd had Adil Rashid and Moeen Ali in my side, I'd have wanted him to bowl second.
Is this Morgan in England challenging their players like he likes to do? He likes to put, when Morgan likes to put his team under pressure, especially when there's obviously, I'm not saying there's nothing on the game. England are 2-0 up in the series.
Well, as he goes on a pull stroke, does O'Dowd, and it comes off a sort of outside edge that loops up over where fourth slip should be. And the ball before, we were busy talking, I apologise, we were busy talking, the ball before was defended out onto the offside for a single. So there's 2 balls we've called there in one moment of talking. Apologies for that, but we're trying to unravel why England will want to bowl first. Maybe challenging the players. I think they just prefer to chase as a general rule, but I wouldn't on this surface. 59 for 1 is the score. Curran again bowls to Cooper, who goes back and pulls nicely out to deep backward square. They think about a second, and in fact, because Willie had to run round the ball, being a left-handed fielder and thrower, they might have got a second, but anyway, they didn't. So 60 for 1, we're into the end of the 13th over. Cooper has 20. Tom Cooper, who made a good name for himself in the Big Bash playing for South Australia. And Max O'Dowd, the 2 batsmen. We know that O'Dowd is a combative cricketer, got very long hair that's hanging low out of his helmet as if it's the 70s. Oh, and he's got lucky there. The ball stops in the surface, he punches at it early, it flies off a thick outside edge but doesn't carry to the man at backward point. So the end of the over, 13 gone, 61 for no wicket. O'Dowd, rather frustrated, takes off his gloves, marches down the pitch, chats to Cooper as if to say, what a surface this is. Cooper isn't too bothered because he's got 20 from 19 balls. There's a clear blue sky, literally not a cloud in it. And the bowling figures so far, David Willey at 1 for 25, 18 dot balls in that, 22 dot balls for David Payne, who's making his debut, none for 20, the Gloucestershire left arm quick. Then Sam Curran and Bryden Carse are presently in operation, neither have taken a wicket. Another chance looped up to Liam Livingstone at mid-wicket. Carse again, bounds in and bowls at a good pace, full half volley, driven square out nicely onto the offside. Willie does the fielding, just a single in it. The batting's been good. I like the way they've gone about their task. I don't think they're overawed by England.
No, I agree. I just think they're not trusting the surface, and I think O'Dowd is getting himself blocked off with the left arm as he plants. His back comes from behind him, and I think he's struggling to get the sort of line in the arc of the bat to attack the ball.
That's a great stroke. Quickly into position with his bat up, he can hit down on it, the pull stroke, back he goes and hits it powerfully in front of square, and that's where his early backlift and hold is so good, Steve.
Yeah, and I think that's the perfect line for him. Outside his eye line, on sort of off stump, outside off stump. England have bowled tight into his left ear, and he really had a struggle there. That's in his arc, that's in his wheelhouse, and he's put it away nicely there.
It's the one place you shouldn't bowl to him, particularly the pitch is slow, because he's set up to play exactly that shot. 100%. You've got to get it up just outside off stump, where he's got all the work to do to drop the bat down from that high backlift. That's very full and straight and hits the pad, but via the inside edge, so it's a withdrawn appeal or half an appeal. And it's 66 for 1. They scampered through for another single on the back of the boundary the ball before. Television replays the delightful handing over the cap. Mark Alleyne, one of the assistant coaches, giving David Payne, a fellow Gloucestershire cricketer, his cap. And it looks to me as if David Payne's wife and little baby daughter were out there with him when it happened.
Absolutely brilliant. Something you'll never forget, given an international cap.
That is 4. Picked up, poor line from Bryden Carse, and Cooper too good for it. Cooper can play, don't worry about that. 25 now from 21 balls. A boundary to deep backward square leg. It flew off the face of the bat.
Yeah, that's the line for me. If you're going to bowl short to O'Dowd, cramp him up. Tom Cooper, he's a fine player, brought up on them Australian pitches. Short pitch bowling. I think Bryden Carse has got to just change his, tinker his plan a little bit, go that little bit fuller.
Again, that's better. As Steve Armisen said, a little fuller and off stump line. And the consequence of that is a dot ball as he half drove it to mid-off. Lovely day in the Netherlands, as it is here in London. 70 for 1. I think 250 is a handy score on this surface. If they can get themselves there, they'll make life tricky for England.
Yeah, just this powerhouse of England batting unit. I still think that you're going to need to be competitive and need a little bit more.
Full toss. Thrashed away and brilliantly stopped. That was great fielding at backward point by Jason Roy. He's really good there. Got good reactions and anticipation and hands, and saved a definite boundary.
Two now from Jason Roy. 2 excellent stops there at backward point. And what that does is it gives you as a bowler, it gives you a huge amount of confidence that your fielders are backing you up. It was a poor ball. I had one of the greatest backward points player during my career in Paul Collingwood, and the amount of runs that backward point saves.
He was absolutely brilliant. Best ever I've seen.
I would say yes.
Mark Waugh and John T. Rose, but Collie right there in with them. And the catch to get Matthew Hayden at Bristol in 2005 is in the top 5 catches I've seen in my life.
He got one against Bangladesh at third slip. In the same, I think it was in the same year, maybe in the year after. Down the hill at Lord's, bang, and he took it one-handed. Collie was phenomenal in the field.
Sam Curran, short and smashed. Simple as that. No pace there from Sam. And O'Dowd just took the mickey out of it, really, on the back foot. Uses the crease well, actually. Gets nice and deep in the crease and pounded it over straightish mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's just run his fingers across the ball, Sam Curran, but giving O'Dowd a chance to get it outside his eye line. Get his hands free. You've got to go tighter. Left ear, Sam Curran. If you want to bowl a bouncer, get it into his left ear. That'll be blocked off. You've got more chance. If you put it outside the right eye line, you'll belt it.
74 for 1 now. Great start by the Netherlands. That's much better from Curran on a length and nicely defended by O'Dowd, who lets it run off the blade to third man for another single. O'Dowd now is 38 from 50 balls. Crowd's built up a bit. It was really only a handful of spectators first thing. O'Dowd 38 from 50 balls and Cooper 25 from 23 balls. A breeze, a zephyr I suppose you'd call it now, beginning to come across the ground just to help cool the players. The temperature in the early mid-20s at the moment. Sam Curran, number 58 on his back, runs away from us. And that's a super stroke from Cooper as he makes something of nothing really. It was just a good length ball and he used the power of his bottom hand to punch it through the extra cover area, found the gap, and Livingston did the fielding.
Kids go in free. I think school finishes at 12:30, so they're letting kids come in for free. So that'll be another nice gesture from the Netherlands. Kids out there watching some of the best players in the world.
Curran again, and he tries the bouncer again, and he surprises Max O'Dowd, who paddles it down to a long leg, but without much control. In truth, it doesn't carry to the long leg fielder. One wicket fell to a short ball today. There was a pretty ordinary stroke by Vikram Singh, but then another one should have fallen. Cooper should have been out immediately trying to play the pull stroke, but Liam Livingstone pulled out of a catch at mid-wicket because he was blinded by the sun. But really, I obviously wasn't there, involved in the moment. It's banged into the pitch and defended on the front foot by Cooper. There's no run from it. Really, Harmy, I would have thought a fielder with a lob ball like that should find a way to get his body turned away from the sun and catch that. He just didn't bother. He just watched it.
Yeah, 100%. And he had sunglasses on as well. So you'd think
I thought it was
somebody as good as Liam Livingstone could have made a better attempt.
Yeah, I mean, he had nothing to do with it at all. It was lobbed up like you would throw a ball to a child, teaching them to catch. And he just turned away from it, disdainfully. Bouncer from Curran flies through, called wide now by Paul Rifle, the umpire. As Jos Butler leapt, salmon-like, to pluck it from the air. That's the most aggressive ball that Curran's bowled. He's obviously sick of being pulled. He's sick of Tom Cooper coming at him. He's a yard out of his ground. He's taken guard a bit out of his ground and then comes at him with a big stride as if to say, you're nothing but a medium dobber. I'm going to pound you. Takes guard again now, taps the ground twice, then again. Here he comes, yes. Oh, now a little back and across this time. Change of tactic and works the ball off his body nicely to straightish mid-wicket, who can't do much about it. He dives, does Adil Rashid, but he doesn't collect. So it's a single. 79 for 1 now from 15 overs. Run rate of 5.27, a very good start. 27 for Cooper from just 26 balls. Max O'Dowd 39 from 51. Steve Harmison is vacating his seat in a pair of sawn-off jeans. Did he buy them like that, or yeah, he bought them like that? There you go. And Ryan Tenduskata comes into his seat alongside me. Nice start by your boys.
Yeah, very good. Very slow up front. It just seems like England have sort of reversed their tactics. Well,
Bryden Carse bowls full and wide, and there's a drive attempt by Cooper. He's a very wristy player, and he missed that attempt, and it went through to Jos Butler.
Yeah, very full ball, and just going back to my point, I felt that England started, pitching the ball up, and then the odd short ball, which caught the Dutch batters by surprise up front, and now it looks like they almost targeting majority short balls with the odd one pitched up. It looks a slow wicket, and I think you just need to be patient as a bowler here.
Bryden Carse coming in at a good lick here. Hop and a skip, and he bowls and is defended on the back foot quite firmly into the ground, and it bounces high, and Carse had to leap and stop it going back over his head for a couple, which he managed to do. Young, fit guy, a lot of them around in English first-class cricket at the moment, bowling at a decent pace. None of them express, but all hard pitch hitters, which is more the way the Australian seamers are brought up. Or brought up, I should say, not bought up. And there's nothing there as Cooper tries to cut a ball just back of a length and goes to backward point, but there's no run. Why have England switched to suddenly bowling short when they kept it tight, bowling full?
I think the wicket-taking opportunities are probably there if you bang it in short, and they've shown a few times that the Dutch guys have been caught off guard and haven't played it particularly well, but with that comes a lot of run-scoring opportunities. So that was my point about being a little bit patient. I think if you just hang in an area here, you'll eventually force the mistake.
Nice run, well done. It wasn't timed to mid-on, and he knew that. And the great thing is when you don't time it, it gets the field slower, and as long as you both go immediately, you should make a single, and that's exactly what they did. Yeah, they really have gone short, and yet most of the boundaries have come from short balls. So I don't know whether it's risk and reward. Maybe it's an attacking option they've seen. Don't think it's one I'd use. 80 for 1 in the 16th over. Bryden Carse bowls a rubbish ball down the leg side. Attempted slower ball. He apologises to his captain, Jos Butler, who has to go and collect it way down the leg side. A wide is called. I think it triple bounced to Butler. There's 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce. 1 to forget. Carse again now, as I say, pounds in. And it's knocked down by O'Dowd as if it was the enemy. Ball literally knocked down to third man for a single. I really like the look of this guy, and although I don't approve of his backlift, I think it makes the game complicated for him. I really like his approach and attitude. He has 40 now from 52 balls.
He's got a run of scores in ODI cricket of late. He spent a bit of time in New Zealand in the winter, or our winter. trying to make it there and play a lot of second team cricket for Auckland.
Oh, ouch. That really hurts. That's beaten the bat and hit the inside thigh, I think. It certainly crashed into flesh. And I could feel the sting of it. End of the over. 16 gone, 82 for 1. Netherlands put into bat by England, who won the toss. It is Owen Morgan's thing, you know, we like to chase. And Harmy added that he figured probably that England would be challenging their players to do things that wouldn't necessarily suit them a bit, given the series was already won. There may be something in that.
Yeah, I don't think the wicket's going to get worse either. It's a slow wicket and Badenoch's hard work, and it's often tough to know what a good score is. So I think tactically it's not actually a totally left field decision to bowl first, given the conditions. Just going back to O'Dowd's technique, obviously quite baseball-like. Starts with his hands really high, but he does drop them back in again. And even on the short ball, he doesn't take them all the way back again. So I know it looks a little bit ungainly, but it's actually not that far away from being all right when he drops the hands in again.
A few members of the crowd sort of moving, swaying with the music that's being played at the moment. It cuts out now because Sam Curran is ready to bowl. In he comes to Max O'Dowd, who plays a good ball nicely, very calm, lets it come to him. Quite Joe Root-like, actually, how he played that ball, and then how he took his bottom hand off the bat, held it with his top hand, shouted no, and then undid his Velcro and redid it tight again. Why are you smiling?
Yeah, you're right, and the influence of the top players in the world obviously affect guys playing at the associate level, guys imitating Steve Smith of late.
Have you? Oh, that's out, is it? Oh, no! Hit him in front of the lot, but must have pitched outside leg stump. A full ball by Curran. Butler decides not to review it. Attempting to whip it through mid-wicket was O'Dowd, and he missed it. Hit him on the pads. I'll wager it was hitting middle and leg, but that it pitched outside leg stump. No review.
I thought I saw leg stump there. I'm going to be interested to see how far this is outside leg stump. Oh, wow, I think that's close.
What? That's absolutely out.
Yeah, I thought that
Fancy
straight away.
Not reviewing that. Well, me too. I called it. That's a lovely push out to mid-off, but for no run off a full ball. I called it as out the minute I saw it, and then saw the fact that the umpire said no, and Butler said no, and thought, well, maybe they're right and I'm wrong. I'd love to see a Hawkeye replay of that. I wonder if we will. Oh, we do. Well, it's saying it pitched just outside leg stump by like a millimetre. The seam is almost almost half the ball did pitch in line with leg stump, but the other half was just outside, and that's what they're going on. There's an under-edge pull stroke to no avail, is rolling back down the pitch, picked up by one of the fielders. Well, we've just seen it in full mo again, and it looks so out to me. Good thinking from Curran, though, to mix up his length so the batsman doesn't set himself. I think there is something in that.
See, Curran's hitting the low 130s. I'm interested to speak to Bats about where he is with his fitness. I know he can bowl quicker than this, but he's obviously short on overs.
It's worked nicely away by O'Dowd to be a single out to square leg from the ball just back of a length. Well, I think he's coming in powerfully. I'm so pleased for him. I mean, to have his talent at that age and have so long out of the game. Tom's been out for a while too. I feel for them both, so I'm just pleased to see Sam playing, actually. They've dragged the rate back a bit here, England. Got it back to under 5s at 83 for 1. We're into the last ball of the 17th over. Nicely played off the back foot to mid-on, who's back, all the way back. I don't know why, no one's hit it over mid-on, but anyway he is, so there's a single. And Reece Topley, and I think it might be Luke Wood as the other guy, bringing the drinks onto the field of play. So We're going to have a break here with the Netherlands going quite well, 84 for 1. Vikram, the one out, caught Milan bowled Willie for 6. O'Dowd 41, Cooper 29. Plenty of batting to come. A chance to get a total of 240, say, would be defendable.
I'm not sure it's defendable. I think it's respectable and probably a bit short of what would be a good score here. Just looking at the wicket and the conditions, I'd say pars at a guess round about 275. The wicket looks a bit two-paced and quite slow, actually. We've said so many times before on the show that England have the firepower. I think if you really want a chance, maybe sort of 320, something like that, might pose a challenge for them.
Well, it may not be defendable, but what I meant by that was it would be a score that would give you a chance. It may be that the opposition are too strong with the bat, and that's fine. But I think if you get up to 240 on a pitch like this, you know, you've given yourself an opportunity. 250 maybe, let's say. Anyway, how are you enjoying your time with Kent? Tell me about Zach Crawley. I'm a great Zach Crawley fan.
I'm really enjoying it to start with. I haven't had much to do with Zach. Obviously, he was in the West Indies when I started, and he's been sort of in and out of the squad with a bit of illness, a bit of choosing to have a rest, and obviously England duty in between. He's very sure about what he wants to do and sort of how he wants to go about his cricket. He's been a joy to work with. He speaks very well. I noticed the other night after the game at Lord's, I could feel the Brendan McCullum effect straight away. He addressed the group and spoke about opportunity versus fear, and it felt to me like they were straight out of the Brendan McCullum playbook. And I've not heard Zach speak like that before. So he said the environment there is fantastic. He's feeling the change in the setup and what's expected or required and what the obligations are from the players. And I think he's someone who'll thrive under Brendan's way. You know, his sort of batting philosophy is always about taking the positive option. Even in red ball cricket, we've had lots of chats about respecting the good ball in county cricket, but he would not want to risk not being attacking to be defensive and to make sure that he's covering that ball, if that makes sense. He would rather miss on the attacking side than be defensive.
I know, and I would, as I say, I'm a great fan, but I would like better shot selection. I think you have to understand that there are times in the ebb and flow of cricket where you have to let the game come to you rather than go chase it.
I agree, and I think, you know, anyone who comments on what Zach does, it's pretty obvious that the mode of dismissal and the ball that he gets out to is almost the same every week, and he has to find a way of dealing with the ball that pitches roundabout off stump, that's potentially a dry ball, but that's also a very dangerous ball, and for me it's about shot selection for him. I don't think technically there's a big issue there. You know, sometimes he hits the ball a little bit inside of mid-on where he could be a little bit straighter. But, you know, he never looks out of sort. I think he's the best player of the short ball in the country. I know that's a big call, Mark, but, you know, throwing to him and watching him face bowlers, he plays the short ball incredibly well. You don't seem convinced.
Well, I don't know. I think he's a terrifically talented batsman, and I think the same of Ollie Pope, another fantastically. I really think they could be exceptional England players, but I just think their shot selection needs a bit of reviewing, and I wouldn't call it humility. I think that's probably unfair. I don't think either of them are arrogant about their cricket at all. Here's Bryden Carse as we get underway again. Cooper's on the back foot defending in a rather ungainly sort of fashion, really. It didn't look much of a cricket stroke. He's not a great sort of high elbow technician, Tom Cooper. He's a wristy puncher and striker, and anyway, he kept that ball out. He has 29 from 33. O'Dowd has 41 from 57. It's 84 for 1 at Amstelveen, just outside Amsterdam, the third of the one-day internationals between the Netherlands and England. Carse again, and that's a good length around off stump that squirted away at pace. Unbelievable. Almost a thick outside edge. It may have been some face of bat, but it's run away to the boundary. That tells you how quick this outfield is.
Yeah, that has raced away, and it's impressive to see Tom Cooper in decent touch here. he's obviously fallen out of favour in Australian cricket, and he wouldn't have had much cricket coming to the series. Only arrived in the country a couple of days before this series started. So to see him get up to pace so quickly is obviously great for the Netherlands and impressive on his part.
33 now to Cooper. It's a good partnership, this. And England go to the short ball again, and Cooper ducks under Carse's bouncer. He's been a bit varied in his lines and lengths, has Carse, but he's been given this mid-innings role a la Liam Plunkett, where they want him to come in and hit the pitch hard and shake him up a bit and look to take wickets. And it's a role I think he enjoys. At least the interview I read with him suggested he enjoyed it. I suppose if you're new to the England setup, you won't say I don't enjoy it.
No, you do as you're told.
Then he comes again, and forward goes Cooper, slightly off balance, and sort of chases after the ball with his feet, but then steadies himself a bit, and Carse does the fielding of his own bowling. Really, that was exactly the ball. If you were sort of saying what the England management want, they wanted to hit the pitch on that length, which is a good length. It might be a foot short of what we might call a test match length, but it wasn't far off it. And it hit the bat really hard too, thundered into the splice. Here's Carse again. Oh, that's high. Is it handsome or is it out? It's out. Very good catch by Liam Livingstone. He had to steady himself and make sure, because he was running to his right side and his body was facing away from the play, but he's got excellent hands. He takes the catch, and Tom Cooper goes. England have done it with the tactic working. Hit the pitch hard, keep looking to take wickets, and they've got one.
Yeah, nice catch moving away to his right, and atonement for the mistake or misjudgment earlier with the sun in his eyes. It's no consolation for David Payne. He could have had his first ODI wicket, but a very good catch, and the policy and the tactic has actually worked there. We both agreed that just sitting in and being patient would be a way to stop the run rate, but England obviously want to be positive here, want to give themselves a wicket taking opportunity, and Cooper finally succumbs to the short ball, caught right on the rope for 33.
Yep, it's an excellent bit of cricket, and credit to Bryden Carse for what's been a good over so far. He's been a bit scrappy otherwise, but this has been a good one. The 5 balls of it we've had. His figures 1 for 19, 3 overs and 5 balls. Baz de Leede coming out to the middle. Nice, talented cricketer that I know Jared Kimber's quite a fan of Baz de Leede. Jared, are you with us? You're a fan, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there aren't that many players around who can bat top order and also bowl at his pace. So if you look at the raw talent that he has, and it is very raw at the moment. Peter Borren talked about how he's got to get beyond making very pretty 30-odds. I think we've seen a few of them in this series from him already. And I think he's got a few things to learn as a bowler, but there just aren't that many players out there who can bat and bowl at this level.
Tony Gregg used to say, mate, it's a greater crime getting out the 30-odd than for naught.
Well, you can
we hear him.
Yeah, well, I think you can explain away the naught because no one's set. But once you're set regularly and you're letting it go, I think he just needs more experience at the higher level. Playing against England, the West Indies, Pakistan, these sorts of series are going to help him. And also he'll be found out a little bit, won't he, Tendo? Like the teams will start to work on that, so he's going to have to work back. But purely on a talent base, I think there's a lot there to work with.
Yeah, tactically and composure-wise, he's good enough.
O'Dowd's on strike because the batsman crossed and goes back and works it leg side. Lets it come to him. He's playing the ball nice and late now. He looks very comfortable, actually. It's a good return from Livingstone out on the boundary. It was a good catch. So an excellent over from Bryden Carse. It resulted in a wicket. 18 gone, 89 for 2. A word from Tendo, as I've just heard him called. And here it'll be Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark. So the Aussie and the Kiwi have been separated after an excellent partnership, which took the score from 16 for 1 to 88 for 2. Tom Cooper's mother is from the Netherlands. That's how he qualifies to play for the men in orange.
She gave quite a few caps through the 2 children, didn't she? Ben as well.
Oh, you're right. Yes, of course. Yeah.
I think he's retired now, hasn't he? I
haven't seen him around cricket for a while.
Yeah, he retired after the qualifiers in Dubai. I think he wanted to go back home, got a partner out there and decided to give cricket a break to start with, and then turned his contract down and has now turned his attention away from playing on a regular basis.
But between the two of them, you know, a lot of caps for Netherlands, and also they very rarely seem to play in the same side, so they're almost interchangeable. You always had a Cooper available.
Liam Livingstone is into the attack for his first over, and it's a leg break to the right-handed Max O'Dowd, but it's short and it's pulled away out towards long on, and they go through for a single. Tom played for the Melbourne Renegades, didn't he? In the Big Bash?
I think he played for all the Big Bash teams. But yeah, no, he certainly, Renegades is where he made his major mark over there. A South Australian player, or both of them South Australian players. I don't think Ben played that much for South Australia. He's certainly on their books for a while, but I don't think he got a game. But Tom was stalwart in certainly white ball cricket, and also played a lot of first-class cricket.
Livingstone in another leg break, a little bit too short again. Buzz de Leerde chops it to backward point, and there's no run.
I just wanted to talk about that Bryden Carse wicket as well. Because there was a pull shot played, the first instinct is that was quite a short ball.
Driven sweetly, that's much fuller from Livingstone, and a single down to long off as David Willey fields.
But when you look at the replay, that ball didn't get up much above the stumps. Now, I think it was a cross-seam ball that maybe skidded through a little bit more. But that is if they're trying to get Bryden Carse to be Liam Plunkett.
Livingstone in once more, and pushed by the right-handed de Leerde down the ground to long on. They go through for a single as Phil Salt fields. That
was about as Liam Plunkett a dismissal as you can get in the middle over. Someone playing a pull shot at a ball that's not quite there to pull, mistiming it, going out to the sweeper. And we saw earlier he bowled a couple of cutters that came back, and they looked dirty. But that's how Plunkett sort of bowled in those middle overs for England.
Livingstone in once more, and again a single. Max O'Dowd nudging it out square of the wicket on the offside. O'Dowd moves to 44. Netherlands losing the toss, being asked to bat first. 94 for 2, coming towards the end of the 19th over.
Whereas if you look at early Liam Plunkett, he was
flat, or slack really, out towards Sam Curran. Last ball of the over, sweeping on the cover boundary, and they go through for another single. Well into the middle overs now, the hard-working middle overs, rotating the strike, picking up singles. Buzz de Leerde 4, Max O'Dowd 44, Netherlands 95 for 2.
Yeah, you look at his early wickets, and they were a bit prettier, occasionally some swing bowling, a lot of Yorkers and all this sort of stuff, and he really changed his length, started hitting the middle of the pitch, bowling cross-seam, big, dirty off-cutters into the surface, taking the pace off when he had to. Bowling, hard length, sometimes bowling at the batter's hips. So you could score off him, but if you were trying to score quickly, you would quite often mistime them. I don't think Carse is quite there, but I'm positive that that's what England have been working on with him. I've just been like, don't worry about pretty wickets, don't worry about great Yorkers and outswingers and everything. Literally hit the pitch really hard at a good pace, don't give them any room, and eventually they'll scoop one up on the leg side.
We've just heard that Luke Wood, who is currently in the England dressing room, will leave the ground at 1:30 this afternoon in order to make the very short trip to Schiphol Airport, where he has a flight booked to Manchester. It's banged in short from Bryden Carse once more, sort of rib cage height, pushed out on the leg side, and there's no run.
Could he walk to the airport?
It's about 5 or 6 kilometres, isn't it? So yeah, he probably could, but he wouldn't want to, because the reason he's flying to Manchester is to be available for Lancashire's Vitality Blast game this evening. So that's or is it tomorrow? Oh, it's tomorrow. I beg your pardon. It's not this evening. It's tomorrow evening. So anyway, he'll be on his way. Pushed defensively, this time by Baz de Leerde, again out towards cover, and once more there's no run. 95 for 2, Netherlands. It's a very slow pitch.
It is, and this is going to be a crucial phase in the innings. I don't think the Dutch can afford to press the pedal here. They're quite a long tail. They don't want to be more than 4 down, maybe 5 down going to that 40th over. So, if they can go at 5s here for the next 20 overs, get close to the 200 mark, and then give a push for the last 10, I think that'll be the blueprint for this first innings.
It's Baz de Leerde once more. Bryden Carse bangs it in short outside the off stump, and there's no run. It's left alone by Baz de Leerde. Liam Plunkett thrived on that roll, didn't it? The sort of the enforcer, bowling dirty in the middle overs, just trying not to allow the batsman just to push and nudge and take singles. And I don't know whether it is regarded as a kind of dirty work by the bowlers who have to do that job. Here is Carse. It goes full this time. Very full, almost Yorker length outside the off stump. But you just don't want the batsman to become comfortable, do you? I mean, is that basically the modus operandi? Just make sure that they can't just push and tip and run?
Yeah, I think England have identified that middle phase of 50 over cricket can be quite dull. And you're right, guys normally just accumulate. You look to go 5.5, 6s from 20 to 40. And England saw an opportunity to, slightly risky, but to bang it in. And like Jared says, hopefully a guy hits one up in the air.
Here is Carse once again, and that's back of a length out, pushed out towards Jason Roy at backward point. People ask the question, why did Liam Plunkett bowl short? Well, is it true to say that the most difficult delivery, just to push and run, tip and run, is the one into your armpit? That's
one of the things. I also think it's one of the easier balls to defend as a skipper. If you got fine leg and square leg back, it allows you to bowl with your mid off and your mid on up if you have to when 4 out the circle, and it's a good way of creating pressure.
Driven behind square on the offside. Lovely shot. That's a first boundary for Buzz de Leerde, and Bryden Carse has bowled one of the few full-length deliveries, and he had some width outside the off stump. And Buzz de Leerde, lovely slice cover drive for 4 behind square on the offside.
And sorry, man, I think provided you got the right dimensions, i.e. not a tiny boundary, there's always an element of risk if you're taking on a short ball. And like Jared said, Plunkett was good at mixing up cross seamers, so it's coming out the wicket slightly differently every time. And yes, there's a risk you can get pulled over mid-wicket or pulled between the two fielders on the boundary. But there's also a risk for the batters that you misjudge the pace of the ball coming out the wicket and you hit up in there. And Plunkett did get a lot of wickets like that.
Liam Livingstone continues. 20 overs gone now. Netherlands 99 for 2, put into bat by England on a slow pitch, offering not much for the bowlers. Jared?
Yeah, I think just to add to Tendo's point, I think the other thing that changed was that essentially you had 4 players out, not 5 players out. And so if you're bowling short and at the body, you can actually have mid-off and maybe mid-on up if you're fast enough, which means that, that's what Tendo was sort of talking about, where you can set a good field for that.
Liam Livingstone, that's popped up off the leading edge, I thought, but it hasn't. Josh Butler takes what I thought was a dolly of a catch, but it's just popped up off the pad or the thigh pad. It sounded a bit more solid than that. Some of these thigh pads can be pretty clunky though. Anyway, Liam Livingstone in once again and tosses that one up, leg stump, and driven down the ground to long on. Phil Salt does the fielding. Statistically, Jared, who in the last, you can take whatever time frame you like, but statistically, who are the best middle overs bowlers in terms of economy and wicket taking? So leaving out the power plays. That's down the leg side from Livingstone. Wide called.
Seam bowling.
Oh, don't mind.
Well, there's a few spinners out there that are pretty handy.
Yeah, seamers then. Let's go seamers. Push drive here from Max O'Dowd. I suspect he probably missed that. I think it ricocheted off Josh Butler's pad. And anyway, they've run through for a quick single. 103 for 2 in the 21st over. Buzz de Leerde, 9 off 12 balls. Max O'Dowd anchoring things, 45 off 62. That's down the leg side again from Liam Livingstone. He's not going to spin it back from there. It's gone straight on. Another wide called by umpire Paul Rifle. Didn't come off Josh Butler's pad. It's actually come off his right hand. So it was a bye. And that one is pushed again by de Leerde, looking for a single. Square of the wicket on the offside. That sound of tapping you may be able to hear in the background is Jared Kimber on his keyboard getting some facts for us. Middle overs specialists, middle over bowling specialists, seam bowling specialists. Liam Plunkett's the first one that comes to mind. 104 for 2, 21st over. As a captain, Ryan Tenderskata, what was it that you were looking for in 50 over cricket from your middle overs specialists?
Yeah,
actually, you were one.
It was a bit of a partnership breaker, but didn't have a real game plan for doing it. But I think the point that we're all making here is you can either choose to be very safe and go at 5.5s, try to get a squeeze in the field, or you take the risk and you go for wickets. And I'm sure Jared's going to back this up. But spinners there, and particularly wrist spinners, will be the wicket taking opportunities. So from a seamer, certainly wanted someone who did have a good bouncer, someone who could attack the wickets, someone who was clever enough to alter fields and invite opportunity for the chance of getting a wicket as well. So those are the things I would look for, rather than someone who's just going to bowl the area and let them knock it around with the sweepers on the fence.
Talking of wrist spinners, here's Adil Rashid into the attack for the first time, bowling the 22nd over of the innings, 104 for 2. Jared Kimber.
Yeah, one of the best is one of the newer players actually from Ireland, Josh Little, the left arm bowler. So he's been averaging 23 in those middle overs with over 500 balls bowled.
Rashid in once more. O'Dowd opens the face of the bat and scampers through for a single to cover. 105 for 2.
Two of the ones that have bowled a lot of balls over 1,000. Lockie Ferguson averages 26, and Lockie Ferguson, I'm pretty sure, copied some of Plunkett's methods. He's probably a little bit quicker he's probably the same pace that Plunkett was when he was quite young. But again, he went a very similar line and length, what my dad would call armpit bowling, with a few off-cutters coming in occasionally. And the other one who's very good at it when it comes to wickets is Alzari Joseph.
Oh, Rashid short, wrong and pitches middle, and it's too short, and it's whipped away out towards mid-wicket. You go through for an easy single. Liam Livingstone does the tidying up. Lockie Ferguson does that really well in T20 cricket as well, doesn't he? Bowling armpit balls in the middle.
Yeah. It started really as a one-day tactic and really moved towards T20 recently.
Here's Adil Rashid, and forward comes De Leerde playing defensively. Netherlands 107 for 2.
The one team that I saw do it a lot in T20 early on, and Tendo probably noticed this, probably had it against him, was that Nottingham used to do it a lot. They used to have a lot of guys like Jake Ball who would bang it in. Even someone like Dan Christian would bowl that sort of angle and never give you any room.
Here is Rashid, and forward comes De Leerde pushing towards mid-wicket. No run.
But in terms of economy, Matt Henry and Pat Cummins both go at 4.5 runs and over in those middle periods, so they're very, very hard to get away. And the person who's bowled it the most in the last 5 years...
Rashid once again pitching leg side, leg stump, and flicked straight to square leg. Saltfields. 22 overs gone, Netherlands asked to bat first, 107 for 2.
Is Andili Peflaqueo. He's bowled 1,600 balls in the middle overs of ODIs. And so he bowls cutters, back of the hand, knuckleballs, not particularly quick. What would he be, about 125, 130 kilometres an hour at most?
Yeah, at most.
Yeah, but very clever bowler, and quite often will bowl a little bit shorter even for someone his pace, because he's taking the pace off even further by rolling his hand over it.
Got a couple of back of the hand deliveries.
Yeah, he's got a lot of slower balls. And the other one is Jason Holder, who bowls it quite a bit.
Liam Livingstone continues now with the leg break, which is steered by De Leerde out to the cover sweeper for another single. And he moves on to 11. Max O'Dowd has 48. Beg your pardon, it was O'Dowd, and they came scampering back for the second. It was good, powerful running with intent there from Auckland-born Max O'Dowd, as Livingstone is into him again and tosses that one up. It's driven straight to cover. There's no run. Baz De Leerde 11, Max O'Dowd 48. 109 for 2 in the 23rd over. Here is Livingstone again, short, wide and cut, square of the wicket out on the offside, and they go through for another single. Gareth Baddy and Steve Harmison have joined me now. Well, me very briefly. Andrew McKenna will take over from me in a couple of overs' time. 110 for 2. An off spinner and a fast bowler, obviously. That one is again slapped out towards cover, and it's beaten the sweeper. Good shot from Baz De Leerde. He's so used to the batsman just pushing the ball in the middle overs that it comes as a welcome surprise to see him actually hit it. But the question to both of you then, the middle overs, is that somewhere that you enjoyed bowling? Did it feel like the dirty work?
I think it's changed, hasn't it, with the fielding restrictions changing nowadays. I think it's a different rule.
That one is pushed straight to cover, no run.
We're seeing
14 for 2.
We see Livingston operate here, predominantly bowling his leg spin, even though he's sort of predominantly an off spinner, I suppose, but he's bowling with a slip in, trying to take the wicket.
Bunted with the bottom hand down to long on here, last ball of the over. 23 overs gone, Netherlands 115 for 2.
So I think as it's changed from a spinning point of view, it was very much the old school would be, right, can you bowl your overs at 4 and over or of a run rate or late threes, and you'll do your job because you will pick up a wicket because somebody will do something silly. Now Steve's role was totally different to that. Steve would have come in to take wickets. So his role probably in the modern game hasn't changed. But he could bowl 90 miles an hour. The little short fat guys that try and twiddle them out, you've got to be a bit smarter about how you may do it.
Just a little bit smarter. Yeah, I did enjoy bowling in the middle. It was a little bit of a free wheel and going hard at batsmen.
Rashid in, pushed up to mid-on, no run.
And my job was to take wickets. I used to like bowling then. I used to like bowling the sort of 42nd and 44th over.
Here is Rashid. Wrongen pushed out towards mid-on. That's very specific.
Yeah, it was more when people were coming at you, and in the olden days, it was a bit different. The last 4 or 5 overs when batsmen started to get going.
Taleda pushes to cover, no run.
Now they keep going from ball 1 and just play 20-20. But I think from that point of view, I always felt as though if I could get a wicket with 5 overs to go, then I'm stemming the run of the player that's already in, and it's going to make it more difficult for that team to go at 10 and over to try and sort of post the total.
Driven down the ground to David Willey at long off to go through for a single.
I think the game has evolved by very specific rules for specific types of bowlers, bowling in certain patterns and in certain blocks of the game. Before it would have been, Steve could have almost bowled out in his first spell. If he was taking wickets, you just keep going. Whereas now, because you're back down to 9 and 10, you're going, hang on a minute, we can't expose these guys at the death.
Adil Rashid in, pushed out towards mid cover, and they set off for a single, and that's Max O'Dowd's 50. 50 from 68 balls. Max O'Dowd is anchoring this inning, steering the Netherlands towards a total from which they can try, with wickets in hand, can try and kick on in the last 10 overs. I'll never forget that after, in 2006, talking of 50 over cricket, that's flicked away by Adil Rashid out towards mid-wicket, and just beaten the sliding attempted stop from Phil Salt. But in 2006, when Australia made 434 against South Africa, and South Africa replied with 438.
No? Oh.
Stop interrupting me while I'm interrupting, Jared. And there was discussion then about whether 500 would ever be scored, and the match referee that day was Chris Broad, and he said absolutely never. Just beyond, this is a total one-off. This is an outlier because it was in Johannesburg at high altitude, and he said we'll never ever see 500 in a 50 over game. Well, a couple of days ago England fell just too short, 498. But so I'm just think here's Livingston pushed out towards mid-on, and they take a quick single. So I'm just thinking that in years to come, I don't know how many years, but I mean if you went flat out, played a 20 over type innings for the first 20 overs of a 50 over game, maybe had a little breather for 10 overs and then played another 20 over full on. Oh, he's got him! Liam Livingstone takes the wicket, and Max O'Dowd is stumped by I took my eye off the ball, and it's an edge, caught behind by Joss Butler. Max O'Dowd has got his bat in his left hand, and he's wandering off. So Livingstone makes the breakthrough, and Max O'Dowd, having just got to his 50, has been caught behind by Joss Butler with actually a very good leg break. On that point, I shall leave Gareth Batty to talk us through the dismissal while Andrew McKenna takes over from me.
Yeah, a lovely piece of bowling there from Livingston. Got the scrambled seam, so the The batter doesn't always know which way the ball is spinning. This time it's the leg spinner. Really wraps his fingers and his wrist around the ball, give it a real flip out of the hand, and he gets it deviating across that outside edge. Very nice. 50 from Max O'Dowd, but Livingston, smart piece of bowling, and even smarter catch from Josh Butler behind the stumps. There was a healthy deviation, and he mitted it beautifully, smack in the middle of those Kookaburra wicket-keeping gloves.
I mentioned earlier it was his 150th on Sunday, and he didn't really contribute a massive amount to the game. Wasn't needed to. This occasion, he's standing up and takes the edge, and it brings Scott Edwards, the Netherlands wicket-keeper batsman and captain, to the crease, who is in very, very good form. Made a half-century against the West Indies, and in 2 innings against England so far, 72 not out and 78. And he's coming in at 119 for 3.
I wonder if Josh Butler will go to seamers against Edwards, a very, very confident player spin. It is turning. You know, Rashid and Livingston are getting some purchase out of it, but I just wonder if Josh might go to somebody like Bryden Carse and see if he can just ruffle Scott Edwards' feathers a bit.
Speaking of seamers, got some news for you in a moment after this delivery regarding England and the Test match. I'll leave you with that so far. So Livingston goes in. Oh, that's bounced and turned.
Maybe he's not.
That's absolute beauty. Scott Edwards has got really nowhere near that one. That's turned and bounced. And while O'Dowd nicked the one before, he wasn't able to get anything on that. In goes Livingston, plays forward into the offside quietly, no run. Been confirmed, James Anderson's sore ankle will keep him out of the Test match at Headingley, which means Jamie Overton will play.
That's brilliant. I'm really pleased for the boy.
Livingston in, turns again away from the right-handed Edwards, leaves it through to the keeper, no run.
I think it's a great decision by England. Have a look at Jamie Overton. I mean, Stokes is going to be fully fit. I think it's a good selection from the England setup.
Livingston in to complete the over. Punch drive by Edwards to long off. He'll get underway with a single, and it means 25 overs have been sent down here on talkSPORT 2. Netherlands choosing to bat 120 for 3. The halfway stage delayed at 19. Edwards 1. They are the not out men. Yes, so Jamie Overton plays. That is the news.
Not a surprise, really. He's had a wonderful county season up till now. Ball very quickly, can bowl excess of 90 miles an hour, genuine. He's not like some of these guys where get a TV game and the radar says that they're up at 90. He genuinely bowls at 90 miles an hour. He's done some brilliant work with Azam Mahmood just to sort out a bit of alignment. Let's not forget he bats as well. Wow, wherever he bats, he'll get you some runs. Don't worry about that. He's a future genuine all-rounder. He's an all-rounder now for Surrey in domestic cricket, but for England, he's a genuine future all-rounder. And he'll catch you pigeons at slip. You know, he's the complete cricketer. England just needs to manage him, keep him in that good place that he finds himself at the minute. But they've got an absolute rocket on their hands.
Former England fast bowler and county coach both giving thumbs up to that call. Right, England in the blue one-day international uniforms are going to continue with Adil Rashid bowling leg spin to Edwards. Gets this one round about leg stump, turns it around the corner for a single, does Edwards. He's now got 2 from 5 and brings Bastelader back on strike. 19 from 27. David Willey 1 for 25 so far. Bryden Carse 1 for 24. Liam Livingston 1 for 20, the men to take the wickets so far. David Payne should have had one, but Liam Livingston lost it in the sunlight. Rashid is in, using his feet is delayed it, pushes to short mid-on where Phil Salt is. There's no run. Pause at the end of his mark from Rashid. Now in and he comes. Later, just playing a little bit around the front pad, but pushes it out on the offside quietly enough. No run.
They're complementing each other very nicely, Rashid and Livingston. And by that I mean the ball is arriving in slightly different ways. Rashid is drifting the ball in quite considerably.
Well, in he comes again. Oh, that one's a big loopy one. Outside of off stump, Deleda drives to long off where Willie will field. Just a single taken, 122 for 3.
So with that drift from Rashid now we're seeing, apart from that last ball that was outside off stump, he's bringing the stumps into play. He's bowling more sort of leg stump line. It's because he has a wonderful googly, the ball that turns back into the right-hander. Livingston's operated a bit more around off stump without that sort of drift in and trying to challenge the outside edge more, outside off stump.
Rashid on his way. It's the googly that turns back into Edwards, turns to square leg. Sop will do the fielding, single.
It's also different ways of playing it as well. Deleda staying leg side of it, opening up the offside, where Edwards is standing basically outside of stump. And he doesn't want to miss one because he's in front of all three.
Final ball of Adil Rashid's third over then, 0 for 9. Slip in place, Moeen Ali is waiting if there's an edge, and Deleda will push into the offside. David Milan and Jason Roy will converge on the ball, but they've managed to sneak the single. So at the end of 26, it's 124 for 3. The Netherlands, England putting them in earlier on. This has already been mentioned. There was a little bit of a groan around the ground when that happened because the England fans in, I think we're thinking today could be a 500 kind of day. We're back to the conditions that we had for Friday's first game in terms of the sunshine, and rather than the dampness we had on Sunday and the 2 3/4 hour delayed start that we had before Sunday's first ball due to the water getting under the covers on an adjacent pitch, not the actual playing surface, it was the adjacent pitch. Great conditions. There's a decent crowd in, bearing in mind it's a Wednesday, and they're watching Liam Livingston coming in. Oh, and Baz Deleda, bat and pad were close together, and he got a little bit in a tangle there, and that was airborne for a bit towards mid-on, but it lands just short of David Willey. Livingston. Deleda gives him some space to the leg side and plays to long off for a single. Quietly, 125 for 3.
You just feel the game's in that bit of a holding pattern at the minute. It's a slowish surface, so the Netherlands not wanting to take too many risks to the ball turning away from both right-handers.
Livingston in. On the reverse is Edwards, and he's played it well to get it backward of what was originally point, because he was, as Harmy mentioned, he was standing a long way across his stumps. He had to reach a huge way down the leg side and still flick it around, and they will come back for a couple. Livingston didn't quite come out right, that one. That's a really good shot.
Yeah, I think he'd actually seen him coming. I think Liam Livingston's thrown it down leg side because I think he's seen Edwards go early for the reverse sweep. Disappointed that David Payne didn't stop it, backward point.
Livingston goes in, bounces and turns a little bit. Deleda beaten through to the gloves of Joss Butler.
5 more this side. Don't get too close.
Just hear Joss Butler saying he wants David Payne to move a little bit to his left at point, and also not get too close, just for the one that's pinged straight out the middle. Livingston, he's pulled that one down short. He's got away with it. Deleda's hit it into the cover region. Sam Curran will get the ball airborne, and they will come back for a second. There's a bit of a yes-no about whether they were coming back for the second, and they do indeed take it. 130 for 3.
Good running from the Netherlands. I think, talking about pitches, I don't think this surface would be conducive if England did bat first for 500. I don't think it's a great surface. I think it's going to get harder to chase later on.
Livingston to finish the over, pushed out on the onside by Deleda, and there's no run. By the way, just to pick on something Neil Manthorpe made a point earlier, there didn't seem to be as many planes today. The sad nerd that I am, I decided to go away and do a bit of digging. Schiphol Airport actually has 7 runways, and to keep the locals happy, they rotate it around during the day so that one runway isn't being used all day. So that might be the reason that it goes through periods of
knowledge.
Yeah, most of it useless.
The rain and airport specialist of talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. Baz Deleda, Macca, in his last 10 or so games.
As Edwards faces Rashid, and Rashid goes in. Now, how's Rizwan Akram going to call that? He is going to call it wide. Scott Edwards went on the reverse very early, so Rashid put it down the leg side, and it was called wide.
He actually played 2 sweeps there. He played a reverse and a normal sweep and missed both of them.
Let's see what he's going to do on this occasion. Rashid is in, over the wicket. It's in towards leg stump, turned around the corner, and Salt will field.
So his last few games, 34, 8, 7, 37, 21, 17, 0, 25, 28, 34 and 24. He's incredible at getting starts, but as Peter Borren said, this is usually the time in the innings.
He's watching Edwards drive to mid-off, takes on the throw of David Willey at mid-off, and they will take a single, 132 for 3.
So he's only 22, and obviously I think he was probably a bowling all-rounder at certain points in his career as well, so he's still developing with the bat, and the talent is there, but it's just getting past this point in the innings where he's really struggled.
His highest score in one-day internationals is 37. He's pushing to mid-on. He's 24 not out from 37 balls at the moment, 132 for 3.
Yeah, I think it's that 37 balls as to why he's had starts. He's prepared to take his time. And because the field is back up in places.
Rashid is in. Delader's using his feet to that one to come and meet it. Pushes to Salt at mid-on, no run.
You know, the fielding team almost allows you to have the odd free single, shall we say. Sometimes it's the free single that's luring you into playing a shot to get you out, because it's not just as simple as running up and bowling.
Rashid throws this one wider. Delader drives, no timing though, and Rashid will field in his follow-through. 2 from the over so far, and 1 of those from the wide from the first ball. So this is the final ball of the over, the 28th. Rashid goes in. Delader uses his feet, comes down the pitch, pushes to the left-hand side of Phil Salt's at sort of a wide mid-on, and they'll take a single, 133 for 3, so we're 2 overs away from 30, and as Gough was saying on Sunday, the old maxim was double 30 overs to get you an idea. Well, at the moment, that would mean Netherlands posting somewhere in the region of about 275, with the run rate currently at 4 3/4 here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, the one thing that might go against that is this surface seems to be an energy sapper. By that I mean Rashid's bowling beautifully here, but the more he tries to get on the ball, so the more energy he puts into the surface, it's almost like less is coming out at times. It's just that turgid sort of a surface, and sometimes you need to almost kiss the surface with that to get the most movement, which it could be a difficult proposition as this inning goes on with an older, softer ball. It's not going to be easy to just start clearing ropes from nowhere.
Livingston to start a new over. Delader half comes forward, square drives. Sam Curran will field on the cover boundary, and it'll be just a single. Netherlands 134 for 3. The other point, as Ryan Tenduscati was making earlier, with the retirement of Peter Saylor, who is an all-rounder, they brought in a bowler to replace him, so the Netherlands are 1 less in terms of batting depth. So therefore, if England could get a couple, they'd be much nearer the tail than they might have been on Friday or Sunday. Livingston in. Edwards, back foot punch to the cover sweeper. Sam Curran takes a single, 136 for 3.
Yeah, the flip side of that is, though, if you can be workmanlike with the bat, you've added some ammunition with Klaassen, very fine bowler, and Van Meekeren, that we've seen lots in domestic cricket in England.
Livingston comes in. Oh, it's a leading edge from Delader. He's looking to push that to mid-on. It's gone to extra cover all along the floor, fortunately for his point of view, and they'll take a single.
Yeah, you'd think if they get a score in excess of 260, Netherlands won't believe that on this surface, they'll stand a chance of holding England. You just look at that batting unit and you go, wow, it's just quality play after quality play.
Livingston down the leg side. Edwards has played the sweep and I think has gloved it down the leg side. That was the reason for the screen. Single taken, 137 for 3.
Yeah, I suppose the underdog way is to get yourself a workmanlike score and then try and play on the egos of England. Can you finish it in 4s and 6s? Are you prepared to do the hard work? Will have to be the route that they have to go down.
Livingston in, pushing to mid-off is Delader, no run. Well, we have seen over the course of the 2 games that certainly Sunday's pitch started to get very tired, and the longer the game went, the harder it was. Pushing out on the offside is Delader, and will take a single to complete the 29th over. So that is 138 for 3 here on talkSPORT 2. So it might be that they actually feel that if they can get to 260, whatever, that will actually be the equivalent of 285, 290. And, well, hey, you never know. You've got something on the board.
Yeah, and then they'll try and dominate England in the power play. Good luck with that.
Yes, exactly. Well, when England put 498 on the board the other day, I've got it in my head that they were 67 for 1 after the first 10. So, actually, England were a decent amount below, I think, what they probably would have been talking about in the dressing room beforehand. Jason Roy, of course, was out 9th ball of the innings with a score 1 for 1. Of course, I'm sure what Jason was telling everyone, without him doing that, then the others might not have made their runs. But anyway, Deleda will turn Rashid on the leg side. That looks like Luke Wood on the pitch. It is indeed doing a bit of 12-man duty. If you haven't heard, he's going to be departing in an hour and a bit's time, actually, so he can get back to play for Lancashire tomorrow in the Blast. So he will be scooting off. He's got a bit of a run out, bit of a shame he didn't get a proper game, if you like, in this series. Rashid is in. Edwards is taking this and sweeping to Luke Wood. Out on the square leg boundary and a single taken, 140 for 3.
Sorry, guys.
So to leader 29 not out from 45. Edwards 10 from 12. And Deleda settles in. In goes Rashid. Bowls in the leg break. Pushes into the offside. No run on this occasion. 40 for 3 it remains. Boys have moved out. Ryan Tenderscott has moved back in alongside. And nice little partnership developing here, Ryan. As Rashid comes in. Deleda comes down the pitch, pushes out on the onside, no run.
Yep, the Worms just starting to tail off a little bit, but it's important that they do stabilise the middle overs here and get a partnership, and they're certainly doing that. Like Jared alluded to earlier, this is the danger zone for Deleda, though. Lovely 29, but he really needs to kick on here and get a big score.
Rashid is in some air on that one. Deleda gets the opportunity to put his hands through it. David Willey will do well, though, on the long off boundary. Stops it. Can't prevent 2 being taken. 142 for 3. Deleda to 31. He's in that kind of danger zone now, isn't he? 31 from 48. He waits for Adil Rashid. And the final ball of the over. He meets it nicely, plays it quietly. Down to Sam Curran, who is now stationed at long on. And a single taken. So that is 30 overs. 143 for 3. So the general maxim, double it from here, but I'll give you a rough guide. So after 10 overs, they were 47 for 1. After 20 overs, 99 for 2. 143 for 3. After 30, so they put 44 on in that middle 10 for the loss of 1 wicket. Right?
Yeah, obviously the wicket of Max O'Dowd is good string of scores together against the West Indies, 39, 51 and 89, and then 2 half centuries in this series. He's been the stabiliser at the top of the order, giving them a chance, giving them a platform. And Deleda's nicely poised here. If he can bat himself through these next 10 overs and set himself those last 10, he could be around about the 60 mark himself, you would have thought, yeah. Striking at 65 at the moment. But a great opportunity to get a big one, yeah.
Livingston to continue. Deleda doesn't time that at all as he's looking to play into the offsides. No run. England have used 6 bowlers, 4 seamers. Willie, Payne, Curran and Carse were then the 2 changes. Before Livingston came in as bowler number 5, as that one's just driven quietly into the offside for a single. And then Adil Rashid, which means Moeen Ali not used yet. They've gone for the 2 wrist spinners before Moeen. Adil Rashid was used as soon as we got out of the power play in the second game. They held him back today. Oh, Livingston gives that one a little bit of air. Edwards drives nicely, though, to mid-off. Well, long off. David Malan will field. And they will take a couple. 146 for 3.
Yeah, Musa Nadeem and Vikram Singh, the only 2 left-handers in the squad. So it makes sense that they've gone for the wrist spin in this instance.
Livingston. So, it looked like it was heading down the leg side, but it grips and turns, and it ends up round about middle and off there. Edwards pushes back down the pitch, no run.
Just wonder if the Dutch are ruining the fact that they haven't gone in with the wrist spinner here. Looks like it is gripping nicely, like you say.
Livingston pushed back down the pitch by Edwards, no run. Well, that's that great thing, isn't it? If you could play the first hour and then make a tactical substitution. I wonder how many teams would see down the years having been changed. All of us never go, oh, hang on a minute, no, we've misread that one. Livingston, little bit of width on that occasion for Edwards, using his weight on the back foot, hits to Sam Curran, sweeping on the offside. And it's a single taken, 147 for 3 here on talkSPORT 2. Delayed 33, Edwards 13.
Can see the thinking though. Milan's the guy that England will look to bat through the middle overs, so it makes sense to pick the off spinner to deal with him, and then a few left-handers further down the batting lineup as well. So I guess matchup wise, you don't really want to be bowling leg spin to Butler and Livingston, so you can see the thinking behind that selection. It's going with 4 quicks, not the greatest surface to bowl quick on, but if they can be clever and change their pace and change the seam positions on the ball, gives them a chance.
Rashid to start the 32nd, and Edwards is straight away going on the reverse. Can he beat third man? No, he can't. Third man on the edge of the circle is Payne, diving away to his left-hand side. They will still take a single, 148 for 3. We mentioned a few times, big summer for Netherlands cricket. They've got some good opponents over the next few months, so I want to take some confidence, or at least as much as they can, out of this series. Rashid in, a little bit of air there. Delida coming forward, pushing back to the bowler, no run. It's been a while since they won a game, unfortunately, for the Netherlands. The last one was against Ireland on the 7th of June last year. That was a game in Utrecht. Difficult at the moment. Oh, Rashid gives that one some air. Delida to Wood at long off for a single, 149 for 3. After the COVID era, they had won 3 of the last 9 home one-day internationals. 1 against Scotland, 2 against Ireland. But the back-to-back losses against England have not helped, plus the West Indies series as well. Googly from Rashid. Edwards is hitting to long on. Can Sam Curran prevent a second? No, he can't. Good running. The 150 up for the Netherlands. 151 for 3. And we are 4 balls into the 32nd over.
You're absolutely right, Mac. And as much as I feel like they're making progress, if I think back to the results over the last 18 months, obviously not a win at the World Cup qualifiers in Dubai. Started the World Super League with, like you say, the 2 wins against Ireland and a series win against Ireland. But since then, defeats in New Zealand, defeats in Afghanistan, obviously only 1 game played in South Africa in that Super League tie. So, very few results to speak about. And yes, it's all good and well, making sure that the progress is on the upward trend. But they would like to see something for their hard work as well.
Unfortunately, it's now 11 losses in a row. However, whatever way you can find to break that run, then that's what you would be wanting.
Was that referred?
I don't think it was.
That is very, very close. A direct hit. I didn't realise at the time.
That too, yes. That was a close one in the end, but not worried about, so we don't need to go to Adrian van den Dries, the TV umpire, on that occasion. And we'll carry on our merry way. England have won their last 7 completed one-day internationals. 2 against Sri Lanka, 3 against Pakistan, 2 against the Netherlands. 11 matches they've played since the COVID call-offs in Pal, back in Pal and Cape Town in December of 2020. England have won 8, lost only 2, and there was 1 no results when they took on Sri Lanka in Bristol in July of 2021. Right, slight pause in play. Nadir Rashid comes in and bowls down the leg side. Did that brush anything? Yeah, no. Rizwan Akram, I thought he was going to signal leg bite. He doesn't. He signals wide. So Rashid will have to bowl that one again. 153 for 3. Thought it might have brushed the pad, but it didn't in the end, Outside of off stump, googly on that occasion from Rashid. Carr to short third man. And they will take a single. 153 for 3. He's looking to get on top of that and sort of cut it away, just backward of the man at short third man. This occasion, Deleda plays into the onside, and they've judged that brilliantly. David Milan is not far away from that ball at all. They've just dropped it in. Yes was the call straight away, and they will take the single. 32 overs gone here on talkSPORT 2. Netherlands 154 for 3. Deleda 35. Edwards 16. Some more thoughts from Ryan Tendescata, and Mark Nicholas will pick up ball by ball.
Just dead better there, went to square leg, and very good running from the non-striker, the captain Edwards. Realised that Deleda is just getting tied down a little bit and helps his mate out there with a well-judged single. Deleda, yeah, is poised to go big. He's just got to stick to the game plan, not get phased by the amount of dot balls he's soaking up at the moment. I think he's doing a great job for the team. They're going to be near the 200 mark with 10 to go, and I think that's a great platform to really push on and get a decent score here.
Deleda on strike to Livingston. Goes forward and actually thinks about the single as he pushes it square on the offside, and then sends Edwards back. Edwards actually backed up quite a long way and felt there might have been a single in it, but they were wise not to go in the end. And now he thrashes it really with his wrists as much as anything. There's a fumble by Sam Curran, but he gets away with it because it's a quick recovery, pick up and throw. But a single came from it. 155 for 3. Yes, half time, Nicholas. He's an over late. Apologies to the commentators before me. That's a lovely stroke, on driven, finds the gap onto the sort of mid-wicket area. Lovely, just really waited for that very straight ball and leant on it at half volley. When you're playing spin, you have to be at the pitch of the ball to be sure of scoring freely from it. Edwards is in good touch, played well in both games so far. Tall, slim man, slightly unshaven, waits for Livingston, who lobs one up to him, lands it well in his white-framed shades that he bowls in. There's a single from a push out onto the offside. And more than unshaven, it's a beard now. It's a young beard, thin at the sides, fuller around the chin for Livingston. That's a good leg break, a bit quicker and flatter, but it's pushed for a single out onto the offside. He's pretty accurate with these leg breaks. Darn good cricketer, this guy. I've got a great mate who knows his cricket who says, why can't he be a test player? Can't you turn that talent into test cricket? Well, all of a sudden, even the test side looks quite hard to get into, particularly with Harry Brook waiting in the wings. Lovely over of leg spin completed by Liam Livingston. 159 for 3 from 33. 17 left. Deleda has 37 and Edwards 19. What would you settle for here if you're in the dressing room? Tendo, what are you thinking here? 17 to go.
Yeah, I reckon close enough to 40 off the next 7. That's run the ball, and then you set your sights at maybe 8 and over for the last 10. It won't be easy, so that gets you 280. So I reckon they'll be thinking 270 is probably a very good score.
But very.
Yeah, I think they can do it. Still 7 wickets in hand. Edwards, like you say, 270s in the first 2 games. Deleda spent a lot of time at the wicket now. To go to 8 and over, you don't have to thrash it. It's only one boundary every over if you can rotate the strike in between. Quite a long tail, but still a couple of guys that you can get a boundary. You give yourself a great chance if you're only asking to get 7 or 8 of the last 10.
It's interesting that I'm setting my sights lower than you, and I think that's simply history. I think you've played in the modern game where you all set your sights very high. I think England will squeeze quite well on this pitch. I think it might not be so easy to force at the end there. We'll see. Sam Curran, after 4 overs for 22 and a break, is back into the attack.
You're right there, Mark. The game's changed so much. We chased 195 last night, and just in the breakdown between innings, I was chatting to the batters, and guys were sort of happy to go 13.5 to 14 for the last 5. It just shows you, in the past you want to manage it and make sure it's under 10s.
The best bit of thinking, I'll come back to it after this Sam Curran ball. He bowls now to Deleda, who just knocks it down out behind square using the pace of the ball on the offside end and gets a single for it. The best piece of thinking is this business of how many boundaries do we need, and when you simplify it, actually we only need a boundary and over, because as long as the other balls get 5 singles, there's 9 and over, but and that's how you work out the catch-up process too, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and I guess that's why 13's a round number in a chase, because it's essentially 2 boundaries. 8 there, and then 4 singles and a double gets you 13.
And that's a similar stroke from Edwards down to the third man for a single. Yes, it takes away the stress of feeling. There's a tendency, as soon as it's 12 and over, you immediately think you need 3 boundaries and over. You don't.
And the mindset's changed so much as well. We lost off the last ball yesterday, needing 6 off the last ball. So just to show you what a fair calculation it was, we missed the 15 over mark by 1 run, and we end up 5 short. So
who are the best sides out there? 161 for 3 here in Amstelveen. Nice push forward from a ball of a good length by Bas de Leede, and in comes the throw, but it was a messy one, and there was no threat. In fact, it doesn't look as if Bryden Carse has got the best arm, to be honest with you. That technically, the experts will tell him that he's not throwing the ball right there, and the inaccuracy of that return might be the reason that proves it, or the thing that proves it. The leader now has 40 from 60 balls. Edwards 20 from 22 balls. Oh, he chipped it. It's safe. Just loops over square leg's head. They even managed to come back for 2. My goodness, that's a fortunate couple. Yes, who's good out there?
In the county circuit, I'd say Somerset spring to mind straight away, mainly because they bat so deep. Someone like Overton will come in at 9 for them. You've got Rudolf van der Merwe down the order, and obviously some fine players at the top of the order as well. Banton, Smeed, Rousseau, who at the moment I think is the best white ball player in the country. The score suggests the same. So a team like that, and sorry, I've missed Tom Abel there, who sort of manages the innings through the middle, batting at 3 or 4. So they're very strong. Surrey are obviously very strong this year. Again, a lot of depth in their all-rounders. All their bowlers bat a little bit as well.
Curran bowls a ball short and wide that's left alone, oddly enough, by de Leede. I'd have thought that was the perfect ball to cut, uppercut, dab, anything. But I think he should have been trying to score off it.
I don't mind that. They've been caught out on the short ball a few times now, and like you said, he almost got caught at square leg there. So hopefully there's a bit of awareness there. There's a pattern to what England are doing, especially Curran, a lot of pace off and then try to surprise the batter with the quick one. So no train smash at this stage. Let the odd one go through and make sure he's accumulating with the other balls in the over.
Didn't James Vince play good innings against you? Now they go on the pull stroke, and he hits it well, but straight out to the man at deep square leg. So only a single coming from that last ball of the 34th over. 166 for 3, de Leede 43, Edwards 20. Yes, Vincey.
Yeah, he got a fantastic 100 at the Rose Bowl last week. He's one of those guys who'll be on the periphery of this white ball team, but even the test team, he finished quite strongly in his last chance for England. And I believe he's someone who could get back into the frame. His class, him down in Hampshire, he does so well, and he consistently gets scores. So where he fits in here, and someone made the point earlier about Owen Morgan, if you look at the guys who could potentially be competing with him, who are not even in this squad, there are guys who are piling the pressure on, and James Vince for me is definitely one of those guys.
They keep showing us a picture of a man in the crowd. It must be Tim de Leede, is it? Is his dad?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I figured. He was a good player.
Yeah, it's his dad, his sister, and his mum sitting over there. Big, strong man. Tim played in the pre-professional era, I'd say. A very loose way of playing cricket we did back then, but still heavily involved in the game. Coaches, he runs a little sports shop in Netherlands as well.
Here we go then. Adil Rashid into the attack with his leg breaks, lobs one up. Forward comes Bas de Leede, pushes it out to mid-off for a comfortable single. Yeah, the Vince argument goes on and on. I better not talk about it because I'm accused of being one-eyed. I just see the talent and I'm astonished that it isn't used. But anyway, that's the way of the world. We all have different views on these things. Lovely cricket ground this. Big, huge trees. I don't know what they are, oaks or planes or whatever they may be, behind one end of the ground. Actually, the breeze has picked up a bit. It was a zephyr earlier. It's now a bit more powerful. A premeditated reverse sweep allows Adil Rashid to bowl the ball much shorter and a little straighter, and so Edwards didn't make anything of it other than hitting it straight to the fielder behind point, though effectively I suppose he was square leg for the shot that was played. Edwards waits again, and again he lobs it up in the air. Down the ground goes Edwards with a lovely crisp strike of the cricket ball. One bounce, 4, nothing that Phil Salt out at mid-on could do about it.
Straight as an arrow, that one. And I was going to say that he sweeps and reverse sweeps his go-to, but Ryan Campbell was always in his ear, making sure that he wasn't one-dimensional, that he has other options. You're hitting the ball through extra cover and hitting the ball straight, and that's a nice timely boundary. There's just a bit of a squeeze on there, and the Dutch need to start moving soon.
Little sweep stroke, just a single.
Well, I can tell you, Tendo, on Scott Edwards, he sweeps 20% of the deliveries he faces from spinners in one-day internationals, which is as high a percentage as I've ever seen. George Munsey's probably the only guy who's close from Scotland, and he scores 40% of his runs from sweeps.
Drive off an inside edge, squirts out to mid-on, deep mid-on for a single, so they're ticking over without nailing it at the moment. 173 for 3.
So as analysts, we usually think if someone sweeps at 5%, they're a sweeper. So to sweep 20% of your deliveries is, uber.
That was worked around the corner for a single. So Rashid looks very frustrated by an over that had a boundary in 4 singles. And there you go, Aiden over without really trying. A low-flying plane. You know that Schiphol Airport, they're very they're very strict about what can come in and when, and what type of aircraft, big and small, because of how low it flies in a residential area. So, anyway, there was one low one for sure, coming in over the cricket ground at Amstelveen.
Yeah, the airport is right in the residential area. Obviously a tragic crash, I think it was in the 80s or early 90s, into a residential block of flats very close to the airport. And like you see there, the cricket ground is directly in the flight path, and it can be quite frustrating, quite distracting being in the field and having planes flying overhead every 2 minutes.
Pilots probably said the same thing for the 498 game, Tendo. So many balls coming at us when we're trying to fly some planes.
Here's Curran round the wicket. Down the pitch comes Edwards at him. Curran sees him, bangs it into the surface, and Edwards then has to sort of play from a cramped position to shovel the ball round the corner down to long leg for a single, just touching on 5 and over. So they're probably, by the standards of the kind of run chase we'd expect from England, maybe just a touch behind the race, but as I've said, I think 250 isn't a bad score, and Ryan reckons 280 is possible, which is another 105 from here with 14 overs left after this one. It's a good ball from Curran, defended out on the offside, half a chance for a run, but they decide against it because Roy swooped from backward point. The leader goes through the stroke again, rehearsing it with his top hand. That's something you find a lot of batsmen do. They sort of replay the shot with their top hand, but never with their bottom hand. They hold the bat with their bottom hand and then replay it with the top hand in an animated fashion. Curran turns now with his original haircut, turns and comes in to bowl round the wicket, nice and straight and on the length, and it's blocked by Deleda out onto the offside for no run. Yes, Curran's got it shaved at the sides and long at the back, so it's part mod and part mullet.
I like that you said original, because Reece Toppy's got a very similar one, and I bumped into them last week and I said, who's copying who here? And Sam assured me that it was Reece copying him, so he is the original in that duo.
Sam would not want to be anything but the original. Well, nor would Tom, for that matter. Sam bowls now, and there's a drive with the wrists. Lovely stroke, that. You get a couple for it. Well, they might get another, might they? A little fumble by Bryden Carse. Yes, they do. They get 3 for it. Won't please Sam Curran, but he just over-pitched an iota, and Carse had a lot of ground to make, in fairness to him, and at pace he fumbled it. This outfield's very quick, much drier than it was for the first game on Friday. 178 for 3, 2 balls left in the 36th over. The run rate basically 5 and over at present. Curran has none for 33 from 5 overs and 4 balls. Deleda 48, Edwards, who's on strike, 27. Curran bowls a good ball at off stump from over the wicket, switching to over, which will run out onto the offside in that gap that you find in one-day cricket at square cover, because they have the guy behind point and then a more orthodox extra cover, so there's no point fielder. Easy single, takes the run rate to 5 and over, exactly. It'll be Baz Deleda on strike, 2 short of the 50 against England, the world 50 over champions, so a real feather in his cap if he can pull it off here. Well, there's one of them. I think probably only one. Yes, a clean pickup. Whizzed in by David Payne. A call for drinks. And on comes Reece Topley with Owen Morgan bringing the drinks onto the field. Owen Morgan turning blue collar after a morning of white collar. Deleda 49, Edwards 28, 180 for 3.
Just looking at the batting card, Mark, there isn't much to come. I must be frank about that. Nida Madura's obviously got a few runs in the previous series, but he's more of a bowling all-rounder, and Logan Van Beek is someone who hits a clean ball, but he certainly is a bowling all-rounder. Maybe good for 20 or 30, but these two want to take it deep. Edwards has accumulated brilliantly a run of ball 28, and Deleda's even picked up his strike rate now, and he's nicely poised here. Reliably informed by Jared Kimber, this is his highest list A score, and hence obviously his highest ODI score as well, and he's one away from a well-crafted 50 against a good England side.
Our man on site, Ryan, has been talking to some supporters at the ground, and after we hear them, it'll be Neil Mantle.
Yeah, I'm in the crowd here under the tree, which is a very popular spot for a lot of the Barmy Army who've maybe sat in the sun a little bit too much for the first 2 games. And I found Craig. Now, Craig, you live nearby, but you're originally from the UK.
I'm a Villa fan from Birmingham, but very happy to be here and just living just down the road.
Is this the first game you've attended of this series, or have you been to all of them?
Nah, first one, I had to work.
Looking around, there's not as many people as there were for the first 2 games, obviously, because a lot of people are coming over from England for a bit of a long weekend. I'm hearing that the school kids get let out at 12:30 here, so there's going to be a load of kids coming down because it's free to get in. Is that likely?
I hope so, yeah. Lots of expats in this part of Amsterdam, so yeah.
Great, we'll let you watch the game. Thanks, Craig, also listening on talkSPORT 2, by the way. Slight delay, though, which is a little bit awkward, although at least you
get to enjoy the music twice, it's great.
Yeah, there you go, fantastic. Right, back to you.
Thank you very much indeed to our man on the ground, John Jackson. So Baz Deleda, 49 not out. Scott Edwards, 28 not out. Jared Kimber's been crunching the numbers for Baz Deleda. And
these are his best numbers. That's what you're looking for.
I was going to say this is a double career best, List A and international.
Yeah, 37 was his previous best. We had Peter Borren talking the other day. We all know he can bat. He lines up really well. They're batting him at number 4 in this series. There's no problems there. He just hasn't been able to get past that hump. But he's still quite young. And like a lot of all-rounders quite often develop a little bit slower, don't they? Because they have to do twice as much of the work.
How many List A games has he played? I'm sorry, I haven't got my reading glasses on.
No, I just had it in front of me, actually.
Because
he has played, this is his 9th game.
How does he not have a 50?
He's got a lot of 20s and a lot of 30s.
Maybe this is the day that you are able to attract him an agent and start flogging him around the...
I've already talked to an agent. There's an agent watching him today who's thinking about taking him on. That's what I do. I got Obed McCoy an agent. I should get a couple of that, shouldn't I?
You should. It's drinks at the VRA ground in Amstelveen, and a few people have contacted. Okay, one person contacted me on Twitter to ask me why it's called the VRA ground, and I suppose they could have simply gone onto the internet as I did, but it's it was. 3 cricket clubs were formed in the 1890s, and they found that they couldn't sustain themselves, so they joined forces That was the Volharding, the Rap and the Amstels Club, which is VAR. And they combined their resources and formed the VRA club outside.
Not VAR.
Yeah, that's
Called it.
football, isn't it?
It's the first time I've ever heard you reference football by accident, or even on purpose.
Oh no, I'm always comparing football. I often ask Harmy if this was a football match, what would the score be at half time? I often do. Here's Adil Rashid in for his 8th over. Forward comes Baz de Leerde, pushes that one towards mid-on. So he's a single away from his maiden half-century.
Just because you missed it, I've got Scott Edwards sweeping stats for you, because I know you like them.
It's alright, I was listening in the back of the commentary box. Here is Adil Rashid, and that's driven down the ground towards long on, and it brings up 50 for Baz de Leerde. Well played. Son of long-serving batsman, Dutch batsman Tim de Leerde. Baz is following in his father's footsteps, and there it is, maiden half-century. 71 balls, and he's just hit the 2 fours, but he's run hard. He's worked hard for these runs. Adil Rashid spins the ball from his right hand into his left and then blows on his right hand. Out of habit, not out of necessity. And this is the wrong one, I think, and Scott Edwards pushes it up towards mid-on. I heard you say, Jared Kimber, that if a batsman sweeps 5% of the time that he faces spinners, then he is regarded by you lot as a sweeper. And Scott Edwards sweeps 20% of the time. That's ridiculous. And here he is sweeping and totally inappropriate delivery, which was almost a half tracker, but he went through with the sweep shot anyway. My follow-on question was, who's the world record holder of the highest sweep percentage? Does anybody in today's game sweep more than Scott Edwards?
So the last time I checked, it was George Munsey.
Here's Rashid again, and that's punched off the back foot straight back to the bowl, and that he is a prolific sweeper. The Scottish opener,
a former wannabe professional golfer who came back to cricket very late. Incredible hitter of the ball. A lot more power in his sweeps than Scott Edwards.
It's pushed down the wicket comes Baz de Leerde and clips it out towards mid-wicket. They're almost incomparable, aren't they? I mean, as sweepers. Yeah, Scott Edwards is a dabber and a dinker and a paddle sweeper.
Whereas we were at what's the ground in Durban?
Kingsmead.
At Kingsmead, I almost saw him reverse sweep the ball out of the ground, George Munsey. So a completely different level of sweeper. George Munsey was over 25% for a while. I think because teams have worked him out, he's now driving a little bit more.
That's both sweeps, right?
All 3.
Reverse and orthodox.
Well, all 4 technically.
What slog sweep? Does that include switch hitting?
No, it does include switch hits. It includes reverse sweep, genuine sweep, slog sweep, and also paddle sweep.
Okay.
I put them all in the one go because it's essentially the same shot. You're just hitting it to a different area.
Yeah, exactly, and with different power. So Baz de Leerde, as you said, lots of 30s and 20s. In fact, his previous 6 scores behind this one were all in the 30s. He never actually made it into the 40s, and he's now 50 not out. Scott Edwards, once again, just turns this one round the corner on the leg side, and he moves to 30 from 31 deliveries. The point about Scott Edwards is that even though he has a very, certainly in the first half or first 3 quarters of his innings, he has very low boundary percentage. He is capable, and we've seen that in the previous games. Even England's record 498 for 4, he finished 72 not out, and was hitting a couple of 6s towards the end of his innings, but for much of the time he builds an innings with small bricks, just little singles here and there. Takes another one now, moves on to 51. Scott Edwards is on 30. For much of this innings, if we're brutally honest, Steve Harmison, it's been perfunctory, really. I mean, we're going through the motions a little bit. You know, you just have always had this sense that the Netherlands are just trying to get to the 40th over without being hurt too much.
Yeah, obviously they're trying to get a workmanlike score somewhere close to 250, 260.
Bryden Carse in with the full pace delivery outside the off stump, which Scott Edwards launches himself at right on cue, just as I said that he's a nudger and a nerdler.
Yeah, it was a free hit. The ball before was called no ball, so he's gone to try and open up the leg side and shovel it. I think he's a good sweeper. The way he holds the bat, I think, is good for the sweep shot. Not really that good for going big down the ground.
Here is Bryden Carse once again, and is pushed straight back defensively to the bowler. Would you say, Harmy, that previous shot was just about as pure a slog as you could possibly get? It was village green, swing yourself off your feet stuff.
Village green, agricultural, got a free hit, and he's gone to try and heave it over, sort of leg side, mid-wicket. Just doesn't suit him going down the ground, does it?
I mean, he literally has almost swung himself off his feet. Here's Bryden Carse once again. Short, that's much better pull shot from Scott Edwards. He hasn't got enough of it to reach the man at deep mid-wicket, but they have gone through for two. Liam Livingstone is particularly good in the deep. He's got a very powerful arm. It's not often spoken about, is it? Because people talk about his power hitting and his ability to bowl accurate leg spin and off spin. But he is the complete all-round package, because he's extremely good across the ground, and as I said, very powerful throw. So excellent man to have sweeping in the closing overs. Short top edge pull, and Josh Butler's after it, but it won't. Oh, it's carried down to fine leg, and it's been dropped by is that David Milan down there in the deep? Yeah, it is. Well, tough chance. I'm just looking at Jared Kim to see if he's making a note of whether that was, has he put that down as a chance? Big top edge from Scotty Edwards, and I think it carried to David Milan, Jared?
Yeah, went straight through his hands. Got a lot of hands on it in the end.
He did, yeah.
He made good time, but yeah, maybe just got it a little bit in the fingers rather than getting underneath it. Edwards is quite interesting. We've talked about the sweeps.
Here's Bryden Carse again, short and wide, and slapped to the sweeper on the cover boundary this time. Reece Topley's on the field as a replacement for somebody.
Generally, he likes to lap fast bowling. In fact, it's probably his best shot. But if you have a look at the field that England have, they have a very fine leg and a very fine third as well. And that's to stop him playing that particular shot. In that case, I almost got him out with a pull. I think that's why he's trying to pull. He's probably trying to hit it to deep backward square where there's a gap.
Yeah, Bryden Carse went for the short ball, and to be fair, in international cricket, that should have been taken. David Milan will be disappointed. England will be disappointed. Been quite sloppy in the field. A couple of missed fields, a couple of drop catches. Liam Livingstone should have done better. Another ball went into the sun. He's got sunglasses on. Know where their sun is. Get your body round. David Payne is going to come on to bowl. Would have had his first international wicket.
He would have had his first international wicket had Liam Livingstone not lost an absolute dolly of a catch in the sun in his opening spell. David Payne, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 20. He was extremely tidy. Do you think England might have, I don't know, tried to force the pace a bit more? Maybe bowled a few more overs with the new ball bowlers. David Payne is in. It might have been a little cutter, or it just got stuck in the pitch a little bit. Or I think it was a cutter, wasn't it?
Yeah, he just run his fingers down the side of the ball. Yeah, you look at it spun. So Livingstone and Rashid are getting some spin out of it. Could they have kept going with the seamers? Quite possibly. I think if they took the two catches that they were offered to them, it's a different game.
Here's David Payne again, and Scott Edwards pulls this one from a good length, actually. I think he just premeditated that one, and they go through for another couple of runs. Edwards scoring nicely, the new Netherlands captain, 37 from 38 balls. Question for you again, Jared Kimber, on the subject of sweeping. When a batsman plays the lap against a fast bowler, which is effectively a sweep of sorts against of fast bowlers. Do they get included in his sweep stats? That's a bouncer from David Payne. Very nicely bowled, and Scott Edwards takes evasive action, ducks underneath it. No wide called by 4 rifle, so that's a dot ball.
No, because I'm only looking at him versus spin anyway.
Oh,
because I'm not too worried about that. If it was Mel Loy, and there's a throwback name, maybe you'd be looking at the percentage of times he would sweep a quick bowler. A.B. de Villiers swept quick bowlers a little bit as well, didn't he?
Yes, quite a bit actually. Short ball again from David Payne, and is that a slower ball bouncer? No, it's not. Okay, it's 82 miles an hour.
It's quick, well directed. You get 1 for the over.
The only reason I ask is that Joss Butler's taken it round his ankles.
Yeah. That's the ball now, isn't it? The ball's gone soft. I think he was lucky in the previous ball to that not being a wide down leg side. I think he might have got away with another one there.
Here is David Payne again. It's full and straight, pushed out on the onside. Do you think he got away with a couple in that over?
Yeah, I think he's got away with a couple in that over. I think balls, 3 and 4 could easily have been called wide. I've been impressed by David Payne. I think he's done well. He's got a bit of pace, 85 mile an hour plus,
and he's got a good lack of pace as well.
Good change-ups. Yeah.
Here is David Payne once again, and is pushed out towards cover, fielded by David Milan, and there's no run. I mean, we shouldn't be in any way surprised, and I don't think you are surprised by the fact that he's looked so accomplished, and he's been doing this for 10 years, and his numbers are excellent.
Yeah, he has. He's been excellent. It's the old adage, isn't it? If he had been more of a fashionable county, would he have played more? Would he have been in the sort of selectors' minds more if he had been playing at one of the bigger counties? But he's done a brilliant job for Costa over the years, and I've been very impressed by his debut. He's hit the ground hard. He's given it a chance to swing first up. Change-ups are excellent.
Bryden Carse in to start the 40th over of the innings, and it's into the rib cage and pulled away by Baz de Leerde for 4 behind square on the leg side. That's a really good pull shot from Baz de Leerde. Moves on to 55.
Short ball again. England adapting the short ball policy, trying to hit the middle of this surface. De Leerde's just helped it round the corner. David Milan's having one at the minute. He's been in the game quite a bit recently in the field.
Not all going his way. He dropped one down at fine leg, a top edge pull shot by Scotty Edwards. This time punched out towards mid wicket by de Leerde and fielded by Adil Rashid. Scott Edwards 37, Baz de Leerde 55. The Netherlands are 196 for 3. So if they can score 70 or 80 off the last 10 overs, then that's it's more than acceptable. It might even ask a question or two of England if they're chasing 270. Lost a couple of early wickets. Probably not. They are a batsman light, of course, with Owen Morgan not playing today. That's dropped defensively, but for a single. Intelligent cricket from Baz de Leerde. Just drops his hands, soft hands, steers it behind square on the offside, and able to trot through for a quick single.
Yeah, it's workmanlike from the Netherlands. Can they get a workmanlike total? 260 I think would be bare minimum from this point. They'd want more than that, but a bare minimum would be 260 against this fantastic batting unit England have.
Oh, hello, slower ball gone wrong from Bryden Carse, and it's slapped, pulled, full toss, and in fact it was a high full toss, well above waist height, and it's a no ball, and it's been pulled down towards long on. Actually very well played by Scott Edwards. Slower ball, is it? Just, what did it slip? I mean, it was well up, it was chest high.
Yeah, I think it just slipped. His timing's all wrong. Great strike.
They're not easy to hit,
no,
those,
they're
are
not.
they?
That's a great strike. That's at the middle of the bat.
So, free hit. Scott Edwards, last time he played a village slog, and he's repeated it. There was a little bit more style and substance to that one. He's actually tried to play a legitimate slog sweep, whereas he just slogged at the previous free hit that he had. And he's missed them both.
Yeah, he's missed them both. Not been good, the free hits for Scotty Edwards.
How much did he miss that by, honestly?
A long way. A long way. Good bowling by Bryden Carse. But he has missed it by a long way there.
He wasn't even looking at the ball. He had his head in the air. 202 for 3. Here is Bryden Carse, and open face of the bat. Nicely played by Edwards, steering it down to David Payne at third. And they go through for a single. 203 for 3, the Netherlands, approaching the end of the 40th over. Scoring rate just over 5 and over. You would think that, England even against a considerably strengthened Netherlands bowling attack, which has seen the additions of Fred Klaassen and Paul van Meekeren. Here's Bryden Carse. Oh, top edge pull shot, up into the air it goes. Adil Rashid's getting underneath it. He doesn't drop it. And the 4th wicket for England. And Bas de Leerde's excellent innings of 56 comes to an end. Short ball from Bryden Carse does the trick. De Leerde went for the shot, the pull shot, legitimate one as well. Nothing wrong with the shot choice selection though. I think was he beaten for pace? Just think he was beaten for pace.
Beaten for pace. Beaten for pace, top edge, straight up in the air. Adil Rashid, he's not going to miss that chance. He had to make a little bit of ground. Ended up on the floor, but a good innings by De Leerde. A good bit of bowling by Bryden Carse and a timely wicket for England.
Well, he's got himself a career best, Bas de Leerde, and he's making his way off now for 56 from 78 balls with 3 fours. Now, we were all quite impressed a month ago when the Netherlands took on the West Indies, when Teja Nidamanuru, who's the new batsman, scored a fine 50, but just a few minutes ago, before he left the commentary box, former Netherlands captain Ryan Tenderskade was telling us that Nidamanuru is regarded as more of a bowling all-rounder. Well, he only bowled 1 over in the previous game that he played in. 1 over of, I have to say, it looked pretty fluffy off-spin. And he's come in at number 6. Nidamanuru, who Jared Kimber was telling us during that series against the West Indies, was at one point, or could possibly remain, qualified for 3 different nations, Jared.
Yeah, who did we get? We had India.
Well, he was born in India.
Yeah.
Lived in New Zealand.
Domestically, so professional cricket there. Played cricket in England and, was it Scotland as well, I think, or Ireland?
He was
in club cricket.
University of the North East, I think.
He played. He went to university up near Harmy somewhere. North of the wall type.
Not Harmy was at university.
No. I didn't even go to school in my university.
And we found a random game, didn't we, where he played with Tim David, who's now the T20 hipster's choice player of cricket. And very much Neil Manthorpe that. The hipster's choice when it comes to commentating.
The only country we couldn't work out why he was qualified for was the Netherlands. It must be by residency.
It's a very good question. He seems to have been everywhere.
3 years you're required to be resident in associate nation before you can qualify to play for them. And that's not 365 days a year. I think it's more in the region of 260 days per year that you're required to be resident in the country for whom you, or for which you want to play. Right, Nidamanuru is on strike. He's about to face his first delivery from David Payne. 41st over of the innings. Clipped away off the pads behind square on the leg side, and they ran the first hard, looking like they had an intention of coming back for the second, but that was prevented by Liam Livingstone, who was attacking the ball with some gusto. Bowling all-rounders to come, basically. 2 bowling all-rounders to come in Logan van Beek and Tim Pringle, and then bowlers. Arian Dutt, Fred Klaassen, Paul van Meekeren. That's trying to steer it down to third man is Scotty Edwards, but finds Livingston at backward point. Is it Jason? No, it is Livingston at backward point. Jason Roy fields at backward point for the first half of the innings probably, and then he's such a good catcher and fielder in the deeps, powerful arm, that he then drops out. If he's not sweeping, then he's at long on or long off. Certainly during the third power play, as Payne is in once more, bangs it in short, pulled away down to Moeen Ali down at long leg. Any reason that Moeen Ali hasn't had a bolt at all?
I think, surprising. Not sure there's any injuries. Basically, effectively playing as a batsman. He goes up one in the order with no Owen Morgan.
He's currently down on the boundary's edge, posing for selfies. Short and pulled out to mid-wicket. And straight to the fielder, not timed by Nidamanuru.
To be fair, Liam Livingston bowled well. Rashid bowled well, Livingston bowled well in that middle period. So no real need to bowl Moeen Ali.
David Payne still searching for his first international wicket on debut today, of course. That is full straight and guided for a single towards cover. What has been, I have found really pleasing and satisfying, is the engagement that the England players have had with the crowd. Harmy, do you remember there was a period where it was really frowned on and even legislated against?
I think they're great ambassadors now in this country. I think we've got some fantastic ambassadors for our great sport.
Here's Payne again up to the crease now, bangs it in short, turned away by Edwards for a single behind square on the leg side. There was a time where, teams took themselves so seriously, and players on the boundary were told to keep their eye on the ball at all times and not to engage with the crowd, and it all became so tiresome.
It did, yeah, and I think it was something that Joe Root wanted to sort of bring in when he came into the captaincy. It was, we are going to engage with the supporters, we're going to engage with people who have paid good money to come and watch and support us.
Being a decent person doesn't mean to say you're not a professional cricketer.
No, exactly, yeah. He's in the engagement that the players have, especially out in the Netherlands where we're trying to grow the game. I think England have done a thoroughly professional job out in Europe, and I think the Netherlands will be happy that the way England have behaved themselves.
Bryden Carse up to the crease once again, and that is pushed firmly out towards Moeen Ali at cover. There was a lovely moment during the Trent Bridge Test match where Joe Root, having scored 100, was walking up the stairs, walking off the field, having been dismissed, and a young lad asked him to sign an autograph. And,
it was brilliant. It was brilliant, and actually Joe got interviewed afterwards.
Yeah.
And he asked, and he said, if that was at 10-year-old me, I'd have been buzzing. It was a great answer.
It was fantastic. Here's Bryden Carse again, back of a length, and Edwards. I've come to the conclusion, I think, and Scott Edwards' figures will testify to this, but he's a very fine cricketer, Scott Edwards. He's extremely tidy behind the stumps, and he's scored runs consistently.
He has. He's had a wonderful series. 72 not out, 78, 45 not out so far. 72 not out, 56 balls in the first match. He's had a fine series. Now a responsibility as captain. Sure, we're on his shoulders a little bit.
Here is Carse once again, and that's hits the batsman on the pads. I think probably high and also outside the line of off stump, but Bryden Carse had a good old shout for LBW.
Yeah, apart from that, it wasn't a bad shout. It was a good appeal by Bryden Carse. Probably wouldn't have hit another set above the stumps. Tall man, gets the most out of his action. That's what I like about him. Cross seam.
Yeah, that was going 8 to 10 inches over the top of the stumps. At least. 208 for 4. Scoring rate 5 and over. No obvious attempt to accelerate just yet from the Netherlands. And now back of a length once again. Hits the inside edge down to Milan on the fine leg boundary. And they go through for another run. It was just the whole idea of Joe Root thinking of himself as a 10-year-old, and and he did. He went to the cricket, and when he got an autograph, he was buzzing for days, and that's why he signed it.
That's why he signed it. He was 100 not out when he signed it. We are so lucky to have him. We are. And I don't think we'll realise when Joe goes how lucky we've been to see.
Short pull shot from Scott Edwards, hit it nicely. Only as far as Livingston with the power arm, the power throw from deep backward square leg, and they're able to return for the second run. Scott Edwards looking at another half century. What a series he's had. 47 not out from 51 balls. Teja Nidamanuru has 3 from 5. But he's got to be careful, Scott Edwards. I mean, he basically left 100 there for the taking. He had 7 overs in which to score another 18 runs, but he got himself run out, diving for a second. They're going to come back for 2 more here as it's clipped away off the pads. Bryden Carse finishes his 8th over. His figures are 2 for 49, and with 8 overs to go, Netherlands are 213 for 4. In the third of 3 one-day internationals in the World Cup Super League, qualification for next year's 50-over World Cup in India at stake. I think England have less than halfway through their scheduled matches. I think they've probably done enough. You've got to finish in the top 7. India, the top 8 qualify, but India qualify as hosts anyway. So to be certain of automatic qualification, you need to finish in the top 7 of that league. And the Netherlands are definitely certain that they won't qualify automatically.
Yeah, they're not qualifying for the early part.
So they do get a second bite, though. There's a secondary qualification tournament which takes place in Harare at the beginning of next year. The bottom 5 teams in this Super League. Oh, there's a wrong one from Adil Rashid and a very confident LBW shout. Paul Rifle says not out. Adil Rashid immediately nods at Josh Butler. The moment he saw the inactivity from the arms of Paul Rifle, he immediately just kept going to Josh Butler and was nodding adamantly, saying, review it.
It just looped, didn't it? It looped out.
Director, here said umpire. We have a players review for LBW.
Beauty by
Also, decision is not out.
Has it hit him in line? Is it just outside the line?
Can we go to front?
Possibility of a little bit of height.
That's the voice of the third umpire, Adriaan van den Dries. Such a lovely accent. Hopefully he has to go through. Oh, hit him on the back leg. I don't know whether he's hit it or whether the bat's hit the ground.
The bat's hit the ground, man, and I think that's what swayed Paul Rifle.
Isn't that, surely that's crashing into the middle of the leg?
Yeah, I think Paul Rifle's thinking he's hit it. And I think it was bat hit the ground.
So a simple decision, we would
Still
think.
waiting on outrage.
Well, okay, we've established that it's a fair delivery. Has Adil Rashid picked up his first wicket? He's hit the back leg. Okay, yeah, the bat's definitely hit the ground. No question about that. Massive, massive spike.
There's a spike when the ball is next to the bat. We can go back on field, please.
Hang on, you can see
Paul,
a gap.
You can stay with your decision. You can single now.
You can see a gap between the bat and the ball.
That's a shocker. That's an absolute shocker. You are kidding me. The spike was the bat hitting the floor, surely.
But there was still a spike, a mark, but when the ball was passing the bat, but the bat was still in contact with the ground. And you could... I'm looking around, I need some confirmation. Am I seeing things? Yeah, I could see a gap, Harmy, between the bat and the ball.
Yeah, I could see. I thought the spike was the bat hitting the floor. Very bizarre.
That is peculiar. That is... Oh, well. Ours is not to judge. Not always, anyway. Ours is simply to report. And the next delivery... I mean, it's just... It would appear there was a clear gap between the bat and the ball. Adil Rashid tries another wrong one, and it's whipped away by Nidamanuru out towards deep mid-wicket field by David Willey. And they go through for a very straightforward single. The bat hit the ground with such force that it took a chunk out of the pitch. But as the ball was passing the bat, there was a gap. There was a spike on the screen, but it wasn't the ball hitting the bat, it was the bat hitting the ground. Nonetheless, let's move on. It may not be a match-changing moment, just a moment of curiosity. Adil Rashid, none for 36 from 8.4 overs. Got 2 balls left of this over. He's in once again. That's a leg break, and Scott Edwards pushes it out towards cover, fielded by Jason Roy. And they go through for a single. And that's 50 for Scotty Edwards, the new captain of the Netherlands side, following the retirement of Peter Seelaar, injury-induced retirement. Unfortunate that for Seelaar, but he has been playing for the Netherlands since he was 15 years old. And it's a career to celebrate. Almost 20 years in Netherlands colours. Down the wicket, stumped, got him. Rashid's got his man. Down the wicket came Nidamanuru to a leg break. Comfortably beaten outside the off stump, and a routine removal of the bails for Jos Butler, who has a small celebratory high five with the bowler, and Adil Rashid finishes his 9th over with 1 for 37. Don't come more straightforward than that, Steve Hunt.
No, absolute beauty from Adil Rashid, throwing it above the eye line. Dutch batsman comes out of his crease. Jos Butler's not going to get an easier stumping than that. Nidamanuru, he has to go for 4. The Netherlands are just teetering a little bit here. 2:15 for 5.
This is the situation, exact situation they didn't want, with a couple of very much bowling all-rounders to come, and then 3 out-and-out bowlers who aren't much good. This is the situation they were trying to avoid. That their whole approach through the first 30 overs was based more on, or as much on, not losing wickets, in order to have wickets in hand for the final 10 overs, or the final 7 overs as we have now. But they are in that situation now, and Scott Edwards is going to have to look after all the rest of the batsmen to come. He's 50 not out, 255, 7 overs to go. I shall hand them over to Andrew McKenna.
Cheers, Manners. We're all still trying to get our heads around that DRS a few moments ago. There were so many spikes all over the place on the graph. It was difficult to actually tell what was what anymore. But anyway, it didn't matter, because a couple of balls later, Nidamanuru runs past one and Butler takes off the bounce. Logan van Beek is the new man to the crease, but it will be Edwards on strike. 50 not out from 54 balls, and England are bringing back David Willey. 1 for 25 for David Willey so far. Got the first man out, Vikramjit Singh, caught by David Malan at mid-wicket when he had scored 6. First wicket going down at 16. So David Willey back into the attack. And in he comes. Oh, and Edwards is beaten outside of off stump. Left arm over, and it's just angled across him. And there's no run on this occasion. And just my very quick mental arithmetic. Scott Edwards is averaging 200 in this series at the moment. 72 not out, 78 and 50 not out.
No, he's batted really nicely. He has. He's held this Netherlands batting lineup together with spin very, very well. Swept, reverse swept. I think he was probably waiting for that as a slower ball, deceived by David Willey's pace.
David Willey in on this occasion outside of off stump. Dabs down to third man, fielded by Payne, and they take a single. By the way, at the interval, Peter Seelaar, the man who has just announced his retirement as the Netherlands captain, will be joining us for a chat. Neil Manthorpe will be speaking to him, so delighted to say that he is still on the ground and obviously still involved, but his back problem just got the better of him, which he realised on Friday evening. Didn't take part in Sunday's game and announced his international retirement there and then. Well, he's got one more duty to speak to Manners at half-time in the innings. Van Beek is coming down the pitch to meet David Willey on this occasion. Almost Yorks himself, squeezes it out on the offside no run. 2:16 for 5 then here on talkSPORT 2. We're halfway through the 44th.
Yeah, good from David Willey. Seen Logan van Beek coming out of his crease, coming towards him. Ended up just yoking himself.
Willie on his way once again. Past the umpire. Bounce beats Van Beek on this occasion. Trying to, again, sort of guide it into the offside, round about the point region, but bounces past the outside edge of his bat and through to Josh Butler, no run. 1 for 26 for Willie. David Painsbowl 7. 1 maiden, 0 for 26. Sam Curran 6, 0 for 35. Bryden Carse 8, 2 for 49. The seamers. Willie is on his way. Oh, and that's a leading edge from Van Beek, and that will be a simple catch for Rashid at mid-off. And David Willey has his second, and Netherlands lose their 6th. 2-16 for 6. Van Beek goes for a 3-ball duck.
Yeah, Logan Van Beek, just stick or twist. He's come down a wicket 3 times now. Not really played a shot. This time he's gone a little bit back into his crease. Just trying to close the face on it. He's got a leading edge. Adil Rashid, well, if Josh Butler had the easy job of taking the stumping in the last over, I don't think Adil Rashid will get an easier catch in international cricket than the one he's just had.
Well, Liam Livingston probably would have thought that earlier on today, wouldn't he, in fairness? But looks straight into the sun. This clear blue Amstelveen day. But Adil Rashid did the job, holds on this occasion. And unfortunately, the breaks have come off somewhat. 203 for 3 has become 216 for 6. And Tim Pringle is the man coming in at number 8. Tim Pringle, man playing only his second game for the Netherlands. As I mentioned the other day, on Sunday, when he played his debut, we couldn't actually find him having played a first-class game of cricket, including list A. So this is somewhat of a step into the unknown. He does have the pedigree of being the son of Chris Pringle, the former New Zealand international, but in terms of actually been there, done it himself, not so much so far. They did cross with the ball in the air, so Edwards is on strike and pushing Willie up to short mid-off where Moeen Allen fields no run. 44 gone then here on talkSPORT 2, 2-16 for 6. Pringle will be on strike. And, well, really, it's now a case of try and get Scott Edwards as much of the strike as the Netherlands possibly can. Otherwise, this innings may just implode in on itself and collapse in a bit of a heap. O'Dowd made 50, delayed a 56. Edwards now 51 not out. Unfortunately, none of the others made double figures. Vikramjit out for 6, Nidaminoru 4, Van Beek a 3-ball duck. So that's how they've got to 2-16 for 6. And Rashid will start his final over, and Pringle edges just wide of Moeen Ali at slip. And they do manage to scamper through for a single, so Pringle is up and underway. Edwards is back on strike, therefore, and Gareth Batty has replaced Steve Harmison.
Yeah, Adil Rashid going through all his tricks. A couple of very good googlies in the last couple of overs. This one, the big leg spinner, just evaded Moeen Ali.
Waiting deep in his crease is Edwards, off the back foot, out to the cover sweeper. And it will be just a single. To be fair to Moeen Ali, that last one bounced just in front of him, so it wasn't a chance. But he's gone back in for the new man, Pringle. Bats in glasses. And in goes Rashid. Googly again, waits for it. Pringle plays that well, actually, down to short fine leg. And they will take a single to bring Edwards back on strike, 2-19 for 6.
Yeah, they're his glasses, they're the steel-rimmed, almost round, sort of Harry Potter style, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, because of the New Zealand connection, the Daniel Vettori comparison is a very easy one to make, probably a bit of a lazy one. Edwards whipping Rashid to mid-wicket. They take one, they won't risk taking on the David Willey arm, and rightly so. Single taken, 220 for 6.
Yeah, it's unique. You don't see many guys wearing glasses nowadays. They generally get contact lenses or the laser stuff. And he looks comfortable in them. Started pleasantly. Pringle got off strike his first 2 balls. Looks as though he's read Rashid from his body positions. He's created the gap to get off strike.
Rashid then, he's got 2 balls left of his work with the ball, and in he goes. And Pringle is playing that one back towards the bowler. I think he was aiming sort of to push wide mid-on, ended up taking the outside portion of the bat, and ends up just dribbling back down. But there's one ball left of the over, so Pringle needs to make sure that if he does get a score off of this, it needs to be an even number, really. So Edwards is on strike to start the 46th. 2:20 for 6 then. Rashid for the final time. Googly. And Pringle plays it into the offside, but with no real timing. So that's 10 overs for Adil Rashid in the can. 1 for 41 for Adil Rashid today.
Yeah, Rashid, world-class performer on all stages in white ball cricket, well, even Test cricket. He really is the real deal. The surface possibly the undoing for him today in that wicket column. Just slowish, sluggish surface that the Netherlands players could almost watch him off the pitch. They could adjust and change their mind on shot selection, but nonetheless 28 dot balls in his 10 overs. Brilliant bowling from Adil Rashid.
Yeah, it's been an interesting 3 days for Adil. 0 for 59 from 10 in the first game. He was the bowler who bowled the maximum of 9 in the rain-affected game on Sunday. He took 2 for 50. David Willey will start the 46th, takes the outside portion of Edwards' bat down to third man. They take a single, 221 for 6. So in terms of runs conceded, today was the best for Adil Rashid with 1 for 41. But the 2 for on Sunday, the most in terms of the wickets. How's Willey going to bowl to Pringle? Just bringing in a couple of the players that bit closer. Try and keep Pringle on strike. 2 from 4. He waits, bat raised, and is playing back down the pitch to the bowler who fields in his follow through, no run.
Yeah, I'd say as much as anything for Adil, it's getting his summer up and running. He's not played a huge amount of cricket in the last period of time, so it's good for him to get some overs in. You would think from an England perspective that's why he was the one to use those 9 overs in the first game. He's certainly a massive part of England's armoury for the next 6 months.
David Willey, left arm over to Pringle. I think that's off the toe end of the bat down to third man. They'll scamper 1. Payne gets the ball in the air back to Joss Butler. It is only 1 there for 2:22 for 6. Well, I'll repeat something that Gough said when he was with us on Sunday. Obviously there's been a lot of talk about Adil Rashid potentially in the Test match side going forward with Brendan McCullum. And Gough said, well, if you want to play Tests, you need to play for us. And you've only got to let me know if you want to play, because they've got a couple of games at Scarborough coming up shortly. And Gough said, I wouldn't mind having you in the lineup for those games. So the offer is most definitely there from both England and Yorkshire to Adil, if he wants it. David Willey goes in short as Edwards takes a step down the pitch to meet him, sets himself for the pull. Will only find Sam Curran at mid-wicket. It's a single. Edwards goes to 55, 2:23 for 6.
Nicely tried, Darren, but I don't think you'll be getting him at Scarborough, my friend. We shall see you up there without Adil Rashid, I'm sure.
Well, yes, exactly. I think a lot of people would like to see Adil Rashid back in the red ball part of the game, but that's a decision he's made for whatever reasons he's made, so he'd have to completely alter his thinking. Willey is in. Pringle is pushing to mid-on and will beat mid-on, so it will be Moeen Ali going virtually all the way to the boundary. My apologies, it's actually Rashid going down to the boundary, and they will take 3 in the end. Good hustling from the 2 batsmen. 2:26 for 6.
Yeah, nicely played. A firm punch down the ground, just beating the diving Sam Curran at a very wide long, and he's more like a straight mid-wicket, really. Adil Rashid, after his 10 overs, having to put the big strides in to cut that one off.
I might be hearing things, but I'm sure I heard through the stump mic one of the batsmen say he hasn't got an arm, as if to say, right, we're taking the extra one here. Willey is in. Oh, it's played into the offside by Edwards, just wide of David Willey. David Willey picks up in his follow-through, turns, throws at the non-striker's end and misses. That would have been out by 4 yards if he'd hit. He didn't have time for a fielder to come in and get next to the subs. Willey had to hit them, and he's just missed. Edwards has taken the single and retains the strike, therefore, but he was gone by, well, he's barely in the picture as we see a replay there. It would have been 4 yards.
He's obviously wanting to retain the strike, but that reminded me very much of a youngster that plays a good shot and says yes, even though it's going straight at the fielder. It was a little bit a bit suicidal run. It was hardly in the picture. When you go to the side on camera, just starting to come into shot when the ball was passing the stump, so it was gone, and it wouldn't have needed a review from the umpire.
I mean, in fairness, he might be thinking David Willey's not getting that, and at associate level cricket maybe they don't, but David Willey was down, turned and threw that almost instantaneously. It was a fabulous piece of work. It just needed the direct hit to actually round off the set, if you like.
Yeah, it was very good from David Willey, but that is what we expect. You pull on the England shirt, that is what is expected.
Right, 4 to go then. Edwards on strike, 56 from 62. And David Payne, left arm over. And Edwards is pushing back down the pitch to the bowler. Nothing he can do with that one. 227 for 6. The run rate has just gone below 5 and over. So it's 4.92 at the moment. So you are looking at that sort of 250 region, which obviously is nowhere near the highest kind of scores that we've seen in this series so far. But this pitch is not what we've seen. Edwards waits on one. It stands up into the leg side, and Edwards hammers it around to mid-wicket. Salt will do the fielding, and they will come back for a couple. Edwards goes to 58, 229 for 6.
Yeah, Payne just pulling his fingers across it like a left-arm spinner would do, just pulling his fingers across to the offside, trying to bowl a cutter, making it tough for Edwards to drag it into that into that leg side field. Manages to get enough bat on it to find the gap for 2.
Here's Payne, short ball, genuinely short ball. That's surely going to get called wide for height, and it does. Payne genuinely bent his back into that one to get it up there, but got too much. 230 for 6. I mean, it's worth pointing out, Edwards has taken a step down the pitch to meet him as well, and it's gone a long way. If he was back in his crease, it would have been even further over his head. Payne sets off, and again Edwards is coming to meet that. Oh, he's got a glove, then off the helmet, it goes down the leg side. Josh Butler goes to pick it up, and it spins past him, and they're going to scamper through, and I think it was glove then helmet, so it should be runs, and it has been given as 2 runs. No, it's actually his forearm, not glove, but it lobbed up, and then as it hit the deck, it gripped and span, and Josh Butler was the unfortunate recipient. 232 for 6. Edwards pulls into the leg side again. No real timing on this occasion. Salt will come off the boundary. It will be just a single, but that's not the worst of results, because there are 2 balls left of the over. 233 for 6.
He's not had much luck, David Payne, on debut. Earlier on in the day, one went straight up into the sun, and Livingston turned his back on it. Should have been an easy catch, and then it's over. A couple of runs given when it obviously smacked Edwards on the forearm, and a couple of indifferent shots. He's bowled very nicely.
In he goes. That looked like a leg break, sort of left arm leg break. Oh, they're going to take a single, and there's a run out. Pringle is run out. Edwards is desperate to get back on strike and has just pushed it into the offside, and Pringle is sold down the river. England have time to get a man into the stumps. Gentle throw. Bails are off. Pringle is run out for 6. 233 for 7.
Yeah, this time didn't quite get lucky, the Netherlands players, with the whole hit and run situation. Edwards wanted to get through, Pringle rightly so giving up his wicket to make sure the guy on 61 stays in. It's the best chance for the Netherlands to get as many as they can. Pringle doing the honourable thing there.
He pushed into the offside, started, then said no, but Scott Edwards was committed, so Pringle, absolutely had to sacrifice himself there, and David Milan did the necessary to round things off. So 233 for 7. Arian Dutt is the new man. 5-ball duck in the first game, wasn't needed to bat in the second. Coming in at number 9. Just a few balls left of the innings. He is at the non-striker's end. Edwards 61 not out from 66. And again, we've seen this a couple of times from Scott Edwards. It starts relatively slow, takes his time, plays himself in, and then is happy that he can catch it up. Final ball then of the over. Payne to Edwards. He's taken half a step down to meet this, turns it to long leg. Bryden Carse will do the fielding. So a single to complete the over. 47 gone. 2:34 for 7 in the Netherlands here on talkSPORT 2. Edwards will be on strike as we start the 48. 62 from 67. Dutt yet to face.
Yep, Edwards looking for a big finish. 18 balls to go in the innings. He'll be wanting to face as many of those 18 balls as possible. Hence why we've seen the back of Pringle. He was the man that had to go and mix up with the running, and he did the right thing for his team. It won't make it any easier pill to swallow, sat in the changing room.
If they get up and win by a couple of runs, I mean, it's not going to happen, you wouldn't have thought, but if they do, that sacrifice might be the thing. Right, David Willey, 2 for 33 so far. He's going to bowl his 8th. Scott Edwards is on strike. In goes Willey, left arm over, bowls it hard into the pitch. Edwards pulls out on the leg side. Sam Curran will field. And they take the single, so Dutt will be on strike. 2:35 for 7.
Yeah, we see this a lot from the left armers, going into the surface with these cutters going across the right-handers. Makes it so difficult if they get their length right, particularly on a sluggish pitch like this one, to get it up and out into that big leg side. Got his 2 fielders out there, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on. Oh, long on's up actually.
Swing and a miss from Dutt. Willey goes across him, and the right-hander drives without really moving his feet. And there is no run. Still to bat, Fred Klaassen and Paul van Meekeren. And if you are a bit of a cricketing badger, you might be thinking, hang on, Paul van Meekeren, he wasn't in the squad. No, he wasn't. Got called up and straight in and plays. And Fred Klaassen, having arrived after Kent duty, is playing as well. Oh, David Willey's bowled a... Was it a slow ball? No, it might have been a cutter that gripped in the surface, beats the outside edge of Dutt's bat, bounces just in front of Jos Butler, then spins up and hits him on the chest, and spins away, and they will scamper a bye. So it's 2:36 for 7.
Yeah, I would imagine there's some Netherlands backroom staff, stroke bowlers, looking at that, being pretty happy, licking the lips. That's not a good sign from an England point of view. The top of the stump's length ball, bouncing 3 or 4 times, going through to Jos Butler.
Willey on the way once again. Edwards is just playing quietly, really, into the offside. Jason Roy will field and there's no run. I'll keep mentioning it throughout this series. The Netherlands captain Peter Saylor in the first game, Scott Edwards in the second, was talking about how the fact that the pitch will sort of slow down a bit in the second innings and it might grip that bit more.
It certainly spun a lot in the second innings the other night, didn't it? And we didn't really see that much in the first innings. It came out of nowhere. Suddenly looked like a minefield. Yeah. Just that England was so far ahead by the time the spinners came on, it didn't really matter.
Yep. It's not the same pitch, this one, as Sunday. It is a different one. Edwards drops this into the onside. Willey will go after this out towards the edge of the 30-metre circle. Willey gathers, gets a great throw back into Jos Butler right over the top of the stumps. So it will just be a single to take Edwards to 64 and the Netherlands to 2:37 for 7. 13 balls of the innings to go.
Yeah, this is potentially the difference in the... Well, there are a few differences between the two sides, but... the Netherlands just not quite having the power game at this point, where you just want somebody to open the shoulders and put the bowlers under a bit more pressure, stick a couple into row Z.
Willey to finish the over, bowls Dutt. Middle and leg. He was trying to play a straight drive, relying on hand-eye coordination. And the reason he's batting at number 9 is he's probably not got that hand-eye coordination necessary, and the timbers have been rearranged. So Dutt is bowled. It's 2:37 for 8.
Yeah, nice execution here from Willey, keeping it very tight, not letting Dutt get his arms free. definitely see a little bit of shape from the ball. I wonder if that's a little bit of reverse swing that's brought it back into the right-hander. Nonetheless, nicely bowled from David Willett, keeping the ball full within the tram lines. They miss, you hit. Now moves on to 3 for 35 off his 8, David Willett.
Yeah, I think David Willey, almost all this series, has just got a little bit of reverse. Nothing massive, nothing dramatic, but enough. And against Dutt, who averages 5, it was always going to be a bit too much. When you talk about their batting and their hitters, in a perfect world, they'd have Tom Cooper at 3, probably Colin Ackerman at 4, Rolf van der Merwe at 5, and then you could have Edwards and Deleedy at 6 and 7, which is probably where they're both best suited as well. That would be a very nice deeper batting lineup, whereas those guys have had to be pushed right up. Deleedy batted at 4 in the last game. Actually, he might have batted at 4 again today, didn't he? And it means that, you then have someone like Logan Van Beek, who is a bowler who can hold a bat, but certainly not pushing it to even call him an all-rounder, really. So they just don't have that depth. And you can see here with Edwards, he's trying to find 2s, isn't he? Because he's trying to manipulate that strike.
Well, Klassen is the new man. He's at the non-striker's end as Payne will start a new over. Edwards has gone on the pull and it's hit him on the back of the helmet and gone down to third man for a leg bye. So 238 for 8.
Yeah, I think we'll see the physio brought on now. Looked like it hit him on almost the back of the head. Back of the helmet. Let's hope he's okay. Ball flew down to third man. Definitely done for pace there.
Fred Klassen, of course, has been in action with Kent in the T20 Blast. His last 5 games have seen him bat twice, 1 not out and 6. That 6 coming a couple of days ago against Middlesex at Lords. Well, the physio isn't coming out to check, so we carry on. Klassen gets one down the leg side from Payne, and Paul Rifle calls it wide, as it probably passed not far over the top of leg stump, but had pitched quite a long way outside it to start with. We know that the umpires don't like it, that kind of line, so leg by and wide to start the penultimate over of the innings. 239 for 8.
I'm surprised at that. I thought that was the new rule.
So did I, to be honest with you. In goes Payne, full. Klassen goes on the drive, gets an edge down to Sam Curran at third man for a single. So Klassen off the mark, 240 for 8. And you can clearly see a white mark on the back of his helmet.
The only explanation I can give is that the umpire thought it hit another part of the body, and the batter is obviously looks like he's okay, but interesting.
Payne goes in. Edwards hits towards long on, doesn't clear though, and Jason Roy takes the catch. And Payne finally has an international wicket for England. The look on his face says it all. The relief is there. He has one in the column. 1 for 35. And he gets Scott Edwards out. 64 from 72 balls. And that's a good wicket both for Payne and for England. Right off the toe of the wood. That's why it didn't really travel. And another one in the book for England. 9 down are the Netherlands in the penultimate over.
Yeah, brave call from David Payne. It's the slower ball. Pulled his fingers down the side of the ball, going away from the right-handed Edwards. Holds in the surface a little bit. Edwards just didn't have the power to go over long mid-on. Brave decision from Payne to keep him in the circle. And that brave decision is rewarded with a wicket. Very well played, Edwards. But Payne, the man to show him off the field with a wicket. 1 for 35 off his 8.3 now.
Well, he's got numbers 10 and 11 at the crease. A nice little chance to finish with a 2 for 240 for 9. 9 balls of the innings remaining. Klassen is the man on strike. Got 1 from the 1 ball he's faced so far. Payne goes in. Fair to Klassen. It's a nice little punch up to long on, all along the ground. Jason Roy does the fielding there. 241 for 9. Yep, and a really good little series, that one, for Scott Edwards. 72 not out from 56 on Friday, 78 from 73 on Sunday. 64 from 72 in this game here. Remember, of course, he's taken over the captaincy partway through this series as well. Van Meekeren underway, pushing backward of points. They will take one and come back for two. 243 for 9.
You just feel Payne just needs to keep the ball within the tram lines that we see. The TV cameras put up. Keep it between the tram lines. If they miss, you're going to hit. One ball. Just one ball. Nice and straight.
In Payne goes to end the over. It's a nice looking drive from Van Meekeren. Straight on the bounce to David Milan at short extra cover. And there's no run. So, 6 balls of the innings to go here on talkSPORT 2. The Netherlands were put into bat by England earlier. 243 for 9 after 49 of their overs. Payne will finish having bowled 9 overs, taking 1 for 38. Not a bad day's work on your debut.
No, nicely bowled. He bowled very nicely in the power play. Got the ball swinging back in. That will be what the selectors stroke management will want to see from an England point of view. You're a left arm and you can swing the ball back in. With the new ball, you become a huge asset to any team. So nice start there, and then we saw at the end, those last few overs that he bowled, able to bowl the cutters going away from the right-handers, smart with his field settings, smart with his outcomes, mixed up with the odd pace on ball. Saw him rough up Edwards with a short ball. So no, he's done himself no harm today. Very nicely done.
3 wickets in 12 balls from England, that little spell there. Willie then to bowl the last over. And Klassen will be in behind this, pushing up to Moeen Ali. Who's at a shortish mid-off. They take the single, 244 for 9. Klassen's got 3 from 3. And that's Van Meekeren to take over for the time being. So it looks like being around about a 5 and over target for England. Repeat again. Doesn't sound that much, but it's not the easiest of pitches. Willie goes in! Bowled Van Meekeren, who's aiming for Belgium. With that one, misses. And the stumps get rearranged. And the Netherlands are all out. 244, 49 overs, and 2 balls. The innings has lasted. Klassen 3 not out at a run a ball. Van Meekeren 2 not out. 2 from 3 before he is knocked over. So the end of the innings for the Netherlands there. 245 is going to be the target for England. I'll take you through the scorecard. Vikramjit Singh made 6. Max O'Dowd 50 from 69. Tom Cooper 30 from 37. Baz de Leede 56 from 78. Scott Edwards 64 from 72. And unfortunately below that it somewhat fell away. Nidamanuru 4 from 9. Van Beek 0 from 3. Pringle 6 from 8. Sacrificed himself with a run out. Dutt 0 from 3. Van Meekeren 2 from 3. The bowling figures, well, David Willey, the standout in terms of the wicket column, 4 for 36 from 8 overs and 2 bowls. David Payne 1 for 38 from 9 with a maiden on debut. Could have had a second and maybe even a third if more luck had gone with him today. Sam Curran 6 overs, 0 for 36. Bryden Carse 2 for 49 from his 8. And the spinners, Liam Livingstone 1 for 40 from 8, 1 for 41 from 10. Well, you would expect England to do well in games against the smaller nations in one-day international cricket, Gareth Batty, due to the very nature of the strength in depth that England have. So 244 isn't an enormous target, but it's at least one to make them think and keep them honest, if you like.
Yeah, it's runs on the board, if nothing else. And that's the thing that the Netherlands need to look at. England have those runs to score. They've got a surface that potentially suits them, with it being a little bit sluggish in nature. Can you play, I suppose, can you play on the over-enthusiasm at times that England may have to hit boundaries? Can you just get the slowness, the turgidness of the pitch and make them have to work a bit harder? Can you make them hit in areas where the slowness of the surface just puts a bit more in your favour as a bowler? But I think let's be brutal about it. If it's a good power play from England, it's going to be very, very difficult to restrict England here.
Well, don't forget, during the interval, we will be speaking live with the recently retired Netherlands captain Peter Saylor. So maybe we can find out from him, actually, whether they've deliberately picked pitches that are slightly slower and take some of the England quicker bowlers out of the equation. He's going to be in conversation with Neil Manthorpe, and that's coming next. Live and exclusive coverage of the third one-day international between the Netherlands and England here on talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as the Netherlands take on England in the third one-day international.
That was effortless.
On talkSPORT 2.
Joining People's Postcode Lottery is easy. Your postcode is your lottery ticket, and there's still over £118 million of prizes to be won this year. To play in the July draws, sign up before midnight on the 23rd of June. PPL managed lotteries on behalf of good causes. 18 plus conditions apply. Play responsibly. Not available in Northern Ireland.
Same plans as last weekend. And the one before. And the one before that. Or are you reserved for more? Reserve soldiers from your area are learning new skills every week in a team that will be by their side for years. Do more, help more, be more. With paid part-time roles from 19 days a year. Army Reserve. Be the best.
Every day, all across the world, millions of people open up their homes to guests with Airbnb. And you could too, putting that place of yours to work and earning some useful extra income. But we know taking that first step can feel like a big deal. So we've taken a step to put your mind at ease. It's called Air Cover. It's top-to-bottom protection every time you host, giving you the confidence that your space and belongings are covered. Discover more at airbnb.com/aircover for hosts.
Who do you trust to help you out? Your best friend? A neighbour? Or your brother's mate Baz, who once watched half a video tutorial? Of course, you could find someone who really does know their stuff. At Trust a Trader. That's why we're here. Type in the job you need doing and we'll find you local tradespeople, reputable and reviewed. So you and Baz can get back to whatever you're good at. Baz, no, not that. You can always trust a trader.
TrustATrader.com.
With Now, you can stream big blockbusters. How big? Epic big. Like Dune.
This is only the beginning.
Family fun big like Boss Baby 2.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Start your 7-day free trial.
Got it. Let's roll.
And stream big on Now. New UK customers only, 18 plus. Memberships auto-renew at $9.99 a month unless cancelled. Minimum speed 2.5 megabits per second. Terms apply.
Some things just add some play to your day. Catching the toast as it pops out of the toaster. Dancing down the street to your favourite playlist. Wearing your sparkly boots to the shop. And best of all, picking the new yellow scratch card.
A yellow scratch card, please. Thank you.
And doing your own drum roll. This is exciting. Add some play to your day with scratch cards from the National Lottery. Search Dream Big, Play Small. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as the Netherlands take on England in the third one-day international.
That was effortless.
On talkSPORT 2.
Saylor is absolutely hammering it across the line. It was a pretty agricultural shot, but all he'll say in the scorebook is 4 runs.
His contribution to Dutch cricket has been outstanding. On behalf of the England cricket team, we'd like to congratulate him on his retirement and wish him well on his next journey.
Couldn't speak highly of him. You know, he's a legend of a bloke. He's led this group unbelievably from where we were a couple of years ago to now. Full credit to him. You know, everyone stands 2 feet taller when we're around him. Yeah, it's a big loss and something that's going to leave a big hole. So, yeah, gutted.
Peter Saylor's been an absolute unbelievable spokesman for Dutch cricket. We have to go out of our way to make sure he's still involved. And again, I think we miss a massive trick if they don't go out of their way to make sure that he's part of our setup.
Those luminaries of the game were talking, of course, about Peter Saylor, who is a legend, as Scott Edwards said. You heard his successor as captain, a legend of Dutch cricket. There's an element of sadness because Peter is on the line with us now, because obviously you didn't want to retire at this stage, Peter, but have to say you looked like you more like 84 years old after the second game rather than 34. Your back issues, a source of great sadness. But we are here to celebrate your career rather than commiserate with your premature retirement. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel all right. Obviously, still in a bit of pain, but yeah, I'm quite comfortable where I'm at in this situation. And watching the guys go out there, there's not a lot of difference from that side right now.
Peter, I'm alongside a long-standing teammate of yours, Ryan Tenderskata, who has, he's been chatting about your career, which of course began 20 years ago for the Netherlands when you captained the under-15 team. So you look back, that's well over half, almost 2/3 of your life you've been playing cricket for the Netherlands.
Yeah, it's been a very big part of my life. Yeah, I used to be a bit of a different guy back in the day. But yeah, it's been a journey that's been, it's filled with a lot of good memories, both on and off the field. And I'll be honest, it's something I look back on now with a lot of pride but also a lot of joy.
Pete, it's Ryan. Firstly,
Hi, Ryan.
Congratulations, mate. You should be really proud of yourself. I know the sadness was mentioned there, and surely it's an emotional moment, but I think all you've taken away from the game and what you've done for this Dutch team has been incredible. So just from my side, very well done. I guess on the highlight side of things, I'll let you talk about it, but I imagine 2009 and 2014, the T20 wins will be big, and then just your influence and the impact you've had since taking over the captaincy from Peter Borren. But is there anything else that stands out for you?
Thanks for the lovely words first and foremost, but anything that stands out really, well, I would say more the relationships I've built over the years. That's not just with my own players, but also players I've played against and support staff and whatever. That's been very joyful, because that's ultimately, I guess, what it's about. It's the character you become as a person. But in saying that, the 2019 qualifiers, we went in with quite a bit of pressure, and the way we actually managed to win that with only losing one game, I'm also still quite proud of it. So there's quite a bit of highlights, but yeah, the World Cups obviously, and for me personally, I suppose, with the team that we've had qualifying for that T20 World Cup was quite special too.
Yeah, spot on. And I don't know if you heard the little intro there, and Cambo spoke about you staying involved. Another highlight which I thought you were fantastic in was the World Cricket League Division 1, us winning that, which then led into the World Super League, which has been a bit of a damn squib. But in terms of you staying involved, and like I've said before, and we've spoken at length, your aspirations for this team and for associate cricket is inspirational. But sort of where to from here? If you were going to stay involved, I know your direction toward high performance, but with the way the Super League's panned out, what do you visualise as a good direction to take this group of players now?
Well, I think what's quite important, especially now playing against all the full members, is that all the sort of experience you gain from the Super League should be worth something sort of in the next sort of 2 to 5 years, when you've got quite a few youngsters who are still teenagers are still playing. Is that I think it's quite important for us to remain one of the top associate sides. So you can look at trying to look forward, and you want to be a full member, this and that. I think first and foremost for us it's important that with the guys you have that are from the Netherlands and playing and training in the Netherlands, that sort of core group becomes bigger and stronger, and that it's ultimately is what are going to drive this team forward. So in terms of that, I think it's quite important that these guys getting upskilled and up to speed with what it requires, and they've now only experienced sort of like the cherry on top, playing the full members and having the crowds around, and everything is great, and hopefully what I think is important is that they're ready by the time we're back to sort of our associate cricket, and you play those games in front of 20 people, that we're still as good as we have been in some of these games.
Peter, I mentioned at the beginning there that injury has forced your premature retirement, and You said that one of the reasons, maybe the deciding reason, was when you were finding it difficult to play with your young sons. But how is your health? I mean, I didn't mean to be flippant when I said that you look like an old man. You did look very stiff and in a great deal of pain. You going to be all right?
I will be. It's unfortunately an injury that, you know, if it would have taken a surgery or whatever, I would have done that a couple of years ago. But it's unfortunately it's really inside the spine, and you know it did create cracks, which I don't know what it's called, but the inner sort of core fluid comes out, and when that comes out, obviously I'm, as you've seen now, pretty unable to move. So and the thing is, like, it's not that I can't play cricket anymore, so I would still stay involved in sort of club cricket and all of that, because I can move, but I think the demands of international cricket and everything that comes with it, the training, and you know, I'm a type of guy that likes to lead sort of from that aspect as well. I like to train hard and do as much as I can, but if at some stage, you know, you train 3-4 times a week, you play 2-3 games a week, you know, that element has come a bit too much, and I've always felt if you can't give your 100%, you know, then it's not worth playing anymore. And I guess what you said from a personal side of things, when the pain overtakes the enjoyment of playing the game you love, you know, then all of a sudden you look at the game with a bit of, well, not hate, but you're not looking forward to the games because you know how sore you're going to be at the end. And that was ultimately what has decided me to, ultimately why I decided to stop playing.
Mate, it's Ryan again. Yeah, I mean, I saw the pain you were going through in Dubai, and that was, 6 months ago, so I can only imagine it's got worse. But get yourself in a nice leather chair in the director's box, you can have a big influence there. I just want to take you back to your last point, and I remember, again, chatting at length to you in South Africa about your vision and sort of the short-term goals, and you were speaking about the focus on the Dutch local players, and at the time I was like, wow, I can see why you have such an impact, because in the past the Dutch have always been, you know, how can we get the county players involved, you know, how can we get as many pros from overseas. And I think these last two series, the West Indies series and this series, no matter what happens in this game, and the fact that you lost the series 3-0 and probably going to lose this one 3-0, I think the talent you've unearthed, and certainly guys that are associate cricket level ready, it's been so impressive. I've spoken to Ryan Cook as well, and I thought the performances against the West Indies were really spectacular for that reason. So well done on that again. And just a testament to you, I think, you know, that epitomizes your contribution to Dutch cricket, thinking out of the box and putting a big focus on the guys who have come through the system like yourself. So well done on a really amazing career. Your leadership influence has turned this team around. I love the feel around the place, and I wish you all the best for what comes ahead now, mate.
Thanks, man, but that's just too nice. It's get a goosebumps, Ryan. You shouldn't do that. That's not nice.
You're not that sort of guy. You're not a soppy guy. You're a laugh a minute type of guy. So just have a little bit of emotion and then crack on with what you got to do.
I will do, and I've, you know, as you were saying, like all these young guys, but like seeing the going out there today, and you know, like a Buster Later, the way he played today, like it's quite unfortunate that people didn't get to see him when he can cut loose and get those wrists through the ball. All those things, I think it's, you know, well, as you mentioned it, but it's so important for me is that when I see those young guys perform well, and they are like only teenagers and just turned 20, where you go like, well, hopefully if we can get that group together, then, you know, imagine how good they can be in 5 years. And that's just the stuff I hope to contribute to, because geez, these guys got some talent, and but we will be all right. Let's hope they just keep developing. That's the most important thing.
Peter, you and I spoke before the series began, and you did have a laugh, and you said that there's room in your pocket for Josh Butler. And England made 498 for 4. Josh Butler made 162 not out from 70 balls. But I would just like to remind listeners that you could have had him in your pocket. You had him dropped on the boundary on 37.
Well, I think I mentioned he's going to be another guy that's going to be caught down Longon's throat. But when Vikram Singh ran in, and I saw it just go over, obviously after being pumped for a couple of massive bombs, it was not great. And in the same over, Musa dropped him. That was, you know, as you said, I think the first ball happened on 25 or 24, and I think he was on 38 when he got dropped again. So there were just 2 sixes in between. Mate, you know, that day, I mean, we dropped in. That's probably the difference between sort of 500 and 380, 400. But geez, there was something different, right? You don't get to play Josh Butler that often, but when he goes nuts like that, it was, from a cricket purist type of thing, it was also quite amazing to witness. From playing against him, it wasn't great.
And we also spoke about your vision for Netherlands cricket to be involved in the English game. Just in case anybody that didn't hear that podcast, just again talk us through. I mean, there's no obligation for the ECB to involve Netherlands cricket, but it worked when the Netherlands were involved. I mean, it added an extra dimension. Just tell us your thoughts again.
Well, what we have experienced sort of in the early 2010s is that we were part of it was the 40 over comp back in the day, the CB40, YB40, and I think that sort of helped us not bridge the gap to international cricket, but you're playing pretty much week in, week out on a professional stage, and the difference for us is playing county cricket or playing professional cricket, bridges the gap, because we come from club cricket straight into international cricket, and that is obviously way too big in terms of also to make it sustainable. So you can do well on a random occasion, but you want to compete throughout. And I think Tendo mentioned it when we played West Indies. We were competitive either in pockets of the game, and I think in the third game we were actually we should have won that game. And then if you talk about playing in England or at least be involved in sort of English cricket, is that it automatically makes us instantly become better players, because we've got such a sort of a low standard. Sounds a bit rough, but you can get gains quite quickly when you get into that sort of professional setup. And I think for a lot of the young guys, they immediately, and that's what we had back in the day, you immediately sort of rise 10-15% in your game. Where if you just go play England and West Indies 3 times, but then you just play Netherlands club cricket, that sort of development gets sort of like a halt. So in that respect, it would be nice for us to play more games within the English setup. And that actually we've had a county tour. We generally had a county tour every year where we sort of like were the warm-up games for a couple of the counties, and just playing and using the facilities. That was something I think we've benefited from a lot. So hopefully that they can still come back into it, because we don't get the opportunities that often around here in Holland. So going over to England and being involved in your setup would help us obviously massively.
Just to bring you back to the present, I can see you on the visuals here standing square of the wickets. We should get into your professional mind here. What's the way for the Dutch guys here to get a foothold into this game? Obviously it's going to be tough to defend. No wrist spinner. Is there any sort of window of opportunity where they can maybe at least put themselves in a position to cause an upset?
The old cliches, we've taken wickets up front. Obviously we haven't been able to manage that in the first 2 games. But I think also, I think if we go in the first 10 overs with sort of the T20 mindset and, don't be behind the 8 ball too early, and make sure that England needs to score sort of 5 and over throughout the game, because the wicket is going to stay lower and slower, and it's going to take a bit of turn. And I think also our, having Fred Klaas now and Paul should have that experience up front in order to get us a head start. Because if we get onto a head start and make sure England has to bet and has to score for 45 overs, the wicket is going to be tough to score on sort of like from the 35th over onward, I reckon. So it's all about doing probably some damage control up front, and if we can then really tie it down in the middle with the spin, because it's not going to be easy just to score regularly on this wicket. So I think obviously the start is massive, but if we can't get wickets, just make sure we can control the rate, because then we can probably hopefully control the game a little bit more in the middle like we did in the second ODI.
Cheers, thanks for the insight. You see that marquee on the far side of the ground?
Yes.
I reckon that's a great place for a Peter Saylor statue, so send us a picture when it goes up. But seriously, mate, again, just congrats on everything you've done, and really enjoy retirement. Take stock of everything you've done, and we'll catch up soon.
Will do, mate. Thank you very much.
Peter Saylor, thank you. We'll always remember you for the penguin dance celebration when the Netherlands beat England. Fantastic. Enjoy your retirement. I know that you'll be working hard, and rather like another Dutch legend, cricket legend, Roland Lefevre, you will stay involved in the game for a long, long time to come. Thank you for your time. Thank you for giving us a lunch break.
No worries. Cheers. Thank you.
That's recently retired Dutch skipper Peter Saylor, who has been forced out because of a long-standing back injury, but it's not the last we'll see of him. It's the between innings break in the third and final ODI. The Netherlands were asked to bat first by England. They made 244 all out, 4 balls before the end of their 50 overs, with a top score of 64 from Saylor's successor as captain, Scott Edwards. Max O'Dowd made 50 and Bas de Leerde made 56. We'll be back with England's run chase shortly.
Online on DAB Plus and on your smart speaker. This is talkSPORT 2.
Climate change hasn't won. We can bring life back. Download WWF's My Footprint app to find out how.
People ask me why I'm always installing Samsung Aircon. Well, take their wind-free range. Its clever tech spreads cool air evenly around the room, keeping you cool without blasting you with icy cold air. What's more, you can control your Samsung Aircon with your smartphone, and you'll even get a 7-year warranty. It's the ideal cooling solution for any home or office.
Search Samsung Aircon to find your cool.
In the trade, get quality timber at Wickes. Pick up 2.4 metre studwork CLS timber from £4.28 as a Trade Pro member. Terms apply.
Excuse me, airport security. Did you pack this bag yourself, madam?
Yeah.
What's this then?
My post office travel money card.
Right, and this?
Oh, that's my post office travel insurance.
I knew that. Anything else to declare?
Yeah, they even sorted my passport for me.
Really?
Wherever you're headed, always pack the post office. Search Post Office Travel or visit your local branch. Card issued by First Rate Exchange Services Limited, pursuant to licence by MasterCard International Incorporated. T's and C's apply.
Some things just add some play to your day. Catching the toast as it pops out of the toaster. Dancing down the street to your favourite playlist. Wearing your sparkly boots to the shop. And best of all, picking the new yellow scratch card.
A yellow scratch card, please. Thank you.
And doing your own drum roll. This is exciting. Add some play to your day with scratch cards from the National Lottery. Search Dream Big, Play Small. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
With Now, you can stream big blockbusters. How big? Mind-bending big, like The Matrix Resurrections.
What is happening to me? Show us what is real.
Monster big, like Ghostbusters Afterlife.
Do you guys hear that?
Something's coming. Start your 7-day free trial and stream big on Now. New UK customers only, 18 plus. Memberships auto renew at $9.99 a month unless cancelled. Minimum speed 2.5 megabits per second. Terms apply.
talkSPORT 2. Traffic and travel.
In Staffordshire, long queues on the M6 northbound, which is still partly blocked at junction 15 to Stoke-on-Trent. That's after a lorry overturned earlier. In Kent, the M25 delays of over an hour clockwise after a spillage between junction 2, the A2, and junction 3 for the M20. And in Hampshire, the M27 eastbound, the exit slip is shut at Hamble at junction 8. That's for ongoing investigations after a collision earlier today. I'm Adam Moore.
Live Super League on talkSPORT 2. Tomorrow evening from 7:45.
He bounces up, it's going to be a try!
Hear hard-tackling, full match commentary of St Helens versus Leeds Rhinos.
Leaving Scoots, gets it away, nice pass, they're going to be in here! And it's Bentley who's over!
St Helens versus Leeds Rhinos.
And we are going right to the wire!
Tomorrow evening from 7:45 on talkSPORT 2.
Big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as the Netherlands take on England in the third one-day international.
Nicked and gone, oh that's a brilliant delivery.
On talkSPORT 2.
His
been amazing. The amount of energy that he's brought to the group, and his obviously knowledge of the game and knowledge of the club's been great for us to just keep going in the right direction.
The amount of games I've been there for, every game I've been there for, he's been spot on. You know, he keeps it nice and simple. He trusts his team, he trusts his players to work hard.
He's been very big on us not getting complacent and making sure that we keep working hard and training hard. He's a great man and a very good coach as well, so he'll be really enjoying his time, I'm sure.
He's always been a great guy to have around and great with his words, so it's not really a surprise that his coaching's come up.
244 made by the Netherlands against England. Is it enough? You suspect not, particularly as they collapsed quite dramatically. At one stage, 203 for 3 and falling to just 244. It was the guys near the top, Max O'Dowd, what an interesting player he is. Tom Cooper, Baz de Leader, Scott Edwards, the outstanding player again, made 64. They all did their bit without ever pulling away from England. Of course, England have that sort of professional edge to their defence when they bowl first. And I thought they were very good at the death, primarily with changes of pace and cutters and getting the ball into the pitch and making it hard to force the issue. So, yeah, I think Matt Mott will be pretty pleased with things. It would be a surprise to all of us if England didn't make good this chase. Jason Roy and Phil Salt getting ready. It's not the easiest pitch, I have to say that. It's very slow and very dry, but the boundaries are shortish, the outfield's super quick. Anyway, it's a great pleasure to watch Netherlands play, and also that England are playing a fully fledged bilateral one-day series against them. It's been too long in coming. Won't do Dutch cricket any harm at all to have England there, and there have been mainly good crowds, slightly fewer today than in the previous two games, but the Dutch side get together for a huddle, and the English batsmen make their way to the middle. Steve Harmison is alongside me. I thought England showed sort of nous, really, didn't they, towards the end of the innings?
Yeah, I think they've done that on this all 3 games so far. They've shown professional qualities. The decision making has been very good. You mentioned the change-ups at the death, knowing what the right ball to bowl and executing it. I think you can see that's the biggest thing, the difference between the two sides. I agree. I don't think the wicket is one that England's batsmen will have it all their own way and go out and play the sort of big expansive shots that Jason Roy and Phil Salt do. But I think they'll make here while the ball's new and coming on, and the power play will be huge in this run chase, and that's where England have been strong. If we're in the 2 games previous, England have been very, very good in that first power play.
Jason Roy's fantastic record, averaging 3,700 runs, and of course he gets them at a blistering pace. When Roy is in and going, he may not be Butler unstoppable, but he's not far off. And Phil Salt is a very imaginative, you may say extravagant stroke maker. Made 100 in the first game, moved from Sussex to Lancashire, and thoroughly enjoying his time at Old Trafford. Much stronger seam attack today for the Dutch side, and it's going to be Fred Klassen who plays for Kent in England, going to come with the new ball. We're pretty much ready to go. It just means so much for Dutch cricket to make a successful defence of this. I don't think it's impossible. I don't think it's the worst score. I know that England have a power batting lineup, but I just think if you get a couple of early wickets, cause a few tremors, hold England off a bit, make the rate difficult to access, I think we could have a game. If England get away to a flyer, it'd be very difficult to have a game. Here we go then. Fred Klassen to bowl to Jason Roy. No slip in place. Pretty defensive field from the off. Both fine leg and third man are up. The sweepers are at cover and square leg. And the tall, slim Klassen now left arm over the wicket, reaches the crease. And bowls a full bunger at Jason Roy, which he hits straight back at the bowler, who thankfully gets a hand on it and saves a certain boundary. It ricochets away to mid-on, and there's a single. Roy... Oh no, there isn't a single. Salt sent him back. So very good stop.
Yeah, good stop. Bit of swing. A little bit of swing, gone for the full, trying to get it underneath Jason Roy's bat, but there's a little bit of shape there. Something I don't think David Willey or David Payne really got in the first innings.
Klassen again. Roy forward and defends out to extra cover, no run. What did you think about a bit of swing with the new ball? Did it bother you? Did you prefer it not to swing and you could hit the pitch and get your line and length and 2 or 3 overs later it started?
I preferred it not to swing. I had real struggles earlier in my career about the control of the white ball. I prefer to hit the pitch hard, try and get the ball to bounce.
Now Roy goes forward and drives, but gets a thick outside edge to the sweeper there. So this time he is off the mark from the third ball of the innings. And pitch dependent or not? I mean, there were some surfaces that, however hard you tried to hurry your batsman and jar his bottom hand, it was just a dead surface, and then you probably did have to pitch it up.
Yeah, then you did have to pitch it up, but everything obviously you go on.
This
on
one, for example, what would you do here?
I would be looking to hit this pitch. Yeah. I'd be trying to hit this pitch back of a length, and I think the natural variation of the pitch will do the work for you.
Oh, good take he did so well, Scott Edwards. That ball flew. Klassen hitting the pitch hard. The ball flying past the attempted hook stroke by Salt. The warning for 1 and over. But that was a brilliant bit of wicket keeping.
Cross seam from Klassen. Going aggressive. Going into the pitch hard. We've seen England use this tactic. I think he's got away with one because I think it might have been close to a wide. But we've seen England use this tactic. The short ball route.
Nice stroke. Got a lot of bat under that. Out to the cover sweeper again, who fielded the one from Roy a moment ago. So Salt is now off the mark as well.
I've been impressed by Phil Salt in the way he's gone about both the 2 innings prior to this one. A lot of pressure on coming in, knowing that you're probably playing for a backup spot in either World Cup.
No run as Roy pushes that out onto the offside from back of a length. 2 for no wicket at the end of the first over. Well, as I've said 1,000 times to those who aspire to get into the team, you can only be ready.
100%. I think he's said to Owen Morgan, if you need me, I fit into the team plan. Confidence that he'll get from getting that 100, getting that first international 100 in game 1 will be huge. This team's got ridiculous batting up resources. When you think Bairstow and Stokes will definitely come back into the group, Root possibly come into the group from a 50 over competition point of view, and all you can do, Phil Salt, is do what he's done, which is 100 in the first game, 70 odd in the second one, and he's done it in such a way which keeps him in with the team plan, going hard at the top, really, really attacking that power play with Jason Roy, exactly what Joss Butler and Johnny Bairstow does when they're in the team.
Yeah, Bairstow, Root, Stokes makes you think, doesn't it? When you add it to some of these guys. Swings a little, and he's done well as Salt because he hasn't tried to hit it too hard. He's lent on the ball, bottom of the bat it was in the end, but it still was only stopped a yard inside the rope, so they get 3 for it. Nice. I love the way he got very low to the ball there. There was nothing lazy about that shot. Bent that front leg and made sure he got as much on it as he could, because it really didn't bounce much at all. Remember that the target is 244. The Dutch are at one stage 204 for 3, but England held onto them nicely, picking up the last 7 wickets for 41 runs, bowling them out just inside the 50. Van Beek is about medium fast rather than fast medium. Nice lively approach to the wicket, and then a little jump into his action, but no movement from him as yet.
No, he gets the most out of his action. Quite like he's got a good wrist position. He stays tall at the point of contact when his front foot does land. That straight front leg where he gets his pace and power from.
Here he is again, and back goes Roy, trying to work a space on the leg side. Doesn't manage to get it quite as square as he wanted it. And so there's no run. Mid-wicket does the fielding. Roy just stretches his hammies a bit. Has a look around, takes a deep breath. Gets ready again. Yeah, if for example it was Roy, Bairstow, Root, Butler, Stokes, Livingston. Can you imagine? And now a lovely stroke off the back foot. Fantastic. He stood tall, cut it away with enough power to reach the boundary. It's a man with a bit of form about him. Good off front and back foot.
Yeah, beautiful time from Jason Roy. Back foot shot, back foot punch. We've seen that many, many times. One shot stands out for me. I remember of Jason's career, Trent Bridge, where he just back foot punched it into the crowd for 6, and he does play that shot very, very well. And when he plays that shot, from a bowler's point of view, it's very difficult to bowl.
And now he's down the pitch and works it away leg side. Wonderful batting. Knowing the bowler daren't bowl short again, he just shimmies down the pitch and gets a lot of blade on an excellent stroke through mid-wicket. There was a shout of catch because it was sort of in the air for a while, but he picked his spot. Oh, he's nailed that. That's out of the screws. There's no stopping that.
You see in a replay Pringle's look on his face.
Oh, he goes now, steals the single. He noticed that mid-on was loitering a bit on his heels, and he took off like a sprinter and made it comfortably. A very good over for England. 2 gone. 14 for no wicket.
Yeah, the look on Pringle's face was as to say, wow, what a shot that was. Beautiful timing through mid-wicket, and it's typical Jason Roy. Beautiful hands through the line of the ball, bang.
So I just said Roy Bairstow, Root, Butler, Stokes, Livingston. Now, I didn't say Morgan.
You didn't say Morgan.
So I'm thinking that's the 50 over side for the World Cup in 16 months' time.
Yeah, I think there's more chance that.
And then no Root for the 2020, and that's where Morgan play.
Fits in, yeah.
So no Milan. Moeen Ali and Sam Curran down there at 7 and 8. Wow. Heck of a side as Klassen bowls back of a length there, bounds his follow through and goes, I should think, 4 or 5 yards up the pitch in it, actually. Has a quick look at Roy, who tried to hit him off the back foot through the covers but not timed it, so there's no run. Now as Klassen walks back to his mark, he tucks in his pants. I suppose you call them, you certainly can't call them cricket flannels or whites anymore. They're the most powerful orange colour. As Roy defends nicely from the crease out onto the offside. England in this new shirt, I like it a lot, a dark blue colour of top and bottom, but the shirt at the front has some pale blue markings on it and the sponsor's name, and I think it's a good look. It looks athletic and dominant and looks like they mean business to me in this gear. I think I prefer it a bit to the paler blue, the lighter blue. Another bumper, but this time, oh yes, he saved it again. What a stop. Scott Edwards is leaping like a salmon as a wide is called after that bouncer.
He's not only has he batted well in this series, he's kept well as well as Scott Edwards. It was a wide. It's flying over Jason Roy's head, a good foot above his head, and there's a great one-handed leap from Edwards.
Oh, he's done brilliantly. Jason Roy, there was almost lag like a golfer's club as it comes down before striking the ball. The body started to move, and the club lags behind you a bit, then accelerates through the ball. When he did that with the bat there to play a brilliant back cut in between the short third man and the backward point. 4 more for Roy.
You mentioned before about the T20 World Cup side. You mentioned Roy, Morgan, where Morgan fits in. But does Milan? Yeah, we got to find a place in 2020 for Milan.
Klassen again, and now Morgan drives on the front foot, and he wants to come back for 2 because the sweeper, who's Vikram, has a long way to come there. So 2 more. England cruising along here. 21 from 2 overs and 4 balls. Roy's 16, Salt 4. think there has to be some practicality about it. We know that Owen is one of England's greatest leaders in any sporting format. But time waits for no man as Root defends on the back foot into that backward point region for no run. And I believe that he will focus on the T20 World Cup and won't go on to the 50 World Cup a year later, which, as I say, is 16 months away from now.
Yeah, and he's starting to pick injuries up. This is the second or third injury he's had in a short space of time, is Owen Morgan.
As he, that was quick as well. Another wide. The keeper had to leap up and pluck that one out of the air as well. So Scott Edwards is very busy. I mean, batted well today, made 60 odd. He's now busy leaping around trying to stop these bumpers from flying to the boundary. Plenty of aggression from Klassen.
Yeah, you don't mind the aggression, but he's got to try and keep it down. He's got to keep it in and around the sort of chest area of Roy.
Roy comes down the pitch there, beautiful smooth move towards the ball, but it's a good length. He defends it to extra cover. There's no run end of the over. 3 gone, 22 for no wicket. Roy 16, Salt 4.
Good pace from Klassen. Van Beek, 85 mile an hour. I was surprised about how quickly David Payne bowled. He was touching 85, 86 mile an hour. Thought somebody coming in making their debut. I thought he did very, very well in the power play, in the Holland power play. I think another one, I think the audition of all left armers coming over to Holland. I still think Reece Topley is the man in possession of if England are going to go down a left arm, having a left arm option.
It's very full, and he had to dig it a bit, even though it wasn't straight. It was outside off stump. Would have been a good ball at the death, that, and Salt didn't get more than toe of the bat onto it, so there's no run. Out to backward point. Well, yes, I think Reece Topley's got the most options to bowl at the death.
Yeah, and it's just his body. Can his body withstand a competition, which is you have to play 3 or 4 games in a short space of time?
Nice stroke from Salt towards mid-on from a full ball, half volley I'd say actually, and there's no run because he picked out mid-on pretty accurately. Yeah, it's a pity time. You're talking 50 over cricket specifically.
Yeah, I'm talking 50 over cricket.
Because in 20 over cricket, I hope England will still be able to look at Tymel Mills.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I think he gives you something extra, especially in Australia.
Yeah, he can be quick, genuine, quick, speedster quick. But he's also got a lot of variety in his death bowling. And that's top edge that flies one bounce over the boundary, just a bit short from Van Beek and a bit too leg side-ish. And really all Salt had to do was get something on it and help it along.
He just shoveled it around the corner. Again, it's just sat in a little bit and he's had to wait for it. He's just trying to help it round the corner, fine leg inside the circle. So it's a free hit really. All you had to do was help it in the air and you would get enough on it. And a positive start, a good start again by England.
Yeah, Salt now sort of jabs down on the ball and works it to square leg, and there's another single. England now 27 for no wicket. The target to win 245 in Amstelveen, where 3 ODIs, this is the third of them, have been played between the Netherlands and England. It's great that they're happening, very good for Netherlands cricket, and a good sort of start, if you like, an aperitif for England's summer of one-day cricket to come. Oh my goodness, what a lovely shot for nothing. Roy with a beautiful stride forward, bent front leg, high elbow, full face of the bat going through the line of the ball, but he picked out the man at extra cover. Big looks around him, almost as if he's not happy with his field. The captain's changing things around. He had third man back and cover up, but he's changed his mind now. He's happy to allow the single out to that sweeper position. bangs it in and it flies over Roy's head. Nothing comes of it. It's the end of that over. 4 gone, 27 for no wicket. So England pretty comfortable at the moment. There hasn't been much to alarm them, and nothing's happened to the ball. Although I don't quite know why, because in that first over we saw a bit of swinging from Klassen, but we haven't seen anything move off the straight since.
No, we've seen a little bit of swing in that first ball of Klassen, and then since then both Van Beek and Klassen has decided that the middle of the pitch is where they're going to aim it and not going to sort of try and pitch it up and give it a chance. And don't think they've quite got it right with a short ball. The execution has been, I don't think it's been as good as what England's was in the first innings. England was directed at the body and made sure that it was difficult for the Dutch batsmen. But I think Klassen and Van Beek have been far too short.
No run as it's turned leg side by Phil Salt. It's fielded mid-wicket. Klassen's coming in with plenty of aggression and verve. He's not super quick, but he certainly likes the look of the short ball. He's a slim fellow. As he walks back with Mark, he's got those flesh-coloured what's the stuff called, you have
Chubby grip.
Chubby grip,
yeah.
Thank you. You better hang around a bit if I can't remember Chubby grip. It's for the diving fielder, really, isn't it, to stop the grazing of the
yeah,
arms.
I didn't wear too many Chubby grips on my arms. No. If I couldn't stop it with my size 12s, then that was me done.
All right. I don't believe that, actually, but anyway, Salt's back and knocks it leg side. Do they come back for 2? Oh, they do, easily. Well placed, beautifully done. He just took all the pace off that, almost stunned the ball into the leg side to get 2. I reckon I saw you dive on occasions. Wholehearted man.
One or two times.
If Fred was bowling, you wouldn't just wander around the boundary and try to stop it with your boot, would you?
No, it was the big fella would.
Exactly.
My point entirely. He would have a go at me if I wasn't pulling my weight.
Yeah. The a drive to mid-on, finds the good stop. Full length dive to make sure of the stop from Van Beek. He did very well there at wide mid-on. Did you guys, the 4 of the summer of 2005, Flintoff, Harmison, Jones and Hoggard, ever get together?
Jones, Hoggard, Harmison tend to see each other quite regular. But obviously Flintoff's doing his own thing and all different roles he's got now in the entertainment business.
Down the leg side, wide. That won't please Klassen or his coach or captain at all. Fred's busy, but done very well in TV. Is Simon Jones still fit? He was always a very fit, athletic, gym fit type of guy.
He's working for, believe it or not, he's working for a sports insurance broker.
Okay.
Especially somebody who had that many injuries. He's now working for that. And
well, you've got to know about the business to work in the business, perhaps. Played off the back foot to mid-wicket for no run by Jason Roy. Then looks at his bat, looks it up and down as if to say, I like you. You do me well. It pings off you. I'm happy to keep you.
And it is pinging off him. And Hoggard's got Hoggy's Grill. Teaches barbecue school. To corporate clients and others, and it's amazing.
Name another sportsman who as Klassen bowls, and he has a go at the uppercut. Does Roy, and he's furious to miss out on it. Can't believe he missed a chance. He just swayed back from the ball and just tried to ramp it over where first slip would be and missed it. Name another famous sportsman for grills.
George Foreman.
Thank you. Name the. George Foreman has 10 children, I think, 6 of which are boys. Can you tell me their names? Oh, is that safe or is it cleared mid-wicket? It's cleared mid-wicket. He really didn't get it. Not dissimilar to one of the dismissals of Vikram, I think, at the start of the day. Anyway, it's 2 for Jason Roy. To add to England's total, it goes to 33. Roy now has 18. 5 overs gone.
We've got 6 Georges, haven't we?
Yes! Correct. Absolutely. And they've all got nicknames. That's the irony of it. The first one is George, the second one's George the second, and all the others have nicknames because identifying them around the house. So you do think to yourself, why do you call him George in the first place?
It's easy calling them, isn't it? If you shout, George, your dinner's ready, your procession comes through the door.
And then I think I'm right in saying his first daughter was Georgina.
And
then there was a Georgie, and after that he moved to, Isabel and other
something different. What a fighter. Well, I once met him in the green room of Christian Sport. He was on the show before me. Ooh. And he was, I think they had a difficult time with him during the show. I don't think he was playing ball too much.
Oh, thrashed. Absolutely thrashed through wide mid-off by Phil Salt for 4. It was full and it was wide, and he gave it a full Monty. England 37 for no wicket at the start of the 6th.
Great shot by Phil Salt. Good balance. Excellent hands through the ball. Van Beek's gone. Sort of try and find a happy medium here, do the Dutch bowlers. Going far too short or over pitch full.
And now he looks to drive straight off another full ball, but a straighter ball, no run, as mid-on tumbles to stop and save. That's Deleda. Harmy, were you on the same show as George Foreman, or just crossing paths?
I was on the next show.
You were on the one after.
Yeah, he was on the one before.
I was on the same show as Ronnie O'Sullivan, and that was I was on the same team too. It was such good fun. We were an Ali McCoy's team, and it was such good fun. We had so many laughs, and then a while after, as it might have been a chance. I think a better. It's quite a difficult position, that short fine leg, and someone a little bit more athletic. I haven't yet seen who the fielder was. Might have got nearer it, but anyway, it's glanced away for 4 by a stroke-making Phil Salt.
Yeah, just to pick up, just helped it round the corner again, using the pace of Van Beek, going down the leg side. Good shot by Phil Salt. I've seen a nice bit of footage here of Adil Rashid talking to...
Yeah, isn't it good? We'll talk about that in a minute. Back goes Salt and hits it into the ground so hard off the back foot that it goes over the point fielder, and the sweeper has to come round. They get 2 more for it. England whizzing along, 43 for no wicket. Adil Rashid with the 2 young Dutch leg spinners in the nets, giving them a tutorial.
Yeah, Shakib Ahmed. He's, I think he's got something. He's got a real talent. He gives it a little bit of flight. He looks to spin it, but a good googly. So fair play to Adil for talking to the young man and trying to help.
Yeah, brilliant. That's very much Shane Warne like. Exactly what he would do. Terrific. Big bowls, and that's 4 more. A diving fielder can't get a finger to it. I really thought that looked like an opportunity, but no, just out of the reach of Deleda, who's the man. I think is the man at mid-on. So Salt 26 now. Suddenly he's shot past Jason Roy. Barely a ball goes by without him scoring off it. Gets a lot of the face of the bat on that. Lovely stroke on the up. All really fearless batting. Ambitious, adventurous, fearless batting by England's opening pair here today. 47 on the board. Now he goes to pull it. Thrashes it out to the square leg boundary. Back-to-back boundaries. 30 to Salt. 51 to England from 6 overs. A word from Steve Harmison and Neil Manthorpe to take it.
18 off that Van Beek over, and Phil Salt now just getting going. He's timing the ball beautifully. Shot down the ground the ball before. Ball just sitting in the surface, but he kept going with it. Like Mark Nicholas said, he got a lovely piece of the middle of the bat. Nice timing, and then he's waiting for that short ball, or waiting for the shorter length from Logan Van Beek, and he didn't disappoint. Helped it into the leg side, and England off to, again, in the power play, a fantastic start. 51 off 6 overs. Phil Salt's raced to 30.
I must say, Harmy, I was really, really pleased, and I think to look at Adil Rashid working with Shariz Ahmed, who we both fell in love with immediately, the 19-year-old leg spinner. New over begins from Fred Klaassen, and That one hits the inside edge and disappears past the left glove of Scott Edwards. So good delivery, and a false shot from Jason Roy earns him 4 runs, and maybe not earns him 4 runs, gets 4 runs. Thick inside edge past leg stump. There's probably a lot more of that's gone on that we haven't always seen. And it would be very typical of this England team if they were sharing their knowledge and skills and working with some of the younger Dutch players, all of the Dutch players. Why not? This one in at the pads of Jason Roy. He works it out to short, fine leg, and they go through for another single. But Shariz Ahmed, and was that Philip Boissevin as well in the nets?
Boissevin, yeah. It's something you see a lot with the spinners, though, isn't it? I remember there was a test match in Pisara, and Graham Swan took Randeep, the Sri Lankan off-spinner, aside, and they were sharing in both directions. I think they were trying to work out.
Bouncer, short one from Klaassen. Hook shot, Phil Salt gets a top edge, and it goes over the keeper's head. And not quite sure whether it bounced once before it went over the rope or whether it went all the way.
Pretty sure that was a 6.
Was it?
Yeah, I think so. They'll have a look at it. But yeah, so you do see it a little bit more just with the spinners. It almost feels like there's a natural connection that they all have, and they get together. One of my favourites, I was in St Lucia Manners when I was working for the St Lucia Stars, and Imran Tahir took KS Ahmed, the young Afghanistani, into the middle after the game. And you're like this, Harmy, the ground crew is obviously trying to fix the pitch and get everything done. And Imran Tahir came up to me because I happened to be standing there. He said, "Can you just tell them to keep the lights on and not do the pitch?" And you can imagine there's about 30 guys around me all trying to do their job, all wanting to get to bed. It's about 1 a.m. in the morning, and Imran Tahir is in the middle of the ground taking KS Ahmed through the wrong ends and how he held the ball in the back of his little finger and everything. So they love getting together.
They're going to switch the lights off.
Yeah, they did eventually switch the lights off while we were still out there.
It's a victim mentality that spinners have. Binds them together. Here's Fred Carson once again, pitches it up, and Phil Salt accepts the invitation to drive and hits it very sweetly. Isn't he going guns? Yeah. Phil Salt's 34 off 18 balls.
Oh, he's batted brilliantly. We've talked a little bit earlier about the depth and talent that England have in the white ball game, 50 over competition, and in the T20 competition. And all he can do is score runs when you're given your chance. And boy, has Phil Salt done that. Really pleased the way the guys took his opportunity and performed.
Slightly slow one, I think, from Klaassen, driven up towards mid-on and straight to the fielder. And there's no run. It's a good job that Jared Kimber and I are not in the business of third umpiring, because they've actually given that as 4. It looked like a clear 6 to both of us, but because the third umpire said that he couldn't determine, they've gone the route of caution, and they gave it as a 4.
Andrew McKenna gave it as a 6 as well. I'm just throwing him under the bus so it doesn't just like we got it wrong.
Earlier, here is Klaassen in once again. I have to say he's looked the part mostly. Here's Fred Klaassen. That's a short ball, pull shot, missed by Phil Salt, and it goes through to keeper Scott Edwards, keeper and captain Scott Edwards. 60 without loss, 7 overs gone. Current scoring rate for England over 8.5 and over. When was the last time? I was going to ask you a question.
You can always ask me a question, man.
I just wanted to know when the last time we had an ODI with 2 wicketkeeper captains. I'm going England and Pakistan, 1980, 1987, 88.
Did Taibu and Dhoni ever go up against each other as captains? Tatenda Taibu from Zimbabwe.
Cool. That's
only because I was just talking to you about Tatenda Taibu 5 minutes ago.
No, that's a very good call. That'd have been around 2010, I reckon.
I was just going to say on Klaassen that if you're an England fan, you probably would have seen him. He obviously plays for Kent. He played for the Manchester Originals as well. He's kind of a late bloomer. He's not played a lot of cricket, but a very good strike bowler in T20 cricket where he averages 26.
Paul van Meekeren into the attack now, and first delivery, bang on target. Good length off stump, hitting the top of off, and defended by Jason Roy, who just has a steely glint of determination in his eye. Jason Roy, he's not played with the carefree abandon that some people think he plays with. He's of course the tour began, you would have been head down working with the team somewhere. Gareth Batty has joined me. He's taken over from Steve Harmison. Van Meekeren in once more, turned away through square leg. They're running the first hard. They'll come back for an easy second as Fred Clarkson does the fielding from deep backward square leg. But in the first game, you would have heard about it if you didn't see it. He was bowled first ball of the second over by his cousin. And he went on to have a almost comical game in which everything went wrong for him. He had a couple of really difficult catches, and he couldn't hang on to. A couple of bad bounces in the outfield, a couple of misfields as a result. Next one is flicked away again out towards deep square leg for another single, and then. In the second game on Sunday, you just would have put your last pound on him scoring 100, and it came as a real shock when he didn't score 100 and was dismissed. But at this time, I think he would have, possibly said to himself, we've got 3 games against the Netherlands. If I don't score 100, there's something wrong. Short, pulled away by Salt out towards square leg for 4. That's a powerful pull shot, back of a length delivery from Paul van Meekeren. And Shane Snater is his cousin, by the way. Their mothers are sisters from Southern Africa. Shane Snater's mum grew up in Harare in Zimbabwe, and Jason Roy's mother in Durban in South Africa. But so he got bowled by his cousin, and then you know as well as anybody, better than most. Think he can score 100 today? He's playing within himself, isn't he?
Blimey, I don't have a crystal ball.
That's why I changed my question. Van Meekeren in polite inquiry as the ball hits him high on the thigh pad above the stumps, and they decide against Scott Edwards immediately says you're not having a review for that, mate. 68 without loss.
The one thing I would say, he played the sort of 4 or 5 rounds of blast for us. I think it was about 6 games, and as he got to the end, his last 2 or 3 knocks, he was starting to move as Jason can only move. He was getting in some great positions. He got a couple of good scores for us.
Van Meekeren in short, pulled away by Roy through mid-wicket. Savage that. It's an easy 4 runs for Jason Roy there. I mean, there wasn't even an element of risk about that. Just savagely heaved through mid-wicket. And so it's a shot to me which says to the KNCB, if you want to prepare a slow pitch with no pace in it and then bowl back of a length, you can expect to be brutally treated.
I think it's the shot of a man that is in supreme form. He's moving well, he's confident in where he's at, and he trusts his ability. He's in the peak of his career. He's already ticked off his bucket list a lot of things that people would wish for all their lives. World Cup winner, scoring 100 ODIs now for England. He's in a wonderful place in his life, and he's batting as well as he ever has done. He came into this series in wonderful form, as I said, and this is kind of his moment, if there is such a thing in a career. He's getting to that perfect age of that early 30s. He understands risk, he understands what he can do, and he just needs to keep turning that into big performances, which I think in the last year he averaged sort of mid-40s for England in ODI cricket.
Tim Pringle, left arm spin. He's into the attack now, inside the power play, 9th over. First one is flicked away to deep square leg for another single.
I didn't go through all the games, but I did remember one that was pretty big where we had a wicket-keeper captain on either side. 2011 World Cup final, Kumar Sangakkara and MS Dhoni was a pretty big one. Dhoni kept wickets and captained 200 times, Sangakkara 45 times, De Villiers 30. Those are Andy Flower was 46 as well, and Sarfaraz.
That one driven, Pringle pitching it up, and driven by Jason Roy for a single to deepish mid-off on the edge of the circle.
So there's quite a few there, Manners, that we forgot. Brendan Taylor also did it for Zimbabwe.
Yeah. Here's Tim Pringle. Oh, lovely drift into the right-handed Philip Salt, who drives it wide of mid-off. And go through for another single. England 75 without loss inside the power play. The target is 245. We never expected them to be seriously challenged, and they haven't been so far. all 10 wickets in hand as Jason Roy and Philip Salt on 30 and 40 apiece. Left arm spinner Pringle in once more, flicked away through the leg side, through for another single. Jason Roy 31, and this after the Netherlands were bowled out in 49.2 overs for 244, with David Willey taking 4 wickets. That's a horrible misfield. That was a good ball from Pringle, pitched up on off stump, getting the drive with a slip in place, didn't find the outside edge, but it's driven straight to Tom Cooper and straight underneath him for 4. Ryan Tenduscarter is alongside me. If they are going to put some pressure on the English, that's the kind of thing to be avoided, Tendo.
Yeah, and especially from a senior pro like Tom Cooper, it's one you want to forget. It's been a real turnaround in fortunes just since the 40th over of the Dutch innings.
Pringle in once more with a quicker one, bowled into the surface and punched off the back foot for a single to Cooper, who tidies up at mid-off without incident on this occasion. 9 overs gone now. England, well, they're 81 without loss, and you just can't get the sense they're still in third gear.
Yeah, I think tactically this is a pretty strange setup the Dutch have chosen to go for here, the nature of the wicket, and they've played sort of the 3 best fast bowlers that they have at their disposal. I'd say Van Meekeren's probably the quickest that they have. Logan Van Beek's mid-130s. And this wicket does not suit them. Every time they've bowled short, obviously the English guys are well up to the task and have put everything away. And it's 9 and over for the first 9. It's a great power play and not a matchup you'd necessarily want to get into with this team.
Paul van Meekeren to continue. His first over cost 11. And Philip Salt has had a fabulous series, hasn't he, already, and he might even add a second 100 here. That one is full and straight and driven down the ground for 4 more. Perhaps I'm wrong, Gareth Paddy, but it just, I mean, it's not like you could say that England have been improvising and being creative and looking to score quickly. They're just playing the ball on its merits.
Yeah, I mean, this is a wonderful shot from Phil Salt. I'm not sure it's a long half volley. It's a fraction fuller than Van Meekeren would want, but the ease and disdain that he put that ball away is in wonderful touch, and he's a destructive player.
Van Meekeren in once more, and that one is cut to backward point, nicely fielded. It did go straight to Logan van Beek, but he's fielded it very nicely. It took so long for Philip Salt to get international recognition, didn't it? I mean, for years and years he seemed to be scoring runs every week for Sussex.
I think it's sometimes the stigma of players that don't always play lots of red ball cricket. He's not played a huge amount of red ball cricket back in the day. He was seen as a bit more white ball dominant, which, people have their thoughts that if you can't transfer over all facets.
Philip Salt pulls one now straight to Nida Manuru at mid-wicket, no run.
If you can't do that across all formats in domestic cricket, how do you transfer that internationally? I think that's a little bit outdated way of looking at things, because there is such a distance between the formats and the skill sets required. He's certainly somebody in the Southern group playing for Sussex in the Blast. He's been one to watch for a good few years. He really is disruptive.
One of many players who have left Sussex recent seasons. Bowled him. Van Meekeren's got through Philip Salt. We've done him. Talking about what wonderful touch he's in, and unfortunately commentator's curse is not a myth, it's a real thing, and unfortunately Van Meekeren, well, not unfortunately for him, Van Meekeren deserves a wicket. That's good delivery, quick at the top of middle and leg, or top of leg stump. He's gone between bat and pad, and Philip Salt has been dismissed for 49. Dutch have a breakthrough. England, I have to say, a long way from trouble. 9.4 overs gone, 85 for 1.
I'll tell you what, credit where credit's due. This is a fine piece of bowling from Van Meekeren. He's held his length, and that's the key to quality players like Salt. He's held his length at the top of the stumps, almost bail height, and it's nipped back. It's nipped at least a couple of inches back in to Phil Salt and hit the middle and leg stump. Wonderful piece of bowling, great length, great bit of movement. Deserves a wicket there, Van Meekeren. If he keeps that up, it's not going to be easy batting for a while.
David Malan comes to the crease. 2 unbeaten innings in the series so far. He's been there as England have won both games. Sorry, he was out in the first game for 100. Ryan Tenderskada, who are there any players on the domestic circuit in England who just command universal respect that haven't been recognised by England? I mean, Philip Salt now, of course, has been, but there are some players that, I don't know what it is, they get to a certain age, perhaps they've been, performing great numbers, amongst the top run scorers or wicket takers for year after year after year, that just never get the phone call from the national selector.
Yeah, there has been throughout the ages pretty much. The first guy that springs to mind for me in the current era is someone like James Hildreth at Somerset. He scores runs year in and year out. He's probably missed the boat now, but certainly through the 2005 to 2015 era, he scored runs every year and I think got on one Lions tour maybe. But there's also there's a skill set that's demanded at international level, or should I rather say perceived to be demanded at international level. So I think the ECB maybe sometimes wrongly sort of exclude guys before they even give them a chance. So obviously pace is one of the criteria for the bowling set, and a lot of guys who take a lot of wickets don't have pace.
Here's Van Meekeren once more to David Malan. First delivery, and he almost walks into the defensive push towards point, and there's no run.
So I think of someone like Jamie Porter at Essex, who's taken 55 to 60 championship wickets.
Such a horrible perception of it. Everyone says, "Oh, he lacks pace, lacks a yard of pace."
Yeah. The ECB have now come up with 4 criteria they want from their bowlers. So it's either pace.
Here's Van Meekeren. He's bowled him! Short delivery, didn't get up as Milan thought it would, and he's gone for the pull shot, and it's just snuck underneath the bottom edge, and it's bowled him round his legs. Well, what a shock. 2 wickets in an over. Van Meekeren has 2 for 15, and it certainly adds an element of interest. What was he doing so far outside his off stump? I think it's hit the top of off stump from round his legs.
I was going to say it's a great chance for the Netherlands to slow the run rate down, but Milan obviously today wanted to be a bit more proactive. He's gone across his stump second ball and missed one down the leg side, which has come into, again, the top of middle and off stump, like that was saying about the length you want to hit here. Sorry, just go back to that point about fast bowling. So it's either pace, bounce, lateral movement, or accuracy, consistency. And that's how they sell it to the bowlers, but I think essentially pace sits very high on that list for bowlers.
The 4 obvious things that they want from any bowler. Typical ECB judgment, I would suggest.
Is that somebody justifying their job?
I feel like it is.
Okay, guys, here's a checklist of...
Sounds like a pretty good bowler, that. If you can do, any of those things, you're a chance, don't you?
10 overs gone. Power play completed. England's target is 245, and they are 85 for 2. So another 160 runs will do it. Jason Roy's still there on 31, and is the new man at the crease the best white ball batsman in the world at the moment? Joss Butler. Is he who? In fact, if he's top 3, he's got to be top 3, isn't he? Who are the other 2?
Well, you'd have to say 2020 he has to be after the IPL that he had, and there'll be some very disappointed batsmen that you put your name on that one. But there are some wonderful players around the world with exceptional numbers. The thing about Butler is you can bat him anywhere from 1 to 7. There ain't many players that can do that. So like Jason Roy's right up there, wonderful player, but he only bats up top.
Actually, hang on. Taze, can you swap with Bussy?
Yeah, I mean, I know that, like, Virat Kohli's one of the best white ball batsmen of all time. I'm just talking about right now. You'd have to say he's top 3. And he's just scored 162 off 70 balls in the first game of this series, as Tim Pringle is in once again. That's a thick outside. I'm going to review that. I'll have to. Was it a thick outside edge? Because Jason Roy seemed, as he played the shot, went through wide first slip, as if he had opened the face of the bat.
Yeah, he was definitely looking to hit it a bit straighter than that, but he has opened the face of the bat, a little bit of turn, and goes inside a third man. I think it's fair to say there was an edge of some sort.
Is there any thick edge?
A moral victory from Pringle, shall we say?
That's punched off the back foot by Jason Roy for a single to long on. I can't believe that a former great spinner like yourself, Gareth Batty, talks about moral victories. How much do they mean to spinners? Anything at all?
Absolutely nothing.
No, exactly.
It just depends how much dirt you're kicking in the footholes.
4 runs to Jason Roy and then a single. I've seen England move on now to 90 for 2. Paul van Meekeren with 2 wickets in the last over, the 10th of the innings. We're into the 11th now. England's target is 245. David Willey, pick of the England bowlers, with a 4-wicket haul, 4 for 36, and 2 to Bryden Carse. Here is Tim Pringle, left arm spin, son of New Zealand international Chris Pringle. That's pushed up towards Vikramjit Singh at mid-off. But good bowling from Paul van Meekeren.
Yes, watching the highlight. He's gone cross seam again on that delivery. Both the dismissals were cross seam balls, and probably stands out even more is how he celebrates, how pumped up he is. I know he's moved counties this year and he's hardly had a go at Gloucester. He's someone who always feels he's fit. And me and Bats were chatting about it off air a little bit, how physios are holding him back. But he's certainly got a point to prove here, and he's dying for a bit of game time, and this is a great stage for him to show that he's up to speed.
Tim Pringle, I thought he made his debut in the last game, and he impressed. Obviously, he didn't change the game, but he certainly impressed with his control, and he's got nice drift as well into the right hander. The last ball of the over is punched down the ground for another single, with Jason Roy moving on to 37, and Josh Butler's faced just at the 2 balls. He's got 1 run. Philip Salt and David Milan, both bowled by Paul van Meekeren for 49 from 30 balls, and Milan for a second ball duck. Who was the best player of your generation, Gareth Batty? And your generation, of course, spans 20 years, so it's a long period. A playing career. But who was the best player you played with or against who didn't get a national call-up? Who deserved one?
I think David Sales was the best I saw that never played. Hampered with some knee injuries that he did on an England day tour as a youngster. Possibly didn't always help himself from a fitness point of view.
Van Meekeren looking for a 3rd wicket, turned away by Jason Roy. Nice straight bat for a single to deep square leg.
But I've never witnessed anybody consistently winning games off his own bat in white ball cricket for his county, Northampton. When it was his day, it was his day. Wow, he would get big hundreds and win them games off his own bat. Before probably Northampton became a bit more of a force in white ball cricket that they have been in recent years. Whether it was injury, whether it was his own doing, I don't know. But wow, what a player he was. 93
for 2. Jason Roy 38. Josh Butler on strike now. 1 off 2 balls. How many games for England did Philip Newport play? How many times was he? Was it only 1 or 2 maybe?
Yeah, I was thinking 2. I could be wrong with that.
He was amongst the top 5 or 6 wicket takers for about a decade in the county championship.
Yeah, he was a wonderful bowler for a period of time. Yeah.
Slip and a gully in for the Dutch now as Paul van Meekeren is in once more. Oh, that's a glorious drive from Josh Butler. As Van Meekeren left that ball left his hand, he probably thought that's exactly where I wanted to bowl it, and Butler's just hit it before the top of the bounce. He reached out and cover drove it. Just a single to the sweeper, but a glorious looking shot. Everything at the moment seems to be coming out the middle of Butler's bat.
It's almost one of those where you sat in the chair here and you want to just go absolutely bonkers about a shot that he's just hit for 1. You go, wow, what a shot that is. It's still only 1 to the cover boundary.
Jason Roy turns it away behind square leg, and they go through for another single. It's just, I'm glad it wasn't just me that was so immediately excited by that shot. He's hit it straight to the sweeper, and it's only 1 run, but given that it was the 3rd ball he's faced, and it's just the ease and grace.
It's the good and the bad of Van Meekeren at the minute. His extra pace that he's showing here is probably what these boys want on the ball, but it could be their downfall in the process.
Full and straight in at the pads here, and punched up towards mid-on by Jos Butler.
With the pitch being a fraction slower, that extra pace from Van Meekeren, which I think it'd be fair to say has been the quicker bowler on shore so far. It allows you to at least be free-flowing with your stroke play, but it's also been a downfall of two players.
Indeed. Philip Salt and David Malan both bowled by Van Meekeren. He's up to the crease now again, goes full and straight, attacking the stumps from line of middle and off, and defended up towards mid-on. So Ryan Tenderskott, Paul Van Meekeren was at Somerset, wasn't he, for 2 or 3 years, I think, pre-COVID, 2018, and he's now at Gloucester, but struggling to get a look in.
Yeah, he was released pre-COVID. He had a little spell at Durham last year where he bowled quite nicely, actually. All the feedback was good. But one of the issues around him is that he struggles to stay on the park. He's got a lot of injury issues. And he started quite well at Gloucester.
Punched away out towards backward point, fielded by Logan van Beek as a shy at the stumps. Doesn't make contact. 12 overs gone. England need 245. They're 95 for 2. And just before I leave, Andrew Kenner will take over from me. Question for both of you, Gareth Vadey, Ryan Tenderskott. 2 questions actually. Did you ever carry drinks in your periods as captain? And if not, B, did you ever play with a captain who wasn't actually in the 11 who carried drinks? Because that's what Owen Morgan's been doing today. He's had the bib on all day and he's been out there every drinks break with the pre-mixed energy drinks.
Yes and yes. I took drinks out as captain. I left myself out once. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I got banned from a game. I wouldn't have missed many games in that 5-year period, but I remember being banned against Notts, and I'm pretty sure I would have helped out with the drinks at some stage.
Bad boy.
Pringle to continue then. 95 for 2 England after only 12 overs, trying to make 245. Jason Roy 39 not out, and he's got the left arm spin of Pringle coming around the wicket. Jason Roy just waits, plays back down the pitch, no run. Roy 39 from 34. 6 fours he's hit so far. Pringle always hit hard into the cover sweeper. Just for a single though, it gets out there so quickly. 96 for 2.
He's bowled very nicely, this young Pringle here. Got quite a high action. Comes over the top of the ball. It looks as though he's trying to give it a decent rip.
He's in once again around the wicket. Jos Butler is deep in his crease, pushes out to the cover sweeper. Like he's shelling peas, really. Nonchalant from Jos Butler. And it's out there. Single taken, 97 for 2.
Yeah, you probably don't know much about him. Batsman's just a young guy. He played New Zealand under 19 last year. He's only played a handful of games. He played in New Zealand 11 against the Dutch side when they were over there.
He's in and bowling to Roy. Finds delayed at extra cover, no run.
It certainly looks a prospect, and obviously with Peter Saylor's retirement, they're going to need a left arm spinner going forward, and he looks a good replacement.
Around the wicket, Roy goes on the reverse. Gets it straight to Nidamanuru at backward point. No run. Plenty of wrist in that shot, though. He got a decent amount of power in that, Jason Roy.
Yeah,
but it's no run.
Smart piece of bowling as well. He went very wide on the crease. He saw that Jason was doing something different. Watched him. Went right out on the return crease.
Pringle is in. Roy paddles it around through square leg and will finish the over with a boundary. Well, 2 singles up until that point, and it was looking a nice tidy over, but all of a sudden Jason Roy paddles one round. He goes for 4 and brings up the England 100. And all of a sudden, just like that, a decent over all of a sudden becomes an England one. So the 100 comes up in 12 overs and 6 balls, 13 overs. Therefore, the Netherlands 100 as comparison is the first ball of the 21st over. Gives you an idea of how much England are in the ascendancy. They need 144 more to win here on talkSPORT 2.
It's the harsh reality for young Pringle, bowling at 2 of the world's best players. Jason Roy, the ball previous to the boundary, wanting to get him through the offside square, then he goes across his stumps to free up that leg side. Very, very difficult, and he knows he can't bowl any step hit balls. He's got to bowl that back of a length. He can't be bowling it too full at these 2.
Van Meekeren in. Jos Butler jumping in behind this one, drops it into the offside. no run. Now, pretty much you can't go a week in cricket at the moment without somebody announcing a new competition. So it's Wednesday, therefore it's probably time for it. We've had one. There is a new competition starting in the Caribbean called the 60. Now, see if you can see where we're going with this one. 10 overs per side. Yep, 60 balls. It is going to be played in St Kitts. I'll tell you more on that in a moment. Van Meekeren is in, hammered back by Jos Butler, just wide of the bowler. Mid-off can get a hand to it. Has he taken enough pace? No. It will go away for 4. England go to 105 for 2, and Butler goes to 7 from 9 balls. Yeah, so this tournament, the 60, will be played in August in St Kitts. Now, each team, when they're batting, they don't have 10 wickets to fall anymore. It's 6 wickets. And you can have an extra power play as a batting team that you unlock if you hit 2 sixes in the first power play period, which lasts 2 overs. You can then also, you bowl 5 overs from one end, then 5 overs from the other end. I'll finish this off in a moment. Van Meekeren is in once again, and Jos Butler hammers this over wide, long on, 1 bounce, 4. Jos Butler's taking a fancy to Van Meekeren here. Back-to-back boundaries. He goes to 11. England 109 for 2. Just to finish these off. So yeah, you bowl 5 overs from one end, then 5 overs from the other. If you don't bowl your overs in the allotted time, then you get a fielder removed for the final over. No, he's not electrocuted, Jared. You get a fielder removed, and fans will also be able to vote for a mystery free hit via the competition app or website. I think that's about it at the moment, so there you go. Van Meekeren is in. Butler turning past the backward point fielder. They'll take 1. Are they going to turn for a second? No, they won't on this occasion. So 4-4 single. England 110 for 2. You fancy a bit of that, boys?
The 5 overs at each end actually makes sense, because your best fielders shouldn't be going from long on to long on and using all their energy to run between overs. The rest of it is fun, I suppose, if you play your backyard competition. Isn't it Formula E where you can give the
yes,
you can vote and give someone a power boost? So it's basically
right.
Stolen from Formula E, isn't it?
It's essentially, yes. It's getting fans and social media involved. Van Meekeren is in. Jason Roy will work off of his pads down to backward square leg. Arian Dutt does the fielding, and it is a single, 111 for 2.
You'd really only want to give the free hit to like the number 11, wouldn't you? Like literally the person who can't bat at all. That's the person you want to give it to. Anyone else, it's not fun. It's but you'd like to do that. What was the unlocking thing and the locking thing? Can you explain that to these two captains?
Yes. So if you hit 2 sixes in the initial 2 over power play, then you unlock a 3rd power play period in the innings.
I think I played that video game once.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit. It feels like a Generation X kind of cricket, doesn't it? In goes Van Meekeren off the inside part of Jos Butler's bat, rolls up to mid-on to complete the over. 14 gone here on talkSPORT 2. So 111 for 2, trying to make 245. Right, Gareth Batty and Ryan Tenderscott have just had a couple of moments to digest that. And I've got to be honest and say both look pretty glazed over at me as I turn to look at them.
I think it's confusing for spectators, particularly if you're trying to get a new demographic of spectators. We've already got the T20, the 100, the T10, which is essentially what the 60 is. So without being a party pooper, it's a no from me.
Bats. Oh my God, you look completely
Bats will love it. He only just worked out T20.
Roy is facing this one and hammers Pringle to the extra cover fielder, no run.
Still unbeaten, my friend. No, I'm struggling to come to terms with that right now.
Pringle in off the back foot is Roy again, hammers straight to leader at short extra cover, and there's no run.
I think there's enough crossover with one day cricket 2020, 4-day cricket, and then there's a couple of others chucked in where I don't need another.
Roy goes inside out to long off on this occasion for a single. One more to the total. 112 for 2. I mean, the cynic in me says that this is people trying to come up with something else so that they can register it and therefore sell TV rights for it. Pringle goes in. Jos Butler doesn't move his feet whatsoever on that one, entirely relies on hand-eye coordination and guides it using the outside half of the bat to third man for 4, 116 for 2. Butler goes to 16 from 13 balls.
Oh, the skill involved in this shot is through the roof from Jos Butler. Holds his weight on his back foot, waits for the ball to come alongside him, and then just a delicate, effortless opening of the face, and it runs past the sort of short third man backward point for 4. Wonderful skill.
Butler, weight on the back foot on this occasion, whips it past the short mid-wicket. Vikramjit Singh will have to go all the way round from long on to wide mid-wickets, and they'll take 2 more. 118 for 2.
Just seen on the screen there a visual of Adil Rashid talking to 2 young Dutch leg spinners. I don't know how me touching it right in the beginning of this series, but I think the way England have conducted themselves here is a testament to this team. And that little chat there will be invaluable. They'll be asking him all the questions, what's made him so good. For him to pass his knowledge on there halfway through the last game, it's a lovely touch and really nice to see.
So he's been doing that for about 20 minutes or so at least. So there's a real good conversation going on there. 118 for 2 at the end of 15 overs. 245 the target for England. By the way, last game of this series, but by no means the last of the cricket coming your way on talkSPORT 2, because on Sunday Ireland take on India, and the Indians are in town, ready to go, and that will be exclusively live here on talkSPORT 2, so don't miss out on that one. Sure to be a good series. India, well, whatever side they send to whatever part of the world, it's going to be strong, isn't it? So it'll be a good cricket. Van Beek's going to start his 4th over, and he starts with a little off-cutter that Jason Roy doesn't time, and he ends up yanking to mid-on, and there's no run. 118 for 2.
Just to finish off on the 60, Macca, having seen Adil there, I'm pretty sure there's 2 tired old coaches here that if the 60 are after 2 guys to run a couple of teams with the right zeros on it, we are there. We would love to give something back to that competition.
Did they name the analyst?
Van Beek is in, and Jason Roy goes for long on, doesn't get it, and it will land a few metres inside the rope at long on. And that's very well fielded by Basileda. Gets round, stops it, and gets the throw in all the way to the wicket-keeper's end. And they'll take a couple, 120 for 2. Well, I think I'm just trying to read that and talk at the same time. I get the feeling it's organised by the same sort of people involved in the CPL, Jared. So I think you might know a lot of the people involved already, which may or may not be a good thing from your future employment. On this occasion, Jason Roy, 48 not out, is just trying to drop Van Beek into the offside. It's taken the inside half of the bat, and it goes to shortish square leg. They'll take a single. Roy will go to 49 from 46 balls, 121 for 2. We're halfway through the 16.
CPL's run by an Irish company, isn't it? Is it a former rugby international?
That rings a bell, yes. Yeah. That does ring a bell, yes.
Damien O'Donoghue? Is that a rugby player? You know rugby. I'm just going to say names until you nod, which is good radio.
Keep throwing names at me.
And then we can unlock the 3rd name.
Yes. Butler. Waits. Bat raised. Van Beek is on his way. Bowls an off-cutter. Oh my goodness. That is beautiful from Jos Butler. It's a push drive, perfectly, through extra cover, all along the floor. The man in the circle didn't have a chance. The man on the boundary didn't have a chance. It goes for 4, 125 for 2.
Now the balance and the poise of Jos Butler. I mean, this is exquisite. Nothing overtly ambitious about that. He's just got in a good solid position with his feet and thrown his hands through the ball almost in slow motion, and the ball absolutely rattles off through extra cover. That is why, as Neil Manthorpe said, arguably the best player in the world right now in white ball cricket.
He's waiting for Van Beek. Takes one from off stump, pushes to short mid wickets. Nedumunuru does the fielding, and there's no run. Such a good player, Jos Butler. Such a good player.
And it's seamless how he goes up and down the order. 1 week he's opening, next week he's at 4 today.
Well, he's getting a short one, which is under edge from Van Beek on this occasion. Didn't time that one. which is probably the first time he's not really timed a ball this over. It goes away for a single, 126 for 2, and Van Beek has now bowled 4 overs for 43 in this 50 over game. In a T20 you've seen bowlers get treated like that, not so much in one-day internationals, and that's the situation. 244 all out the Netherlands with 4 balls of their 50 overs to go. England 126 for 2 after 60 here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, it's difficult for the bowlers. It's not a big playing surface like we've touched on. We're talking about the best of the best out here, and England are playing with a freedom, with a licence to try and take the game forward. Josh Butler, in an interview only a few days ago, was talking about the want for this side to be the ones who get the magical 500. They're not going to be able to do that today, but it's really staking and putting an intent across that they're there to entertain, and it's an entertainment business, and that means 4s and 6s, and somebody is going to be on the receiving end. Unfortunately, a couple of these fellas have and are on it at the minute, but it's certainly not a slight on them. I think they have to put it into context. We are talking about the best of the best.
In all seriousness, do you think 500 is going to happen, chaps? I mean, Arian Dutt, by the way, is coming on to bowl the off spinner. Josh Butler's just counting up the fielders and exactly who's where. We'll come back to that point in a moment. Dutt to bowl over the wicket. Josh Butler bends at the knees, gets himself nice and low, and hits off the back foot into Van Beek at short extra cover, no run. Is it an inevitability now, Ryan? We're getting closer and closer all the time.
It is. Don't forget the previous record that England had was against Australia, so it's not like you can only do it against the weaker associate teams.
Dutt in. Butler hurries onto him, actually. Takes the bat up near the stickers, pushes back down the pitch, no run.
Even the previous record before that was against Pakistan, so it is worth remembering that.
Dutt waits at the end of his mark. Butler is going to get down on one knee and paddle that around. He misses it, takes him on the pad, and I'd say his front leg is about 8 inches outside of off stump there. I can see so much daylight that the appeal might be best described as optimistic. They have run, and as a result, we're not going to get a signal from the umpire just yet until the potential for a review is scrubbed off. And now we've gone past the 15 seconds, and as a result, leg byes has been signalled. 2 of them. 128 for 2. Dutt to Butler. This occasion, he waits and hammers it to square leg. Toledo will do the fielding. 2 more. 25 now to Josh Butler. 130 for 2 England in the 17th.
Just to go back to the 500, Mac, you need the perfect storm, really. We can imagine Roy and Salt batting the first 20 overs of a game and getting England to, say, sort of 160, 150 even. It's only 7.5. With this batting lineup like this, they could easily do it.
Dutt is in. Oh, Butler's beaten on the outside edge. Through to the keeper, no runs. He's whipped off the bails. Yeah, I've used this analogy before. They used to call the New York Yankees baseball team that had Babe Ruth in and the whole. They used to call them Murderers Row, because if number 1 didn't get you, number 2 got you. If number 2 didn't get you, number 3 got you. And it was all the way down. They could all hit home runs. This England cricket team feels a bit like Murderers Row at the moment.
Yeah, and if it's not this team, the next generation, they'll do it. The game is moving forward. It's evolving. In this game, what happens tomorrow, the day fourth, it's going to happen. It's coming.
Dutt to bowl. That's an incredible shot from Josh Butler. Off the back foot, he's played it over the top of long off for a 1 bounce 4. Weight going backwards and just extends his back so he's almost an S shape, and then plays with a full swing of the bat over long off for 4. 134 for 2 after 17.
What a shot this is from Josh Butler. He gets deep in the crease. That's the first thing he does. So he creates a little bit of elevation. But then the skill and precision to get the back path going through, up and under the ball. To get that sort of distance off the back foot. It's not a bad ball. It's just the top of the stumps. But he's created all the elevation in that first bit of movement going back. I mean, as a bowler, you're just struggling with only being able to have 4 bowlers outside the inner ring right now. It creates boundary options. It creates an opening for a batsman. And when we're talking about batsmen of this quality, it's nigh on impossible thing to stop.
Drinks interval then. 17 overs in, 134 for 2, so 111 are needed from 33 overs, which means the Netherlands have somehow got to find some wickets from somewhere. Jason Roy, 49 not out from 46 balls. Butler, 29 from 24. Steve Harmison has moved into the summarisers jet. We'll get some more. We'll get his thoughts on what England have managed so far, and I'm going to move out of the way, and Mark Nicholas will take up the ball by ball after drinks.
Yeah, Jason Roy carrying on. Time has been beautiful. Phil Salt got off to a great start, a blistering start, and Josh Butler, who had a quiet game in game 2, magnificent in game 1. It's looking as though he's not lost any sort of timing or touch since he's been out there, and that was a wonderful shot there to bring up another boundary straight down the ground. So it's been a good start from England. 111 still to get in 33 overs. You'd think a little bit more of Roy and a little bit more of Butler, and this might not take too long.
Might
not.
Yeah, well, you know, another 2 quick wickets, you never know, do you? It's a funny old game, Saint.
Yeah, it is a funny old game. Dutch Van Meeken, a good start to his spell.
Can you believe how one-day cricket's changed?
Oh, massively.
You know, when did you finish playing?
My last one day would have been Caribbean 09, I think. 08, 09.
Okay, but how long did you play it for Durham?
I finished in 13.
So it's 9 years, and it is a completely different game.
It's a completely different game. It is
now,
so good
the
now.
expectations are so high, the general quality, that you don't really see any bad players anymore, do you? You know, number 7s and 8s come in and can play every shot. The 5th bowler now isn't necessary. I mean, occasionally you see one that guys target, but in general the 5th bowler is normally more than adequate and often very good. And the standard of fielding is ridiculous. It's a remarkable game, and probably been helped along its way by T20 as well in terms of its ambition.
Yeah, T20 has helped the game fast forward like it has done. I think it's the batting depth, Mark. I think the batting depth now, teams at 7, 8 and 9 are guys who can get 30 off 15 balls, 30 off 20 balls to take the game away from oppositions.
Logan Van Beek bowls now, and back goes Roy, and beautifully places the ball out onto the offside, a rather an elegant stroke. Normally you think of him more as a brutal player, but that was an elegant stroke, and it takes him to a lovely 50, an innings of great style and calm, and he looks like a man in control of himself and his game. Lovely stuff. 47 balls that 50 came from. Butler goes back and punches the ball down as if he were in the ring, jabbing his opponent. Thou shalt not pass. 2 very good-looking attacking players here. Both have their strengths. You'd say that Roy looks the more brutal of the players, and Butler the slightly more cultured. But of course, Butler also has the ability to do crazy things like that. He goes against Van Beek, who's probably an 80 mph bowler. He goes down and looks to paddle him over the wicket-keeper's head off a length ball. But Butler ends up 2 yards outside off stump, having missed it. The keeper takes it, and the whole scene looks so unlike anything that cricket used to look like in the days of black and white. The history of the game being changed by these guys. Now Butler plays that ball much more orthodox, on the up through extra cover. It's a single out to the sweeper. Butler, in a way, the easier on the eye of the two, which isn't to say that Roy isn't easy on the eye.
No, he's in sublime touch at the minute, from IPL through to this series here, and I think that example of the game changing and what's evolved, I think that's what's changing the game, the innovation in the game now.
No. Yeah, I was saying that he's in a way, the more orthodox looking, but particularly when he hits straight. I've seen very few players in my whole life with the game hit better down the ground than Jos Buttler. But then he'll suddenly go for this remarkably innovative mind that he's got for stroke making. It's probably not as so defended on the back foot, goes back down the pitch. In fact, Roy ended up flexing his knees and having the toe of his bat on the ground, as if to say, kept low. 18 have gone, 136 for 2, England leading 245, so they're closing in well here, just 109 needed from 32 overs remaining. Roy 50 from 49, Butler 30 from 25. I said the other day on air, Viv Richards, A.B. de Villiers, I'm trying to think of any better hitters down the ground. Viv probably carpets them all, but Butler's right up there.
Yeah, A.B. de Villiers down the ground was special, wasn't he? He hit the ball beautifully down the ground.
And then got into that extraordinary sweep shot of his from outside off stump. He'd end up on one knee as Butler goes back, works it to mid-wicket for no run. The bowler, by the way, is getting just a little bit of extra bounce here. Aryan Dutt is the bowler. Pretty orthodox sort of off-spinner. Reminds me a bit of the Indian Washington Sundar. Tall, slim man. That's a bit short and cut away for a single out to the cover sweeper.
Kevin hit the ball nice down the ground. Peterson, he had the big stride in, powerful down the ground.
That's dead right. Yeah. Whereas you think of Gilchrist as being more mid-on and mid-wicket. I'm trying to think of the other great ball strikers down the ground. Chris Gale. Oh, he's dropped him. Definite edge from Roy, and Dutt clearly disappointed. Head in hands, it ricochets off the wicketkeeper's gloves, who's otherwise had a good series, Scott Edwards, and goes for 4.
Yeah, he has had a good series. It was a carbon copy of one in the first innings. I think it would have been Max O'Dowd, was it? Just got a little flared edge to Liam Livingston. And that one there, Jason Roy, just got enough on it to get it past Scott Edwards.
Ooh, goes to pull that and hits it hard out to the man at mid-wicket. I love the way that Roy stays low on his shots. Do you know what I mean? He doesn't come up and out of them. But generally when he's in good form, I think it's something he looks to me like he's worked on in the nets. I was lucky enough to play with Robin Smith. He did the same thing. Stayed low on his cuts and his pulls. Butler! Jos Buttler. 6 more. England now have taken the target to fewer than 100.
Carbon copy to the shot just before for Jason Roy, but I mentioned about Roy staying low and trying to get over the top of it. There was no intention for 1 second there that Jos Buttler was trying to keep that down. He was going for the maximum.
Now he goes over mid-off. That's a wonderful shot. 1 bounce 4. Only about a foot inside the rope. He goes back to the off-spinner and hits him off the back foot over mid-off. Back-to-back boundaries, 6-4 Butler. He's got 41 from 31. England are rocking.
Wow, what a shot. What 2 shots we have just seen. Pick-up pull into the leg side for 6, and then similar-ish ball, a little bit fuller. And he sort of led back foot. Punched it nearly all the way down the ground for 6. This is a high-class execution of boundary hitting by Jos Buttler.
England need 93 now, that's all. 186 balls remain. Lovely day over there in the Netherlands. I was in Amsterdam the week before last. Most stunning city. City made up of canal, thundered to mid-off by Roy, who's 55 from 51 here. There's no run from that shot, by the way. Is almost paling alongside Butler's assault. Yeah, I loved it. I hadn't been to Amsterdam, well, once briefly, but many, many years ago for a World Cup match in 1999, but only in and out on that day. It must have been on this ground, I'm sure, that match. I think South Africa were playing Holland. Anyway, the 153 for 2. The decision to bowl first is looking good now. The Dutch just fell a bit short. They were 204 for 3 and looking like 275, 280 was on. But they were bowled out for 244. England bowled very well in that last 10 overs. A real mixture of stuff. It's a slow pitch. It takes a bit of spin and cut. And they made life difficult for the Dutch batsmen to accelerate. There's a view of the recently retired captain, Peter Seeler, doing a bit of boundary riding. Another bouncer. We've seen a lot of bouncers bowled today. That one was missed by Roy. He sort of flapped at it a bit. The umpire pull rifle signals one for the over. But no question that the bowlers have tried to mix it up as much as possible. I can't remember seeing quite so many mixtures of balls in one over.
Yeah, spot on. And I think England went to that tactic very early, short ball. I think probably because the ball's just sitting in the surface. So the shorter, the better, because you see timing it, cross-batted shots.
It's worked square. Is worth another run. The wholehearted Logan van Beek has figures of none for 48 from what will be 6 overs after this next ball, and you really don't think he deserves to have figures like that. I wouldn't say he's bowled at his best, but he certainly hasn't bowled 6 overs, none for 48 stuff, 8 and over. Wow. Shows you how hard it is to bowl at this England top order. It's a tad short. Butler goes back and tries to work a space offside, but it cramps him for room as it nips back, so there's no run from it. Butler looked a bit cross with himself, but he perhaps even he didn't realise quite how much it nipped back. 155 for 2 off 20.
Yeah, that is from a bowling point of view, you've got to nail your length. You've got to, if you are slightly off against this batting unit, you will get punished. Seeing the over before the last one there, Josh Butler is so destructive when he gets going, and the off spinner, he was slightly too short in both the fourth and fifth, the fifth and sixth ball of the over, and they just get punished. And I agree. I think Logan van Beek has bowled nicely, bowled okay, but every now and again he chucks in a ball which is either slightly overpitched or a bit too short, and players like Roy and Butler capitalise very, very quickly.
Tom Pringle comes back into the attack. Blonde, fresh-faced chap with spectacles on. Looks quite tall. Here he comes. Studious. He looks academic. He bowls a really flat, slightly round arm ball in the middle and leg. I don't think we've seen him give it much air. This is his fifth over. Figures of none for 29 or none for 30 now in total. After that single worked away on the leg side by Roy, so Butler's on strike. Oh, don't overpitch to Joss Butler. He can work with this angle, this slightly round arm angle. He doesn't. He gets it into the pitch. Butler goes back and drives it easily enough out to a deep extra cover for a single. And then just trots down the pitch in control, a modern master. A man you'd pick in any World 11 for one-day cricket, Joss Butler. Jason Roy now on strike.
Oh,
And he waits and again picks it off on the offside for another single. England just tiptoeing along here. They know they're in complete control. Only 88 needed to win the game.
Lovely.
He threw that up a bit outside off stump. Butler got low to flat batted on the front foot out to deep mid off. Another single.
Here we go, Pring. Here we go, boy.
This has been good from Pringle. He's not given anything above the eye line, driven it into the surface.
That was well played because outside leg stump in the end was Roy, and he got inside the line of the ball and then used his hands and arms to open up the blade of the bat and get a single out to that cover sweeper.
Coming here, boys. Three's coming here.
So nothing for that shot, a miscue by Butler out to mid-wicket from a very full ball. So far, no, that's the end of the over. Yeah, well done. 5 singles and a dot. Well bowled, Tim Pringle, given the quality of the players you're bowling at. 160 for 2. What are they going to do about this bowling attack? If they were picking an attack now for a major tournament, difficult. Assuming the people who are presently injured are still injured. Who are your first choices, given what they've got available?
What they've got available, I think we can throw in that Mark Wood, Ollie Stone, possibly Saki Mahmood will be fit and available for World T20. I don't think Jofra's going to be available. I'd pick Wood. I'd pick Topley. If you're in a world tournament, Ben Stokes is going to be in there.
2 spinners we know, Rashid and Moeen Ali.
And I still, as much as it's still a little bit of what's his best role, I still think the little fella's got a huge amount to give in Sam Curran.
Oh, yeah. He's got to be there. He can whack him too.
And he can whack him, yeah. He's at number 8 or number 9, whichever one he comes in at.
Saqib I like the look of.
I like the look of Saqib. But I think I'd go pace-wise, I'd go with Wood.
Klassen coming round the wicket. His left armers are round the wicket. And he bowls to Jason Roy. Hits probably the inside thigh and goes out on the offside for no run. Dowden thought he had half a chance of a run out there because Roy had come for the first part of a single that had been sent back by Butler and was a yard or 2 out of his ground anyway. It's all's well that ends well.
I don't think Wood's too far away from being fit, so I think he'll probably start playing white ball cricket.
Go, I feel for Woody. Bowled nice and straight, and Roy wants to make room, go offside and can't. He cramps him. I love Mark Wood. I think that all the spirit of cricket is written across Mark Wood. I love his enthusiasm, and I just feel bad that he has these injuries. I'm sure it's because of the strain of his action, that leap, and the amount he puts into every ball bowled. And I just don't think the human frame can withstand that. He's not a rhythm bowler, he's an effort bowler.
He's an effort bowler, but he's somebody who can just, from ball one, get going.
It's a nice, clever change of pace there as well, and it hits the thigh pad, so ricochets out on the leg side, and Roy can get a leg by for it.
But up until the recent past, he's had a good run at it. He's put some runner games together, and when he's put some runner games together, he's been very effective for England. So hopefully this little elbow problem he's got come out the other side of it, and then he'll hit the back end of our summer, potentially available South African Test matches, and then obviously going into the World T20, which I think England will be desperate to get him fit for.
Good solid block by Joss Butler with the full face of the blade, and so well does he time it. I tell you, he used to do that out to mid-off and mid-on for a singles. Graham Gooch, incredible. He'd just sort of go half or fully forward and just block it.
Timing's ridiculous. Butler's timing is just ridiculous.
Whoa, what a great take that is. Dancing down the pitch was Roy. This good angle, this from Klassen. Impressive stuff round the wicket with his left arm quicks. And it misses leg stump, that ball. Roy danced down to hit him over the top, but he missed it. And Scott Edwards had a lot to do down the leg side, got two hands to it and took it sweet as you like in the soft part of the palm of his hand. And now full stroke to the men. There are two of them actually out there, mid-wicket and square leg on the boundary, so Roy just hit it down towards them and settled for the single. 22 gone, 163 for 2. 82 needed to win the game for England. Roy has 61 and Butler 45.
Yes. Nice and easy for two very, very experienced players. Roy in his 101st ODI. Just Butler his 151st ODI with the stripes. He's got the armband on today. England are going along nicely. Klassen's trying his very, very best just to mix his length up, mix his angle up, just trying somehow to get a breakthrough. Scott Edwards will be desperate, the Netherlands captain, just to break this partnership and see where it could take them.
Oh, under edge, that's going to go for 4. Reverse sweep. And these big bats, you know, you get an under edge sometimes on these bats and it goes away as fast as it used to go with a perfectly timed straight drive with the old bats.
Yeah, they're beautiful bats, and they're big. Some of the edges are bigger than some of the middles that you had. I remember first coming into this sort of England setup, and Nasser Hussain, he was like wafer thin edges on these bats. He had terrible bats.
Yeah. And now an orthodox sweep goes quickly to the fielder and they decide not to run. 65 now for Roy, 167 for 2. 78 needed to win the game. England all over the Netherlands here. Butler goes back and drives off the back foot out to deep mid-off, where the fielding is safely done, and they cruise through for a single, which brings Butler on to strike. I don't want to wish ill on Tim Pringle at all. He looks a good, hard-working left-arm spinner, but I'd like to see him get one up in the air a bit. He did too, and Butler blocked it. Exactly the sort of ball I was waiting for, and Josh just blocked it back to him.
Nice and comfortable. Butler's probably waiting for the quicker ball. Tim Pringle's bowled a lot flatter, driven it into the surface.
Butler quite happy to take the single. He goes back this time, nudges it leg side and trots through for 1.
I think that, again, we're talking about change in ODIs. I think the guys that play now, the bats that they've got, how good they are and the trust they have in their equipment, I think that's what's changed and took the game to a whole new level as well.
Oh, that's a good hard sweep shot. Brilliantly played, really, by Jason Roy. He had to use his wrists at the last minute, so he gets down on one knee. The ball's a bit closer to him than he thought. Can't really get his arms working, so he wrists it like a shell. It went behind square for 4.
Now, that was a good ball, good area from Tim Pringle. A lot flatter, a lot fuller. Determined sweep shot by Jason Roy, and because he's got so quick hands, so good hands, managed to get enough on it, even though it went in the air. It went behind square and away from the Dutch fielder.
Roy needs 30 for 100. England needs 72. So he doesn't really want Butler getting too feisty here. God, Roy has made some brilliant one-day hundreds, hasn't he? And big ones too, a couple of 160s. Back goes Butler, single out on the offside again. He's milking it at the moment. By his standards, he's playing well within himself.
I think with Jason, there was a moment between sort of 20 and 30 caps where he went from this here for a good time, a quick time, and not a long time, to going through the sort of 60s, 70s, 80s, and then getting 100. And I think from then he's got more and more hundreds because of
well, another couple probably here. No, they decide against him. No, Butler looks to me like he's decided that he's going to stay here to win this game. He don't want any little hiccups. So he's turned down 1 or 2 second runs that on another day, if he needed 15 and over, he might sprint through. He's taken some singles on another day. He might look to smack it to the boundary. He's just looked to keep England ticking. And he does it exactly that again, but this time doesn't actually find a gap. And there's a sharp fielder from backward point who comes in, does the fielding, so there's nothing from that ball. Classen's figures are good, by the way. Impressive. He plays for Kent. They think a lot of him down there. None for 28 today, halfway through his 6th over. When he runs in to begin with, he looks a bit like Marco Janssen of South Africa. And that's a poor ball. It was a commentator's curse. It goes way down the leg side and is called a wide.
He has his bowled nicely. His change-ups have been good from around the wicket, the angle that he's tried to cramp the 2 England batsmen. His bounce has been... at the start, it wasn't that well directed. It was too short, gone a bit high, but gone into his spell nicely.
Back goes Butler and knocks it leg side and gets a single. So that's all good. 177 for 2. 68 needed. 71 Roy and 48 Butler. India and South Africa, of course, coming this summer. Clever turns a leg glance away and ought to get 2 feet, I think. Yep, trots back for a second. Goes to 73.
Some good cricket in this country this summer. When you think the bowling attack that South Africa have, both in tests and one-day cricket, is up there as good as, especially from the seam bowling department, up there with as anybody in the world.
Actually, and spin.
And spin, yeah.
The spin twins of Simon Harmer and Keshav Maharaj, very good. Single off bat and pad as Roy goes back, and it's the end of the 24th over. 180 for 2, 65 needed to win. Harmy will now be joined by Neil Manford.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark Nicholas. Well, what a canter for England. Again, they really don't seem... Occasionally, I think they've slipped into 4th, but honestly don't think we've seen 5th or let alone 6th gear. And yet they are absolutely galloping along to victory after 2 wickets in the same over from Paul van Meekeren, who bowled Philip Salt for 49 from just 30 balls. And David Milan's second ball, walked across outside the off stump, tried to pull one, was bowled leg stump round his legs, which was a real shock. Talking of Paul van Meekeren, he's being brought back into the attack. 2 for 28 from 4 overs, and he's up to the crease now. Bowls to Jason Roy, opens the face of the bat and runs it away behind square. We're talking of 3rd and 4th gears. Jason Roy, by his standards, I think might still be in 2nd gear. He's scoring it just a fraction over a run a ball, which for him, with respect against this attack, he's almoys hopping on one leg. Jason Roy, 74 off 71 balls. He wants 100. That's my theory, and he'll do whatever he has to. Well, he's come down the pitch now on the charge to Van Meekeren, and just played one a running pull shot for a single out towards wide, long on. He had his left ankle quite heavily strapped. Quite a bit of strapping right on the Achilles itself, which to me looks like blister treatment. And then a thicker bandage just to hold it in place. New boot syndrome, something that Steve Harmison will know all about. Here's Van Meekeren in once again and pushed away behind square on the offside. Alan Donald, before you might even know, when he was playing at Warwickshire, there's a
boot manufacturer.
Yeah, boot. He makes them by hand.
Yeah, well, I had some. Can't remember his name now. Come on.
They were back then. Back in the days.
You had to go to
20
his
years
house
ago.
and get into his garage. I had to go down to the house in
Yeah.
the garage. Wakar Shoaib had some Andy Caddick used to wear them. Oh, what was the guy's name?
About £450 a pair. That's a slower ball from Van Meekeren, and it's pulled viciously by Jos Butler out to square leg. Bas de Leerde does the fielding. I remember, Alan Donald was in his very early days at Warwickshire, and somebody said they're over £400 a pair. Oh, that's 40. That's 50 for Jos Butler. Quick single into the offside, and 50 for Butler off 44 balls. England 183 for 2. And with Jos Butler, he too is just trotting along, really. A brisk walk rather than a trot. 50 off 44 balls, and his 100 came off that many in the first game. That's down the leg side from Van Meekeren, but it's not called a wide. Anyway, before he had them handmade, before he could afford them, somebody told him as a joke that what he needed to do when he bought a new pair of boots, or was given a new pair of boots, was soak them in a bath of warm water overnight. That didn't work. They rotted.
Yeah, there were good shoes. There were good boots, if I remember right. I can't remember the guy's name.
Well, we should give him a punt. It'll come to you. We should, if anybody fancies. They probably cost £1,000 now, 20 years later. That's right up in the block hole. Dug out up towards Tom Cooper at mid-off. And there's no run. We're at the halfway stage in terms of overs, but not in terms of runs. Just 62 required. Jared Kimber looks like he knows the boot manufacturer in Birmingham. He hand stitches boots for fast bowlers.
It's funny you say that because I don't. Paul Van Meekeren was playing for Harmies Durham last year.
Yeah, he came in later on, didn't he?
Yeah.
Did he come on loan, or did he?
I think he might have. Yeah, he took 14 wickets in 7 games in the one-dayers. He was also obviously more well known for Somerset, where he's played for a long time. Netherlands, across all list A games, he averages 27 with an economy of 4.5. They really have trouble with him in associate cricket because of his height and pace. And when him and Brandon Glover, and I'm missing, there's another one as well, another Netherlands fast bowler they had during the World Cup qualifiers in the T20 last year, they completely bombed out the UAE. I think they had them 30 off for 6. Ryan might remember the details, but at that stage they had probably the fastest associate bowling attack that we've ever seen. Obviously it's a bit more banged up these days, but Brandon Glover's still a decent bowler. He's a little bit younger than the other guys.
Is it Albert Whitey? Does that ring a bell?
No.
No, not him. No, okay.
No.
Have you ever seen Reservoir Dogs, when the old guy's going through his thing trying to work out who everyone is in his phone book? Not saying that this is at all like that.
Okay, 25 overs gone, 183 for 2. England needs 62 from 150 balls. And is that a drop catch? Fred Clarkson into Jason Roy, and he's pushed it straight back. Slower ball, well bowled, induced the error, and he's put the return catch down. Oh dear.
Never an easy chance coming back to the bowler. Just beautifully just run his fingers across the seam, completely deceived. Jason Roy turned the face. Got a leading edge straight back to Klassen, who's just shelled it.
Pushed out on the offside here. No quick single for Jason Roy.
Got his fingers confused, didn't he? He had them sort of pointing up because of the way it came back. Last time I checked, Manners, 55% of caught and bowls were dropped. It's the highest percentage of any fielding position. It's not even really a fielding position, is it, Harmy?
I think it's the hardest thing from a bowling point of view, is the caught and bowl that comes back at you.
Clarkson in again, drops it short. Jason Roy pulls with power and intent out towards the man sweeping on the square leg boundary, Logan van Beek. And they go through for 2, actually.
I think that was all formats combined. That was all international cricket at the time. It was about 3 or 4 years ago. In T20 cricket, you'd think it would be higher, as people are just getting actually hit.
100 partnership between Jason Roy and Jos Butler. Jason Roy 77, Jos Butler 50. Oh, that's a glorious off drive. That's gone all the way for 6. What a shot from Jason Roy. He senses he is within sniffing distance of the finish line being the end of the game and his 100. And he might just, It's another little off-cutter from Fred Clarkson, but just gloriously dispatched by Jason Roy. He's been walking at a gentle pace around the buffet bar, helping himself to the odd lettuce leaf for the innings so far, and that's down the leg side from Clarkson. A push, a glance and a miss. Paul Rifle signals wide, but he's decided to go for a few king prawns and the odd lobster tail now, I think, Gareth Batty.
Why wouldn't you? And why don't you dip a few in a bit of sauce as well? I mean, the shot that Jason just played there, it's all about his balance. He's got so much power for all to see.
Clarkson in once again to Roy, and he pushes it out on the offside into a gap past Vikramjit Singh, and they go through for an easy single. It was a fifth ball of the over, so I wonder whether Jay Roy might be looking at a little bit of strike maintenance as well.
I think that we see that with all the great players, don't we? It's like Joss has done it for a period of time. He's just faced enough balls to make sure he's got his nose out in front, and then there'll be Jason's go.
And Joss Butler says, no, I'll have the strike back, thanks, and he pushes it to mid-off and pinches it back. A little bit of gamesmanship between the two England batsmen here, both of whom want to stay in, and the game's all but won. There won't be any shocks or any wheel wobble from here. 192 for 2. I think they both fancy hitting a couple into the Amsterdam bush, the forest which surrounds probably half or maybe just less than half of this ground, with a stream which has swallowed over 15 balls, 15 white kookaburras during the course of this series. 192 for 2. Target 245. Steve Harmison is, I'm going to just tell him, he's just left his microphone. He's been replaced by Gareth Batty, as you hear. Steve Harmison? Yes, got it. In one. It's not my work. Our producer Scott Taylor's been Googling. Ian Mason. So if you fancy, I don't know whether Ian's still working, and this is a long time ago, that he used to hand make bowlers boots for those who could afford them, but they were absolutely magnificent. Soft leather, no cutting out big holes for your big toe with Ian Mason bowling boots. Here is Paul van Meekeren once more, and it's punched off the back foot up towards extra cover by Joss Butler. Are you aware of Ian Mason's fast bowler's boots?
Yeah, absolutely. Andrew Carrick used to wear them. I'm sure Harmy would have informed you. But they had quite a big sole, almost like a Nike Air sole, without the window to see what's underneath. But that nice bit of sponge in the beautiful soft leather. And they were a real craftsman piece of kit, absolutely.
Joss Butler on 51. England closing in on victory now with 53 needed off 142. That one's driven by Butler again. For once hits the fielder direct all the way along the ground. Max O'Dowd does the tidying up. So England went to Amstelveen with the express objective of collecting 30 points, which all but guarantees their place with less than half their games played in the World Cup Super League, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to return home with 30 points. But Gareth Batty, what else? Who else has put their hand up? That one again pushed out for another dot ball towards the covers. David Payne, Phil Salt.
Yeah, I mean, the first name that sort of springs to my mind is David Will. He's not done himself any harm. He hasn't over the last period of time. What he did wrong in the first instance, who knows? To be left out of the World Cup stuff back in the day. That's a couple of years ago now. But he's never really let England down. Phil Salt certainly hasn't let himself down.
Here's Van Meekeren once again over pitches on leg stump, and it's flicked away by Butler for a single to Bas de Leerde, sweeping on the leg side. My understanding was it was just that Jofra Archer had to be fitted in, and David Willey just drew the short straw, didn't he?
Yeah, but bizarrely, drawing that short straw meant that he was out of the sort of system for a period of time, which for a guy as and when he had been asked to perform, he'd done relatively well. Another positive from an England point of view. Sammy Curran getting some overs under his belt, coming back from that stress fracture that he's had for a period of time.
Whipped away off the back foot through the offside by Jason Roy. And we normally associate the whip shot with the leg side, but it was just a whippy flick of the wrists, kind of shot that you would play at an irritating fly at a picnic. He's just whipped that out through the offside and backhanded it for a single to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. 27 overs gone, 194 for 2. Tell you what, one thing this England tour has certainly achieved is a little boost for the Amsterdam economy, with over 5,000 English supporters taking either a long weekend or a week off, and what a place to do it.
Yeah, I think from what I gather, certainly the players have covered themselves in glory, both on and off the field, with how they've conducted themselves, and I hope the travelling supporters have done the same, and got to grips with the different cultures, and made themselves very friendly, getting to know the locals, etc. It's a good thing for cricket. It's a very good thing to go to some of the emerging nations and go about it in a proper manner.
We've now seen the famous little social media video of some of England's Test players celebrating their victory at Trent Bridge with a visit to Mega Munch in Nottingham City Centre in the early hours of the morning. Don't think that England's players quite deserve the same kind of celebration for winning these 3 matches. As Jason Roy's tried Baz de Leerde into the attack for his first delivery, and he bowls a much heavier ball than it looks like he's going to when he runs up. He looks like he's going to be a medium pacer. Even when he bowls, it looks like he's a medium pacer. But he's bowling mid-80s, and Jason Roy there tried to force it through the offside, and he's bottom-edged it onto the toes of his right foot, and just momentarily that stung, and he's hopping around a little bit. Here's Baz de Leerde once again. That's half volley outside the off stump, and Roy has missed out on that. But I certainly know from experience that Amsterdam is exactly where you need to be if you do get an attack of the munchies at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I went there a long time ago on a rugby tour, and I'm ashamed to say I've not been back. Just never seems to be enough hours in the day.
Especially not with your current job. Here's Baz de Leerde. That is dismissively dispatched over wide long on by Jason Roy. He didn't get quite as much of it as I thought when it left the bat, and it's actually just fallen a couple of feet short of the boundary rope, but it's back of a length outside the off stump, and he's fetched it 2 foot outside off stump over long on.
Yeah, I think this is something to do with the ball before, the ball that he chopped onto his toe. If you spend enough time throwing to Jason Roy in the nets and you hit him on the leg, or if something hurts, the next ball he's trying to absolutely smack it out of the ground, and that's what he did. This ball, he's got his arms free, it's a 1.5 foot outside off stump, and he launched it into long on.
Baz de Leerde in, tries a short one, and it's again just pulled with great ease by Jason Roy out towards deep mid-wicket, and he moves on to 88 not out. Josh Butler 52. Have you been asked this already? I haven't asked you the question, but have you come to terms with, or are you comfortable with England playing concurrent Test and ODI cricket?
I think it's the way the game's going. There's such a congestion backup of fixtures that need to be played.
But now that the precedent's been set,
I think it was always going that way. I think if we're being honest, I think we have to move with the times, that there is getting a significant gap between red and white ball and what you're going to choose. Some guys will cross over, absolutely, but somebody somewhere is going to have preference for periods of time, because the Test boys will want certain.
De Leerde in again, and Butler finds Max O'Dowd at cover, no run, 199 for 2.
Certain players that are playing in the ODI team or the 2020 team and flip it backwards and forwards. We've seen possibly the white ball setup with England getting preference with players for a period of time. Is this reset that we're seeing with McCullum and the Test team with Stokes going to just flip that back around? Who knows?
on the back foot here, and Josh Butler finds an easy single out to deep mid-wicket. It's fielded by Fred Clarkson. That brings the 200 up for England. They need just 45 more from 132 balls. Jason Roy's 88, Josh Butler is 53. The two men out, Phil Salt for 49, David Milan for a duck. I don't think that every nation will be able to adequately staff a test team and a white ball team at the same time. We don't maybe not have enough depth. But England, India and Australia, all of whom have done it already, I think will probably continue to do that.
Yeah, we have to. It is our duty to the game to get people to manage it in an appropriate manner, to have the difficult conversations that require to be had about where players are going to be at what period. You can almost map out, certainly monthly you can map things out, and from what I understand, I think the current management are very keen to do that.
Paul van Meekeren continues. That's a short ball outside the off stump, and Josh Butler plays an overhead smash out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary for a single.
Ultimately, it's living in the present and giving the best account of the England cricket team, whether you're playing in the blue kit that we're seeing today or in the white kit that will start tomorrow. We want England to be dominant in all forms of the game, which will mean there are some crossovers. There are some guys who just stick to one and some stick to the other. It is the modern way, and it's only going to get harder and needing more management. But that's why they paid the big bucks.
Van Meekeren in. Oh, Josh Butler's got underneath this one. It's gone high. It's gone very high. Has it gone long? Of course it has. It's landed in 6, 7, 8, 9, ninth row of the semi-permanent stand at deep mid-wicket. I've been told I am allowed to refer to it as a semi-permanent stand because it stays up for the whole summer for 6 months, and it comes down in the winter when dog walking becomes more the preferred activity to the VRA ground.
What a shot from Josh Butler. Smacks it into wide mid-wicket. The bit I'll never understand, the people in the crowd are trying to catch this. This has travelled 90 metres with a lot of velocity on it. Somebody's going to get hurt one day.
He tries a short one again, does Van Meekeren, and Josh Butler this time dispatches it along the ground out to wide long on for 4 more. Van Meekeren, he's got a look of a man who's just been told a joke. He doesn't understand the punchline. He's just looking very quizzically at Josh Butler as if to say, I'm sorry mate, you'll have to explain that one to me, I don't get it. Is he asking for a fielder in the stand?
I think he's sort of looking at the wicket-keeper captain who's just beyond Josh Butler. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's take Josh out of the equation for 1 second. As he took that ball a bit earlier and got it over sort of straight mid-wicket, you can see why he's confused. I mean, it's not a bad ball, it's just a wonderful shot again.
12 off the first 3 balls, down the leg side, slower ball, nicely disguised actually, and unfortunately it's a wide, and I think he'll have to bowl that one again. Jared's been picking up his microphone and putting it down again for an over and a half. What nugget of prize information do you have for us?
It was so long ago I forgot. No, just that while Australia was losing to Sri Lanka in the one-day series at the moment, in the nets you could watch footage of Mitchell Starc bowling with a red ball to Steve Smith just behind the game. And you would say that Mitchell Starc is probably still, although he had a bit of a rough World T20, the best white ball bowler Australia has, and he's bowling with a red ball in the nets.
Oh, hello, that's a slower ball bouncer, and Josh Butler's come out, slipped out of the bowler's hand, and Josh Butler has, he's perfectly entitled to hit it, and he did, and it's looped up into the air. It's harmless. Many an umpire might have considered calling that a dead ball, but Josh Butler got to it before the umpire could think about it, and he smashed it into the stands for 6.
Oh, blimey.
It's a double bouncer.
Oh, he's tried the back of the hand, and it's literally bounced on his toes. Just got to Josh Butler. The presence of mind for him to address his feet and walk to the next wicket where the ball ends up and smack it into the crowd. I mean, most people would be laughing at this point. Not Josh Butler.
Isn't a double bouncer a no ball?
I don't know. I don't know the rules.
I think they changed the rules, the laws of the game. I think a double bouncer is supposed to... Yes, it is. Free hit. There you go. Oh, and he smashed it for 6 more. It is a no ball. A double bouncer became an automatic no ball a couple of years ago, and the laws of the game were changed. So he's hit it for 6. He's got a free hit. He's hit that for 6 as well. And I've lost count of how many runs have come off this over.
It literally is a no ball. They've got no balls left. They just keep flying out of the ground. What a shot. This has gone miles over the sight screen. A massive black expanse of a sight screen at that far end. And Josh Butler has cleared it by about 30 metres. Absolute exocet. More balls, please.
Paul Van Meekeren just looks so upset they found that ball.
I've managed to add up. It's 24 off the over with a ball to come. 24 off the over. So remember that, boys and girls. If you bowl a double bouncer, you will be no balled. It's an automatic thing. Because a couple of years ago, Warwickshire started doing it on purpose, didn't they?
I've seen people in the nets
Ricky
trying
Clark,
to do
wasn't it?
Ricky Clark, yeah. Anyway, so they quickly outlawed that as a tactic. And Josh Butler keeps the strike for himself with a single off the last ball of the over. Do you think there's a little side bet on who can score most between Jason Roy and Josh Butler? Because he's taken a single off the last ball. You got the impression he could have hit that last ball wherever he wanted. 19 to win off 126 balls. We had 29 overs. England at 226 for 2.
It would not surprise me if they've got some sort of bet going on.
A private.
Some of the things I've read in the last few days, what the England boys are saying. And Livingston was talking about playing in his back garden and how many sixes he could hit when England got the 498. You just think they're playing on a different level. They're playing on a different planet to the Netherlands, and I mean that with the utmost respect. We've just got to acknowledge how good some of these England players are throughout the England team, and the Netherlands are on the receiving end, unfortunately, from their point of view. But they've given one heck of an account of themselves. There's been some really good stuff gone on for them. It's certainly not all doom and gloom.
Here's Bas de Leerde. Will this be the last over of the innings? It's a wide full toss outside the off stump, and Butler decides not to leave it alone and take the single. Do you know, I don't think in any way, at any point, have England in any sense been disrespectful. I mean, you know, they haven't treated it like a benefit match. Because you're hitting 25 off and over doesn't mean to say you're being greedy or disrespectful.
No, they'd do that against anything.
Exactly.
They'd take no prisoners.
Exactly right, that's my point. Bas de Leerde in, back of a length outside the off stump, slapped away down through mid-off. Tom Cooper can't get there, or try as he might. Or is that Fred Clarson? It is Fred Clarson. No, Tim Pringle, third time lucky. He ran across from long on, dived long off, just couldn't get there. That's 4 more runs. Now Jason Roy's decided he better get a move on if he wants 100. And he better make sure that he gets it this over, because otherwise Josh Butler's going to finish the buffet off in the next over. So Jason Roy into the 90s, 92 not out, 83 balls, 13 falls. I wonder if he's ever got to 92 not out before without hitting a 6, because he hasn't yet. He needs 2 4s for his 100, Jason Roy. 231 for 2. 14 needed for victory. De Leerde in down the leg side. Jason Roy looks quizzically as that one passes by, and he knows that he's going to have to bowl it again. It's been more than just a clinical performance by England. It's been brutal with the bat anyway. It was clinical with the ball, a little bit untidy in the field, if we're to be picky.
Yeah, I think the standards that they would set, they would say you're being kind by saying a little bit untidy. It wasn't very good in the field at times.
Bas de Leerde runs up and 3 yards short of getting into his gather and delivery, realises he's got his run up wrong. So turns and walks back to start all over again. Josh Butler's not going to get to 100. There aren't enough runs needed. He's 79 from 62 balls. Quite pedestrian by certainly the standards of the first game. He made 162 off 70 balls. That's smashed through extra cover by Jason Roy, all wide mid-off, and down to the boundary for 4. He's up to 96. I did say when he was on about 25, off as many balls, that he had a steely look about it.
That was when you were asking for my crystal ball, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think I asked you on 30 whether he'd score 100.
But he has played magnificently well, and you would say that he's had that air about him the whole innings. He's not been rash in any way, shape or form. He's been very clinical. He's played beautifully.
De Leerde in once more, and Jason Roy clips it up towards mid-wicket, just to the right of Vikram Singh. They take the single. So now, serious question, 8 to win, 2 balls left. Would Jos Buttler hit them both for 4 and deny, or would he let Jason Roy get to his 100? Seriously. If he got 2 long hops now, would he hit them for 4 and win the game?
Yeah.
And leave Jason Roy 97 not out? Well, we'll see. De Leerde in, and we'll never know, because he pushes this gently out down towards long on Pringle Fields, and they go through for a single. But your answer was yes, he would have.
Because you said 2 long ups.
Yeah.
He might not go looking for it, but if you bowl a long up, it's going out the ground. If you bowl a good ball,
so he wouldn't have blocked.
He may not go looking for a top of the stumps good ball.
Ryan Tenduskarte, I'll ask him the same question after this, because still 7 to win, so it won't end with this delivery. Driven, smashed down the ground. Beats mid-off and beats Pringle, running around from long off. And there's 100 for Jason Roy. His 16th for 101 not out from 86 balls. Beautiful, beautiful innings from Jason Roy. And you might even say an innings, by his standards, of some restraint. That sounds ridiculous. He scored 101 from 86 balls, but for most of it he scored at a run a ball. He was 71 off 73 balls, so he has accelerated in the closing stages, but delight for Jason Roy. After an inauspicious start to the series, he's played brilliantly, Ryan Tenduskarte.
Yeah, 2 scores to follow up the low score in the first ODI. He looks in good touch. I know this is not the be-all and end-all, but he looks in good touch for the rest of the summer and the rest of the blast, more importantly for Gareth Barry and the Surrey team. But even just that celebration, we talked about humility, and there was a genuine sense of joy there from Butler and from Roy. It's not like, oh, this is just another sort of club game and we're not going to respect it. I think it means a lot to them, and that's a good sign for me.
Well, England need 3 to win off 120 balls at 30 overs, and there goes Jos Buttler, flick, nonchalant bottom hand, and he's flicked the ball into the Amsterdam bush, the forest, to end the series much as it started, with another lost ball. He's flicked it out of the ground. Jos Buttler, in emphatic fashion, moves on to 86 not out. Jason Roy 101 not out. These two came together at 85 for 2, and they have won the game with 19.5 overs to spare. Another wonderful exhibition of hitting from Jos Buttler. Jason Roy too, finishing with an unbeaten 100. England win the series as expected, 3-0. And Tim Pringle with the bowler, the left arm spinner, and it's very full delivery. And Jos Buttler has this extraordinary ability to get underneath deliveries that other batsmen just wouldn't be able to find the elevation to hit for 6. Brilliant performance, and celebrations begin from the England fans. I think they've been celebrating and enjoying themselves and having a party for the best part of a week anyway, but there are broad smiles on the faces of Jason Roy and Jos Buttler as they make their way off the field. Oh, what can you say?
because we have a wonderful batting prowess. We just need to arrest those death overs and be a bit smarter about how we go about that. Unfortunately, in this series, I don't think the challenge has been quite there with the power hitting from the Netherlands, and that's not taking anything away from them. England ball well up front, but that is a challenge moving forward for England. Who can be replacing, if Archer is fit, to close out games from a bowling point of view?
Yeah, I like that, and I noticed that. I think that proved in the last year's 2020 World Cup in the Middle East. Actually, we saw at times Chris Jordan had a bad game somewhere. I think in the semi, did he? Or, it is a fair point. We're focusing on 50-over cricket here. Here's a much wider question while we're waiting for some interviews. Is it a game that sustains itself for you in quality, or is it a game that's running out of time?
I think we are the luckiest sport on the planet because we have something for somebody that has 5 days to spare. We have somebody who has a day to spare, and we have somebody who has 3 or 4 hours to spare. I think we should champion all 3 facets. I think there is a thirst for it all, but I feel like at times we are trying to diminish a format to try and get something else in to big another format up. I think we can speak gloriously about it all because we are very good at it all if we are allowed to expose our skill sets to it in the appropriate manner.
Come on, I want an answer from you, then I'll give you my answer.
I would say I would have said it's running out of time, but I think England can take this format to a new level. If they're going to go all the way through, the normal way it pans out, the normal running script is you have a go early on, then you bat through the middle, it's quite boring, people lose interest, and then you have a go at the end again. I think England are showing if you play a batting lineup like this and you've still got the bowling covered, you can afford to be really aggressive. And if teams are getting 450, 500, it's not unexciting. It is watchable, and it will keep people coming back to it. So I think in its old format, it's going to struggle. We probably don't need it. But if they can reinvent it and make it more exciting, then it has some more time.
Well, I'm so on Gareth Batty's page. For me, the format of the game is irrelevant. This whole thing is about bat and ball. If the balance is good between bat and ball, the game's too wonderful to worry about how long you do or don't play it for. It works over 5 days, it works over 10 overs a side. And 50 over side is a proven thing that appeals to lots of people and also to television companies. It must be remembered that the 50 over game is valuable. I think the World Super League could have more profile and be better thought through, which is effectively the qualification and seeding process for the World Cup itself. But other than that, I hope they persevere with it. I worry that a World Cup T20 every year can overrun it. I think the ICC needs to be very careful of overkill with T20 because you need to protect, not because of T20 itself, but because of the protection of the other formats. But for me, any format of cricket will do. That's why I support the 100, because I believe any format works. Right, Jason Roy is ready.
Time in the series, you must be chuffed.
Yeah, very chuffed. Very chuffed to finish on a high as well. Send our incredible travelling fans home with a smile on their face as well.
How difficult is it when you're 2-0 up in the series not to get complacent and keep your standards so high?
Yeah, we've always prided ourselves on our standards throughout series. Sometimes we might have started badly, but we pick up towards the back end. But we've been brilliant here. The bowlers were great, and it was made up for Payne getting his first wicket as well.
Huge series ahead, huge summer ahead for England cricket, the white ball and the T20 World Cup around the corner. Is this the perfect start?
It's a great start. It's a good benchmark for us to see where we're all at and in our games individually. But we got big tests in the summer now coming up, so time to get back, work hard and rejoin there and go again.
You mentioned David Payne, but also Phil Salt coming in. Bryden Carse has been impressive. How good have those guys coming into the side? How good have they been?
Yeah, they've come in and they've looked like they've played 50 games. They haven't looked like new players. They've come in, enjoyed the atmosphere in the change room, enjoyed them with everything, and played some very exciting cricket. So the future's bright.
You mentioned the fans, the wonderful fans. They're going to be flying home tonight, no doubt. A word for them before you go?
Yeah, like I said at the start, they've been unbelievable. I'm sure they've enjoyed themselves here. It's probably a pretty good place to come travel to. I think we should try and make a bit of a habit of it.
Wonderful. Well played, Jason Roy, man of the match. Brilliant stuff. Enjoy your summer.
Thank you.
Make a bit of a habit of it. We like that. We get that. Amsterdam's party town. I think they all had a great time, those English fans. We've got Scott Edwards ready to go, I think.
I suppose, but some learnings, I'm sure, to take away.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, from where we started this series, well, I suppose they got a hold of us there as well. But obviously, yeah, we took some good learnings from it. The boys will be better for it, and, we'll come back hard in our next series.
Your own form, incredible. You've got 4 50s in your last 6 ODIs. You must be seeing the ball really well and happy with your own form.
Yeah, seeing pretty well. I thought today was a little bit of a harder wicket and they made it look pretty easy. So, here's what it is.
203 for 3 at one stage, 244 all out. What were you hoping to get from your 50 overs?
We were looking at sort of that 280. We thought with the wicket starting to slow down and spin, that would have us in the game. But yeah, just those wickets at the end. I thought credit to England, they bowled really well sort of after that 30th over to tie us down and take those wickets.
You mentioned the bowling. You had some interesting ploys at the start with new ball. You went short. What was the reason for that?
Just a wicket taking option. That's where we had our guys out. We got some top edges from it, but they just, they fly away if you don't get to them. So
we've got a massive summer ahead. You're going to Zimbabwe very soon. Bad luck this week, but all the best for the rest of the summer.
Awesome. Thanks, mate.
Scott Edwards, who took over the captaincy after the first game when Peter Silo stood down. Do we have anybody else? We do. Joss Butler.
Very happy. Another great victory. I thought we played really well. I thought with the ball, to restrict them there, we picked up wickets at crucial times and, brilliant batting display again.
Your own form, incredible IPL. You're just carrying on, picked up where you left off.
Yeah, feeling good. Don't get too giddy with it. Just try and keep going and make sure enjoying it when you're playing well.
A big summer ahead. I mentioned the Jason Roy, a lot of cricket and the T20 World Cup around the corner. A great platform, a great start for you and your side here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of cricket coming up in a short space of time, which is very exciting. We've got great depth in the squad, more guys standing up on this trip and pushing the competition in the squad, which is just what we want to see.
Is it a perfect series to get some new players into the side like Phil Salt, Bryden Carse, and obviously David Payne today, debut. He got a wicket a bit later than he probably would have thought if you asked Liam Livingston, but lovely for David Payne to get his first wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought he bowled beautifully on debut. I thought he was threatening at the top, and he came back really well as well, so a great debut from him. I thought Bryden Carse looks exciting. Been really impressed with Phil Salt. So again, there's just a really deep pool of players that are pushing the game forward for us in English cricket.
And you're playing with 12 men, it seems, with this travelling Barmy Army. They've been great. Again, a word before they get on the plane home?
Yeah, we're incredibly fortunate to have such great support, aren't we? I think Amsterdam away is probably a trip that most of the Barmy Army quite fancy. So thank you to everyone who's travelled. It's been great. We've loved the 3 games. We've loved the week here. It's been brilliant.
Well, you've been brilliant. You're player of the series. You have won the SportsBuzz.com Cup. If you can bring the rest of your team in to celebrate and lift this trophy, Joss Butler and England, 3-0 winners.
Yeah, and well done to Joss Butler too. There's something about his cricket at the moment that's got some magic to it. He's in prime form, but he's not wasting that form. He's got all the smarts, he's got all the skills, he's widely respected amongst the other players. He's ready to step into the shoes of leadership at any point that it's needed, whether full term or not. Owen is at the front, the middle there, alongside Adil Rashid and Joss Butler the other side. And they all do their bit there, there's no doubt. They work as one, Gareth.
Yeah, it's a real tight unit, the white ball team for England. They do things for each other. It's a very calm and relaxed atmosphere to express yourselves in with your skill sets. And it is, it's envied around the world, I think. It's pretty obvious sort of descriptions when you hear people talk about it, people that have been in it, people observing it. It is something to cherish and look after, and every single one of those fellas that have been on that trip will be wanting to make sure that stays for a long time. It's a very nice thing that England have created there.
What about the Holland side? How damaging is this, or not?
No, not at all. I would have thought. Scott Edwards mentioned the learnings there. I think it's quite a cliche to say at the end of a series, but if they're smart about it, they can review it and give feedback to the players and give them points to take away to work on. I think today was disappointing, and if we think they were 200 for 3 or 40 overs, I said to you 280, being the sports broadcaster that you are, you said no, they're not going to get 280, and they fell way short. But I think that's a mistake from their part. You shouldn't finish 244, whatever they got there, after being 200 for 3 or 40 overs. So there's something tangible. You can go away and say, look, how do we structure those last 10 overs? What can we do to make sure we don't lose 3 wickets for 5 runs and totally stall the, setting the score? And with the bowling, it'll be the same. They can look at heat maps and look at matchups and where they wanted to bowl, and clearly they could have done better. And Ryan Cook and Ryan Campbell will be doing that with the players over the next few days.
Now, one of the problems of playing against a batting lineup like England is that you can push too hard for too many. So I think they got into a problem there today with exactly that. England had, as Gareth mentioned, all the skills, taking the pace off the ball, getting into the pitch, changing their lengths, mixing up the bumpers, at a stage at which the Dutch really needed to accelerate to get to the 280 that you had in mind. And that's when they perished. Can you push too hard too early because you know what England are capable of with the bat?
Yeah, I think that's a general a good point. Today, look, I don't think they were thinking 280 is going to be a winning score necessarily, and I think that was probably the right calculation from being 200 for 3, 280, even 270, somewhere around there would have been good. So you can use that as in mitigation to say why they fell off, but also to justify only getting 44, so 4.5 runs and over in the last 10 when you 3 down with 2 set batters. I think they can be better than that even against quality opposition, and even with without being derogatory, the limited skill sets they have, they should be doing better. If they miss, they should be getting 260 for my money.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost taking it back to an Olympian. You go on the 100-metre final, and you've got a guy that can run 9.70, but your best time is 11.20. You physically can't beat that guy, but can you get to your best potential? Can you maximise your best run? And I think that's what the Netherlands have to get out of this. How do we maximise? How do we get that fractionally better individually, so that those little tiny mistakes that were made, and you understand why they were made, because England are a powerhouse, how then you move on from that to get better and better and better. We can only judge ourselves on our skill sets and what is our ceiling, what is our level that we can get to. And I think it's a good way of looking at it that way, as opposed to looking at your opposition, which, and I mean this with the utmost respect, they're probably never a chance of getting 450, 500 that England possibly could. So just get your levels as high as you can get them.
What level are they? Give a clue to the people out there that watch county cricket. Are they mid-table county side?
No, they're not. They're not as good as that. I would say they are a very good second 11 side. I'll be honest. They've surpassed my expectation here in both the series. You know, most of these guys haven't played more than a handful of club games. They're young guys. Very few of them have played List A or T20 internationals. So if you look at it in that context, you know, what is the reference point? The highest standard they probably would have played would have been somewhere like County 2's cricket.
Okay, that's interesting. But they got some county first 11 players, haven't they? They got 2 or 3 not here, a couple that came back for this game. So what you're saying is they've got 5 or 6 first-class players and 5 or 6 waiting to be first-class players. So is that about right?
Yeah, and only 2 played in this last game. Obviously, I think someone like a Scott Edwards and a Max O'Dowd are probably first-class cricketers in my opinion. But mixed in amongst that were a lot of inexperienced young guys who, if we look 6 months ago, we weren't even considering them for the World Cup qualifiers or other associate events. So I think they've done a little miracle there preparing those guys for these 2 series.
Okay, very good. And the series overall, Gareth, I mean, it's the same story in each match, really, isn't it? England dominant. I mean, there was a moment in the run chase on Sunday where there might have been a wobble, but I suspect not, because there's an inherent confidence spread through this team. And this is useful stuff, isn't it? Starting the summer out with higher mountains to climb.
Yeah, and you never know what is around the corner. You don't know what injuries are awaiting us. We're a few deep in the injury list with the bowlers at the minute. You don't know. It only takes a couple of batters to get knocks on the hands, and all of a sudden you're losing your powerhouse. There's some young players that have put their hand up there. There are some guys that have got some experience. There are some guys that have gone on and got an international 100 that wouldn't have had it before this. So it's a real positive for England that they're getting a nucleus of players, not just the squad of 15. They're talking about, you know, possibly 25 that they could genuinely go with any one of those names, dependent on form and dependent on fitness.
So, guys, if we look at the world order of things, England, India, Australia, South Africa, Pakistan, a lot of pretty good sides out there. It's not at 50 over cricket tends to get you the best side winning more often than not. But you wouldn't necessarily say it's that easy to determine who the best sides are, and we've got India and South Africa here this summer.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's a longer game, one person generally doesn't win you a game.
No,
whereas
it's not like that quick fix in a T20 game,
no,
is it?
T20, somebody goes and gets 100 in 35, 40 balls, generally that team wins. So it's very unlikely that you lose. Or come out the wrong side of it. So I think you need at least 2 batters getting good scores in a one-day international, and probably 2, if not 3 of your bowlers really putting their hand up. I think England are very, very nicely poised, all bases loaded, but I would never ever discount Pakistan because they produce players from nowhere with outrageous skill sets. Australia always have a tenacity and a ferocious nature about them which they will take anybody on. And South Africa, arguably, across all sports, they just produce very fine teams.
I saw Australia beaten by England in Dubai in the T20 World Cup when Butler slammed them round the park. They beat him almost before you could blink. They beat him so easy. And then Australia go on and win a tournament. So there's your point. Well made, I think.
Yeah, and I missed out India, the absolute powerhouse of our great game. Everything's coming through India at the minute because they just do it so well. They love it so much. And
they've gone quiet in 50 over cricket, funnily enough. For South Africa, beaten 3-0 in South Africa. They've been nothing like as dominant of late as you might expect them to be in that format of the game. And I sometimes wonder if their cricket at this time of year reflects tired players after a long IPL.
Yeah, and is it a bit of a changing of the guard with the Kohli shifting over from the captaincy and so on and so forth? Has the focus shifted? Is there a change in the way that they're thinking? And they're thinking 2 different ways, and that isn't with a 50 over in mind. I'd be amazed if they're not going into these massive competitions, not desperate to win it.
Can the Dutch qualify for these big tournaments? Do you see them getting any better, or do you think it's a stagnant period in Dutch cricket?
No, I think they're on the up. I think they are getting better. I think they're going to qualify sort of on the periphery of the tournaments, that being a lot of these tournaments now have a pre-qualifying phase. So I think when they go to Zimbabwe in a few weeks or a month's time, they should be strong enough to get past a couple of associate sides that are in their group, and they should therefore qualify for the main tournament, or the qualifying part of the main tournament.
Okay, fascinating to listen to you guys talk. I just want to finish, if I may, on to some degree the beauty of the game, because watching England is inspirational for young people at the moment. These very fine players at their best, playing outstanding cricket with a smile on their face. It comes off the back of what we just saw in those 2 test matches, and Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes taking charge of the side. This is a golden little period for English cricket on the field that needs to be properly exploited off the field.
Yeah, we need to harness the great things that we're seeing and keep promoting this game. And I think we've seen it in this series. We saw Adil Rashid today in the nets with the Netherlands players. The Netherlands have played their part in this. They've not just turned up to make the numbers. They want to get better. They want to evolve their game within the game that England are playing. I think it's all a positive for the game, and we just need to, for once in the chapter of this great game, actually speak well of the game for long periods of time, because it is a wonderful game, and we're doing some really good stuff in this country. We just love to shoot ourselves in the foot from time to time.
Well, there might be issues with the structure of the first-class game in England. I mean, that's fine, and we can look to fix those, but some of the narratives aren't good enough, and in the national conversation we need the best players performing at their best, which they're starting to do, which turns England into a much better team. It's not true to say that England don't have the talent. They do. It's just getting the talent to perform in the right place. There are certain places it's very hard to go and play, and we had them back-to-back with India and Australia, 2 very tough tours back-to-back. And, of course, you get on the wrong end of those tours and on the wrong roll, and you can take a hammering. I mean, England won the first test in India. As we know, we covered it in the middle of the night, and all things were hunky-dory, but then they took up hammering in the series. So my point is, it's really for the English game to start talking itself up a bit. That's what, and therefore the national conversation in the highways and byways of each of the towns and cities of this land will begin to take cricket seriously again as a national sport.
Yeah, and when we take a lead from Josh Butler, from Jason Roy today, who were great ambassadors for our country and our game. They did it with a flair, a panache, a wonderful thing to be a part of. And they're selling the game. We need to keep selling it with microphone in hand. And the public need to sell it to their friends. Come and see it. I went to watch this game here. What a spectacle. What a great game it was. I think it is very healthy in this country. I go against a lot of people that say our first-class structure is not the best in the world. It is comfortably. It can be tweaked and made better. Yes, of course it can. but it is the best. We produce consistently the best first-class players. And all the other stuff that goes with it, all the other comps that we have are right up there. We can't compete with the billion-pound business of the IPL, so let's forget about that. But we compete across everybody else.
It was a £1 billion business. It's now a £5.5 billion business. So it's become even harder to compete with, and I suspect that its exponential growth means that it'll get bigger and bigger. Okay, and a last word. Pick a moment from the series, boys, that just absolute caught your eye and just made you sort of salivate at the game.
I'm going to pick a Dutch moment, and that'll be Shariz Ahmed getting his first wicket, young leg spinner on debut. Just that elation, the joy, and the sort of points you guys are talking about around selling the game and the pure enjoyment that it brings to people. To me, that was a combination of everything I want to see from cricket, and the pure joy that it can bring. It's lovely to see that again.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the last ending of the game when Jos Butler hit a fullish ball for 6. Effortless skill. Panache didn't over-celebrate, but showed the joy of winning a sporting event, a cricket match in this instance, but went around all the Netherlands guys, shaking hands and conversing and talking with them, and that is what sport is about. Yes, you win the game, but then you do it in the correct manner, and England have covered themselves in glory this game.
Well, it's very aggravating of you, because that was mine too, and because I had it in my head, that's why I asked you the question. So, we've chosen Jos Butler. Strong arms, strong wrists, great eye, great timing, remarkable talent, finishing the series by landing a blow deep into the trees in Amstelveen. England have won by 3-0 on their brief tour here by playing commanding cricket against a side